Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Peter's eyes widened slightly, a spark of excitement flashing in them. Osborne Biotech, you guys are really advanced in biogenetics. I really admire your company. Your research papers were excellent, clear and well-written. Aunt May, standing beside him, gently patted his head and explained to Suluo. This child takes after his father. He's smart and fascinated by science. He keeps up with technology companies more than most adults. Suluo nodded approvingly. Curiosity and persistence are the keys to discovery. It's good to nurture that. I believe Peter will achieve great things in the future. Peter studied Suluo's face for a moment, then blurted out, "You're really young. I always thought company bosses were middle-aged or older. I didn't expect someone as young and as good-looking as you." Kurt, who was nearby, laughed. "This kid really knows how to flatter." Peter waved his hands quickly. "No, I mean it. Mr. Luo looks like a Hollywood star. Handsome, with features as sharp as if they were sculpted." Suluo chuckled, clearly pleased. He patted Peter's shoulder. "You're a sincere kid. I like that." Peter grinned. Kurt could only think to himself. One dares to praise, the other dares to accept. Aunt May then turned to Kurt. "This is Dr. Kurt Connors, one of your father's old colleagues. He even attended the funeral." Peter's eyes lit up instantly. "I know you. My dad always spoke highly of you. He said you were a genius in reptilian genetics. I've read your papers. They're brilliant. You explain the structures of reptilian genes so clearly. You're truly a giant in the field." Kurt looked a little embarrassed and quickly waved it off. No, I'm not that great. I can't live up to that title." Peter shook his head. "You definitely can. I've studied the field, and your contributions are ahead of most researchers." Kurt's expression grew serious. "I'm not at the forefront. My boss is. He's the real genius. Without his guidance, my work on reptilian genes wouldn't have gone so far." Everyone turned to Suluo in shock. His youthful face didn't match the image of a world-class scientist. To most of them, he was just another wealthy young man with a powerful background. Kurt must be exaggerating, they thought. But Kurt smiled knowingly. "I know he looks too young, but geniuses don't always fit the mold. Think of Tony Stark. He was inventing groundbreaking tech in his 20s. My boss is the same kind of talent." His words carried no flattery, only sincerity. The atmosphere shifted. The crowd's skepticism gave way to a newfound respect. Peter leaned forward, firing off one complex biology question after another. His passion was obvious, and some of his questions touched on obscure, cutting-edge topics. Suluo answered each one calmly and precisely, his explanations clear and concise. By the end, Peter's eyes practically glowed. "Mr. Luo, you're incredible. Even the toughest questions, your answers make everything click. I really believe you're a master in biology now." He hesitated, then added, "I heard Osborne Corporation's been struggling lately, maybe even facing bankruptcy. But after meeting you, I don't believe that anymore. I think Osborne will only rise higher." Kurt laughed. "Boss, this kid's sharp. Maybe we should save him a spot at the company." Suluo nodded. "When you get to university, Peter, you're welcome to work part-time at Osborne Biotech." Peter's face lit up. "I'll work hard. I'll definitely make it in." Suluo smiled. "You're also welcome to visit the company anytime." At that moment, Peter's friend Ned spoke up. "Actually, our class is visiting Osborne Biotech this Friday evening." Peter nodded in agreement. Suluo froze. Friday evening? That was when the hand was scheduled to deliver the treasure at the pier. Two major events colliding at the same time. Suluo hadn't expected this coincidence. Friday evening. The very night Peter Parker was destined to be bitten by the radioactive spider at Osborne Corporation. The very night the hand planned to deliver their treasure at the docks. Two pivotal events colliding at once. Part of Sue Luo wanted to witness Peter's transformation into Spider-Man, but curiosity about the hand's mysterious cargo won out. He couldn't afford to miss that. After a few more pleasantries, Sue Luo ended the conversation with Peter and Aunt May, then quietly took his leave. Peter's room. Ned flopped onto Peter's bed, eyes wide. Dude, I can't believe the boss of Osborn is that young. And that good-looking. Peter's excitement only grew. More than that, he's a genius. A super genius. And he's loaded. He's like Iron Man. Ned smirked. So you've got a new idol now? Peter nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, my number one idol will always be Tony Stark. No one can top him. But Mr. Lee Luo, he's definitely on the list. Ned leaned back. Well, Stark's still recognized as the smartest man alive. Peter countered without hesitation. Sure, but if Mr. Lee Luo keeps going, by the time he's Stark's age, his achievements might rival Stark's. Ned frowned. I heard Osborn's struggling, though. They might not make it. Peter shook his head firmly. No, after today, I believe they'll survive. They'll rise again. Their talk drifted towards school matters, and soon the room filled with laughter. Sue Luo's safe house. After leaving Aunt May's, Sue Luo returned to his safe house. Once Kurt and the driver had gone their separate ways, he retreated to the basement. He plugged a USB drive into the computer. On it were Richard Parker's experimental logs and research notes. The deeper he read, the more fascinated he became. Richard had conducted thousands of experiments, quantifying gene expression in spider glands using qPCR, screening countless variations, and narrowing down to 354 candidate genes, 127 of which showed strong homology with human protein transcripts. These included kinases, proteases, dehydrogenases, acetyltransferases, enzymes that held enormous genetic potential. Through relentless trial and error, Richard discovered an evolutionary mechanism that could shuffle and recombine hundreds of genes, producing a balance of sequence polymorphism 10 times greater than ordinary DNA. That breakthrough led him to a complete super spider genome, a blueprint capable of granting humans extraordinary powers. Sue Luo leaned back, whispering to himself. Richard really was a genius. It took countless hours, persistence, and sheer brilliance to reach this point. Hours turned into a full day, then another half. Sue Luo's eyes reddened, his hair unkempt, but he never stopped. His healing ability and stamina allowed him to endure the non-stop study until finally he closed the last file and smiled faintly. Finished. All of it. He had memorized Richard's entire body of work. The catch. But there was a problem. Richard hadn't just created the genome. He had locked it with his own genes. By fusing his DNA with spider sequences, he ensured that only his direct relatives could successfully inherit the spider ability. The altered spiders, the so-called extraordinary spiders, were less creatures than they were biological gene devices. Living, mobile vectors designed to inject Richard's genetic sequence into a compatible host. For anyone outside his bloodline, the lock was absolute. Sue Luo exhaled slowly. So, I can't use Richard's sequence. But instead of discouragement, curiosity sparked in his eyes. He didn't need to replicate Richard's locked ability. The notes gave him the method. The database contained tens of thousands of spider genomes. With his memory and reasoning ability, he could engineer his own sequence, one designed for his genes. Then another thought struck him. Go Spider, Gwen. Peter's power made sense. He was Richard's son. But Gwen? She had no blood connection. By Richard's rules, she shouldn't have spider abilities at all. Sue Luo frowned, tapping the table lightly. Where did Gwen's power come from? Another lab? Another genius who cracked the genome? The question lingered, unsolved. He made a note to investigate later. For now, one fact remained. Richard's genome sequence, though groundbreaking, wasn't perfect. Sue Luo leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he reread a highlighted section. There was a hidden danger buried inside the spider genome. This hidden danger is actually the same as the side effects of the lizard serum. That is, becoming a mutant monster. Once Kurt's lizard serum is used, it will turn people into lizard-like creatures. The hidden danger of the super spider sequence genome is the same, except it turns people into spider-like monsters. The reason it is called a hidden danger is because certain conditions need to be triggered. Wildness needs to suppress rationality, and the unstable sequence genome in the body needs to erupt in order to become a spider-like monster. This is also where the sequence genome of the super spider is more advanced than Kurt's lizard serum technology. It is also Richard's ability. He has found an excellent balance point. According to Richard's calculations, as long as the spider ability is not used excessively, the hidden danger will not be triggered for a dozen or 20 years. Moreover, after becoming a monster, if one's will is strong enough, a special judgment will be completed, causing the genome to undergo a special change that will eliminate the instability of the sequence genome in the body, thus achieving the complete elimination of the hidden danger. Regarding this, Su Luo murmured, "With a strong will, the genome can undergo a special change and eliminate instability. As long as I find the equation for this special change and make it specific, I can directly find the new sequence genome after the special change. In this way, there will be no hidden danger. But this will take time, and experiments are needed to verify it. Richard's sequence genome hidden danger cannot be triggered in a short period of time. It is impossible to trigger it in 3 to 5 years. And to solve this hidden danger, I only need a few weeks. So, resolving the hidden danger is not the top priority. The top priority is to develop my own super spider sequence genome." Su Luo took a short rest and recovered. Then he entered a state of frenzied research again. This Su Luo has become obsessed with the feeling of constantly learning, researching, and expanding his knowledge and abilities. With every bit of knowledge gained, he feels a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, especially conquering those unknown things. It makes him even more fascinated. Seeking truth, pursuing power for Su Luo, it has become a very enjoyable thing. Next, most of Su Luo's time is spent analyzing Wolverine's entire genome and studying his own super spider sequence genome. During this time, because Su Luo has been researching Wolverine's genome, it is almost coming to an end. He has basically deciphered the entire genome of Wolverine's self-healing ability. One day later, in the basement, on the computer, there are locked red genomes, indicating that they have not been deciphered yet. Su Luo stared at the screen, frantically typing on the keyboard, constantly inputting various equations and data. With the continuous input of these equations and data, one by one, the red genomes turned green, indicating successful deciphering. As Su Luo's brain spun rapidly and he continued to input, he struck the final key. In an instant, all the red genomes on the screen turned green. The deciphering of Wolverine's self-healing ability is complete. Su Luo excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, "It's done." During this time, Su Luo's brain has hardly rested, constantly working at high speed, deciphering Wolverine's entire genome. Finally, he has completed the decryption. This moment, Su Luo's chest is filled with a sense of accomplishment, making him excited and happy. Su Luo exhaled, finally completed the analysis of Wolverine's self-healing ability. "Next, I will replicate it on myself." After saying that, Su Luo began the actual operation. He directly walked toward a separate glass operating room, entered the room of the skinny thief. Because the other party has already undergone gene editing once, adding part of Wolverine's self-healing ability. So this time, he just needs to complete it. By then, extract the special self-healing serum with the built-in gene editing function from the other party and inject it into his body. Su Luo learned this method of self-healing serum from Richard. Richard fused the corresponding sequence genome into the extraordinary spider, and through a special method, used the extraordinary spider to inject this mature sequence genome into the human body. However, Su Luo made the corresponding genome of self-healing ability into a special serum, which is fused into the body through intravenous injection, automatically reacting to carry out gene editing and integration, finally achieving the effect of granting self-healing ability. Seeing Su Luo coming in, the skinny man shivered in fear, his eyes filled with terror. He quickly shook his head, whimpering and begging not to be experimented on by Su Luo. But Su Luo completely ignored him. He directly started his own actions and operated the complex instrument next to him. He began to modify nucleases through genetic engineering. Nucleases, also known as molecular scissors. These molecular scissors can produce site-specific double-strand breaks, DSB, at specific locations in the genome, inducing organisms to repair DSB through non-homologous end joining, HYDRA, or homologous recombination, HR. Because this repair process is prone to errors, it leads to targeted mutations. This targeted mutation is gene editing. Therefore, Su Luo is creating a surgical knife for gene editing. Su Luo genetically modified 4 different types of nucleases: meganucleases, zinc finger nucleases, transcription activator-like effector nucleases, and clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeat systems. The reason why Su Luo chose these 4 nucleases instead of using common restriction enzymes is that restriction enzymes are effective in cutting DNA, but they usually recognize and cut at multiple sites, resulting in poor specificity. The other 4 enzymes can overcome this shortcoming. So Su Luo needs to use these 4 different surgical knives to better achieve gene editing. Su Luo is working extremely seriously, carrying out precise molecular engineering modifications to the molecular scissors. Time passes. Finally, Su Luo completed the molecular scissors. He looked at the skinny man and began to use the molecular scissors to carry out targeted mutations, that is, gene editing, granting him the complete version of Wolverine's self-healing ability. According to the decoded genome, Su Luo began to re-edit the DNA of the skinny person. He was fully focused and carefully carried out targeted mutations, as if avoiding off-target effects, which would indicate editing failures and preventing toxic reactions. Time passed by. Sweat beads appeared on Su Luo's forehead, but he remained extremely focused. The targeted mutations proceeded in an orderly manner. Definitely, accidents were inevitable during the process, but Su Luo resolved them one by one. Finally, the experiment came to an end. Su Luo completed the final editing. After finishing all this, Su Luo let out a sigh of relief and wiped away his sweat, saying, "Finally done." His eyes were filled with joy. Next, it's time to test whether this self-healing ability has reached the level of Wolverine. After a while, Su Luo began testing the ability. As a result, the room once again echoed with painful cries. Various injuries appeared on the skinny person's body again, ranging from minor to severe, including cutting off hands and legs and other series of tests. While conducting the tests, Su Luo recorded relevant data. Cutting the epidermis only takes 15 seconds to heal. Consistent with the clone, meets the standard. Cutting the deltoid muscle takes only 60 seconds to heal. Consistent with the clone, meets the standard. Cutting the anterior tibial muscle takes only 55 seconds to heal. Consistent with the clone, meets the standard. With each piece of data and each standard met, the joy in Su Luo's eyes grew stronger. The last piece of data also met the standard. In other words, this experiment was a perfect success. He successfully replicated Wolverine's powerful self-healing ability. Done. It took me so much time, but I finally replicated it. Next, it's time to extract the special serum and then make some edits to turn it into a special gene editor. When I inject it into my body, I will gain the self-healing ability. He acted swiftly. This moment went by quickly. Before long, he completed the task. A bottle of pale red special serum was made. After Su Luo extracted the bottle of special serum, the skinny person lost his healing ability because the special genome had been extracted. It was packaged in the serum. He took a deep breath and then injected the bottle of special serum into his own body. Soon, Su Luo felt his whole body filled with vitality. His cells seemed to be cheering and jumping, as if containing boundless vitality. He used a transmission electron microscope to observe his own body. The transmission electron microscope used an electron beam as a new light source to image objects. It could be used to conduct in-depth research on various aspects of the structure or the relationship between structure and function of samples, allowing for the observation of more subtle and internal things. Through the transmission electron microscope, he could clearly see the flow of self-healing factors, almost identical to the clone. In addition to granting people this self-healing ability, the self-healing factors could greatly delay the aging process of the human body. He tested his cells with the instrument, and it showed that his cells were full of vitality, reaching their peak state. Most importantly, his lifespan had greatly extended. Based on his calculations, he now had at least 300 to 400 years of life. His lifespan had multiplied several times over the original. 300 to 400 years. That was roughly the lifespan of a dynasty. And in the past 200 years, his appearance would not age at all. He would always maintain his current youthful state. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very good, a powerful self-healing ability and several hundred years of life." Then he proceeded with gene sequencing, and the genome related to the self-healing ability was completely identical to the one he edited. He successfully transferred the complete version of the self-healing ability. Su Luo took out a scalpel and made a cut on himself, and the healing speed was completely up to standard. A long wound healed very quickly. He conducted various tests on wounds. If someone witnessed all this, they would definitely consider Su Luo a mad scientist or even an evil scientist. Shortly after, Su Luo was covered in blood stains, sweating profusely, and his eyes were bloodshot. Finally succeeded. Su Luo let out a long breath. Then he left the operating room, leaving behind the terrified and trembling skinny person. At this moment, the skinny person's lips turned pale, and his eyes seemed to be popping out, trembling uncontrollably. He swore that he had never seen Su Luo as terrifying as he was now. This guy was definitely not human. Even the most terrifying devil couldn't compare to him. Between his trembling throat, he kept murmuring, "Monster! Monster!" It is evident that the skinny person's mental state seems to be somewhat poor. Su Luo left the operating room and returned to his own biology laboratory. He clicked on the screen, and immediately a medical plan popped up. Gene editing optimization for congenital heart disease and asthma. This is a gene editing treatment plan he made while working on the Wolverine and Spider ability after enhancing gene editing technology. By then, the problems on Elizabeth's body can be solved. Immediately, he closed this plan. He looked at the computer screen on the other side. It was filled with various data, all of which were his continuous matching tests on those spider genes, selecting the most suitable genome for him. Progress was very fast. He had already completed half of the workload. Tomorrow, he would be able to select the most suitable genome for himself. He would be able to obtain the spider ability. Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation arose in his heart. However, Su Luo did not continue his research, but stood up. He checked the time. It was already early Friday morning. Today was the day the Han Society's treasure arrived at the dock, and it was also a good time to relax his mind. After using his brain for so long, he felt a bit muddled. He shook his head. Su Luo prepared to go to the scene first and check it out. He looked at the blood stains on his body. Then he touched his messy hair and said, "I've been busy for so long. I'll take a shower and have breakfast before leaving." Immediately, he went upstairs. He washed himself thoroughly and then had a breakfast that was not delicious but nutritionally adequate. Afterwards, he set off. Not long after, Su Luo arrived at the dock, the New Jersey port in New York, a fully automated dock. Located at the Atlantic Gateway of the Panama Canal, it is the largest port in the New York Bay Area. Compared to other ports on the east coast of North America, this port has more inland and overseas freight routes. A large number of huge containers were placed on the dock, and various mechanized cranes manipulated these containers. Su Luo stood on a container and could also see the Statue of Liberty not far away. Suluo took out some mechanical buttons and said, "Let's start my reconnaissance work." Whoosh! Suluo leaped down and began to move quickly in the vast dock. It took quite a while. Suluo stopped by the river, his body covered in sweat, his back soaked. The reconnaissance is complete. I'll come and take a look when the time comes tonight. I wonder what kind of treasure these guys are transporting. Something that grants immortality? Or something that brings people back to life? Or something else? Suluo then left the dock. In the evening, Suluo went to the dock again. An anonymous email was sent to the computer in the safe house. "It's me, Claw. We've been discovered by HYDRA, and little E and I are running for our lives." In the evening, Suluo came to the dock again. Definitely, it was a bit earlier than the scheduled time. After all, it was impossible to do reconnaissance. Suluo was currently unaware of the fact that an anonymous email was received by the computer in the safe house. His attention was focused on what was in front of him, because according to the information obtained, the goods would arrive soon. Suluo checked the time. There was still more than 10 minutes before the goods arrived. Suluo was still very curious. Just at this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Suluo frowned and was about to take out his phone. At this moment, whoosh, 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 figures came from all directions and leaped onto the containers. 7 or 8 people dressed as ninjas surrounded Suluo. One of them sneered and spoke in a low and powerful voice. "Are you waiting for the Hand Society's treasure?" Final chapter. Official release at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Please subscribe. This book doesn't have a system. It relies on the protagonist's continuous learning and research to improve himself. The pace is not as aggressive as system novels, and I have put a lot of effort into researching biology to make the story more realistic. This is also my first attempt at writing this type of novel, something I've always wanted to write to challenge myself. Because it's my first attempt, I'm really unsure. I don't know if the readers on Felu will accept this type of novel. It will be released tomorrow, and tomorrow will be the test of my efforts. To be honest, I'm really unsure. I'm afraid that most readers won't accept it. The opponent's movements were so light that Suluo barely heard any sound before the opponent approached. It was as if they really had light kung fu skills. Suluo couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is this what a ninja is like, making almost no sound? It's perfect for doing sneaky things. Is this a secret technique of the Hand-in-Hand Society? At that moment, Suluo became slightly interested in the secret techniques of the Hand-in-Hand Society. After hearing the opponent's words, Suluo calmly said, "I'm just a passerby. I have no idea what you're talking about." Calm and indifferent, as if really telling the truth. Being able to calmly and indifferently spout nonsense like this, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we might actually believe you. One of the ninjas sneered, a passerby lurking on top of a container, watching our predetermined meeting place with eyes full of anticipation. And would a passerby cover themselves up so tightly? Would they carry a shield on their back? Would they have a gun strapped to their waist? They looked at Suluo's attire, with a hood on his head and a mask covering his mouth, making it impossible to see his appearance. Behind him, there was also a gray steel shield. His waist seemed bulging, as if carrying several guns or other weapons. Suluo glanced at the blades on the opponent's waist and said, "I'm a person who lacks a sense of security. I like to carry something with me wherever I go." Suluo's hand had already started trembling, and before the opponent charged at him, he silently reached into his collar, feeling around and preparing. From their skills and movements, Suluo understood that these guys were seasoned warriors, born killers and warlords, and their physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Even if he faced them head-on, he would have to endure some hardships. Upon hearing Suluo's words, the opponent coldly snorted, still trying to argue. Ninjas grasped the handles of their blades at their waists, one by one, and said, "Where did you take those 3 unlucky bastards? It's been a few days, and they haven't come back. Do you think we wouldn't be vigilant? Do you think we would still keep this as the meeting point? Do you think we wouldn't change the location? Tell us, What did you do to those 3 unlucky bastards? And who are you? A member of the True Purity Society? Have you been targeting us for a long time? What other plans do you have? How long have you been brewing your plans? The True Purity Society, the archenemy of the Hand-in-Hand Society, was also a ninja organization, but they belonged to the side of justice. He shook his head and said, I'm just a passerby, completely unrelated to your conflicts. Su Luo's words are really true. Whether it's the Hand Association or the True Pure Association, they have nothing to do with him. Coming here is just to visit the treasures and see if there is an opportunity. In addition, Su Luo doesn't want to take action. After all, if he can avoid it, he won't take action. This can save him some equipment and avoid wasting some elixirs. You're still trying to argue. We will make you speak. The other party's voice was cold. With a wave of his hand, all the ninjas around rushed toward Su Luo. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp katanas were drawn out, shining silver under the moonlight with a cold light flowing. Seeing this, Su Luo tightened his grip on what he held in his hand. If there is a way to heaven, you don't take it. If there is no way to hell, you come on your own. Seeing this, Su Luo couldn't help shaking his head. They gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. If the other party simply retreats, nothing will happen, at least not for now. But since the other party rushed up like this, Su Luo can only send them on their way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures shot out and rushed toward Su Luo. Cold light drew arcs in the air, chilling to the bone. The movements were incredibly light, almost without any sound, like invisible assassins in the dark night. Su Luo raised his hand, and mechanical buttons shot out instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They rushed towards those ninjas, seeing the flying hidden weapons. Those ninjas all shifted their bodies slightly, preemptively avoiding the shooting hidden weapons. In the eyes of the ninjas, there was a trace of disdain for Su Luo's methods. As masters of hidden weapons, they have an innate defense against hidden weapons and know how to avoid them. Thinking of using hidden weapons to hit them is simply wishful thinking, just as they had just deviated from the predetermined trajectory of the flying hidden weapons. A faint electric arc burst out from those hidden weapons. Immediately, the flight trajectory of those mechanical buttons quickly changed. Suddenly, they made a sharp 90-degree turn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Changing direction, they rushed towards the ninjas' steel blades. Seeing the scene, the disdain the ninjas' eyes instantly froze, then turned into shock. Almost everyone widened their eyes at the same time, their pupils trembling, watching this scene in disbelief. What? Because the ninjas only slightly shifted and dodged the original trajectory of the buttons. The distance between them and the buttons was relatively close. So when the buttons suddenly turned and flew towards the blades, they didn't have time to react at all. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp metal hitting sounds rang out. One by one, the mechanical buttons stuck to the steel blades. Seeing the buttons on the steel blades, the ninjas were all shocked, feeling a trace of fear and dread in their hearts. They understood that these mechanical buttons were definitely very dangerous. They quickly let go of their hands, wanting to throw away the blades. But it was too late. One by one, the pocket-sized mechanical buttons suddenly exploded. Powerful electric currents burst out, instantly filling the entire blade, enveloping the ninjas. Moans and groans filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the ninjas fell to the ground, smoking, with traces of electric current coming out. Su Luo saw this and gave a belated reminder. These buttons have a powerful electromagnetic force and will move towards the nearest steel. Furthermore, these buttons have a strong electric shock effect. Even if someone has exceptional physical fitness, they can still be stunned. After the incident with the Rhino Man in the previous battle, Su Luo strengthened his mechanical buttons once again. He added a small iron core inside the powerful electroshock buttons, wrapped with a conductive coil that matched its power. When electrified, the conductive coil would generate a magnetic field like a magnet, possessing a strong electromagnetic function. Everyone has some iron objects on them, to some extent. As long as the timing is right, the enemy can be better targeted. Definitely. Not all the ninjas on the scene fell. The ninja who waved his hand did not rush towards Su Luo and was not attacked by the electric shock buttons. He looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes almost popping out. He never expected that Su Luo would possess such powerful high-tech weapons. Ooh, who are you? You definitely aren't a true shinobi. True shinobi rarely use these mechanical gadgets. True shinobi also belong to the ninja, belong to the warriors. They mostly rely on cold weapons for combat. Su Luo slowly walked toward the ninja, just an unknown passerby who wanted to see what treasures you guys brought, a bit curious. The remaining ninja, in fact, was intentionally left by Su Luo, because he wanted to extract some information from the other party's mouth. The ninja sneered. It seems like you might have accidentally gotten involved. But once you're involved, life and death are no longer up to you. Whoosh! He shot towards Su Luo, almost quickly reaching Su Luo's vicinity. A clang. A cold light flashed. The ninja drew the sword from his waist. As long as I get close to you, we are within the range of the electric shock. You will have to be cautious. Without those high-tech gadgets, killing you would be as simple as killing a chicken or a dog. He coldly laughed, and the sharp katana slashed towards Su Luo. The blade was fast, like a beam of light towards Su Luo. Clang! Su Luo took off his shield and easily caught the opponent's blade. Sparks flew. The speed of defending with the shield was extremely fast. The ninja on the opposite side looked surprised, slightly sucked in a breath. Your speed, because Su Luo's speed was even faster than his. It's important to note that he had been enhanced by secret techniques. Su Luo blocked the blade, then directly used brute force to press down on the blade, colliding with the opponent. Facing a group of ninjas might give him a headache, might cause him some injuries. But if it was just one ninja, although their speed might be faster, it wouldn't be faster than him, and their strength wouldn't be much higher than an ordinary person. In terms of physical fitness, he completely overwhelmed them. So, taking down one ninja was an easy task for him. The formidable and inhuman giant force charged towards the ninja. Feeling the unstoppable and astonishing power, the ninja's pupils trembled. Damn it! Who is this guy? This power is too strong. Bang! The ninja was directly smashed onto the ground, emitting a painful groan. His head throbbed with pain, and the whole world seemed to blur. Su Luo kicked away the opponent's weapons, handcuffed his hands, and lifted him up like a little chick. Su Luo spoke. Tell me, what did you guys transport? What did you change the location and time to? Also, how were you able to move almost silently? Is it some kind of secret technique from the Hand Association? The ninja coldly looked at Su Luo and said, Don't expect to get a word out of my mouth. Su Luo calmly said, I want to give it a try. After speaking, he put the shield back on his back. He stepped to the side. A katana flew up into the air and was caught by Su Luo in an instant. Just as Su Luo was about to make a move, the ninja's pupils suddenly contracted, then lost their light. His head tilted, and white foam poured out his mouth. He committed suicide. Seeing this, Su Luo let out a breath and said, The members of the Hand Association are ruthless. Even their suicides are so clean. It seems that the Hand Association's ninjas are ready to die at any time, just like death warriors. Psst. Su Luo directly severed the opponent's head, completing the final blow. He looked at the other ninjas lying on the ground, all unconscious. He murmured, Just leave one, kill the rest. After speaking, he walked over. Psst. Psst. The sharp blade cut off the heads of these ninjas. At the same time, he searched their bodies, hoping to find something valuable. Unfortunately, there was nothing, except for some poisoned hidden weapons. In the end, one ninja was left. He planned to take him home for interrogation. Just at that moment, buzz! The phone rang again. A buzzing sound filled the air. It was an alarm. It was the alarm button he used for perception. When he came to scout this morning, he had placed alarm buttons in various corners of the dock. This way, he could control the situation of the entire dock. When a ninja had just arrived, the phone vibrated once, alerting him. He took out his phone directly. A small program popped up, showing the topography of the dock. On the map, there were several green dots scattered along the dock's shore. At this moment, on the other side of the dock, one green dot turned into a red dot, and it was still vibrating. This meant that someone was nearby. He quickly clicked on one of the red dots. Instantly, a surveillance video appeared. Inside the camera, a boat was approaching. On the shore, there were several ninjas and some gang members. Judging from their appearance, they were ninjas from the Hand Association and the gang members below. Suluo looked at the video and said, "So they changed the location to the other side of the dock and slightly adjusted the time. It seems that I haven't missed the Hand Association's treasure. Before going over, I'll deal with this ninja in front of me first. I can't let him die just like that. I still want to extract some information from his mouth." After speaking, he put the previous pair of magnetic handcuffs on the other person and used a button with a neurotoxin. Very good. Now I don't have to worry about this guy escaping or committing suicide. He immediately jumped off the container and found a corner container to hide the ninja in. He was ready to come back later and take this guy away. All right, you can go now. Shortly after, on the other side of the dock, Suluo stood behind a taller container, looking ahead. The ship had already arrived at the shore. The container had just been brought to the shore. He glanced to the side and saw two figures not far away on another container. An old man and a man wearing a red-type battle suit with a red mask. Seeing the two, Suluo immediately recognized their identities. Daredevil and his master, Stick. Stick was a top martial arts master with extraordinary fighting ability. Daredevil was also one of his most outstanding disciples. However, their relationship was not very good. Stick treated enemies cruelly and decisively, advocating the abandonment of weak emotions. Daredevil, on the other hand, advocated not killing. The two had ideological conflicts. Seeing this, Suluo thought to himself, I didn't expect Daredevil to be here too. That's right, after all, Daredevil and the Hand are archenemies. It's normal for him to appear here. He took a glance at Daredevil's side. Then he withdrew his gaze. He looked at that container. It seemed that the thing was inside this container. I wonder what the Hand has transported. Clang! The container was slowly opened. Inside, there was a bald boy sitting cross-legged, wearing a robe like a monk's robe. In front of him, there was an exquisite red wooden box. A gang member carefully picked up the wooden box. These gang members were all Asians and had a connection with the Hand, obviously members of a Japanese gang. The leader of the gang was burly and had an air of authority between his eyebrows. He waved his hand. Two gang members quickly went forward to support the closed-eyed little monk. Suluo raised an eyebrow and looked at the exquisite wooden box. Is this the treasure transported by the Hand? It should contain something valuable, judging by the exquisite wooden box. And who is this little child? The illegitimate child of a high-ranking member of the Hand. To be able to be sent along with the wooden box, his identity must not be ordinary. While Suluo was pondering, Daredevil also took action. Stick held a bow and arrow and shot at the people in front of him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Very accurate, and with great force, easily shooting the bodies of those gang members. Damn it! We have enemies. Kill them. Some gang members quickly drew their guns and shot towards that direction. Some pulled out their blades and rushed towards Daredevil, engaging in a fight. Soon, a group of people surrounded Daredevil and Stick, launching an attack. It has to be said, Daredevil and Stick's close combat abilities were extremely powerful, not falling behind at all when facing a group of people. Suluo watched their combat abilities with narrowed eyes, realizing that their close combat abilities were even better than his. He understood that they were at the level of top martial arts masters. His gaze returned to the wooden box again. He had a strong feeling that there must be something good inside. Just as he was getting restless, the little monk suddenly opened his eyes completely black, without any whites. He looked at Suluo. Their gazes collided. In this moment, Suluo felt a hint of cold darkness and a dangerous aura. It seemed that what was looking at him was not a little boy, but a monster in the darkness. At this moment, Su Luo suddenly understood. Perhaps the most precious thing that the Han Society wanted to transport was the little novice monk. Perhaps the contents of the wooden box were valuable, but for the Han Society, the most important thing should be this strange boy. Su Luo furrowed his brows slightly. What exactly is this little boy? Just at this moment, after the stick old man repelled the two, he pulled his bow again. He aimed at the little novice monk. Daredevil seemed to perceive something, and he rushed towards the stick old man, grabbing at him. You promised me that you would only target the wicked. Why would you target an innocent child? Stop. Due to Daredevil's actions, the stick old man's arrow was shot slightly off target. Swoosh! An arrow flew horizontally, towards the direction of the little novice monk. Just as it was about to hit the little novice monk's shoulder, it seemed that an invisible force surged out, slightly bending the trajectory of the arrow. Pust! The arrow hit the person behind who was holding the wooden box, and with a scream, that person fell to the ground. At this moment, the little novice monk suddenly clenched his fists. In an instant, the speed and strength of the ninjas and gang members were enhanced. Together with the experienced gang members, they began to suppress Daredevil and the two, forcing them to retreat. This scene was all seen by Su Luo. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this also a secret technique of the Han Society? The leader of the gang pulled out a knife. A few of you protect me. Quickly leave this place. A few of you go and retrieve the box. He protected the little novice monk, and a few gang members surrounded him, firmly blocking the little novice monk. A few of them quickly left. Before leaving, the little novice monk's gaze fell on Su Luo. 077, as if there was some treasure on Su Luo. They turned around to retrieve the wooden box. When Su Luo saw this, he instantly made a move. He wanted this wooden box. Swoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, he leaped down from the container and headed straight for the wooden box. Seeing someone about to pick up the wooden box, he took off his shield and threw it. Bang! Instantly, the person was blasted away. The shield flew back into his hand, and he had already arrived at the scene. A few Japanese gang members drew their swords and attacked Su Luo. HYDRA! Su Luo swung his shield and fought against them. These people indeed had been strengthened, their strength and speed surpassing that of ordinary people. Su Luo's eyes brightened. It's truly amazing. How did they achieve this? I really want to dissect them. Perhaps I should leave one alive. Although the gang members had been strengthened, they still had a considerable gap compared to Su Luo. Hearing Su Luo say that he wanted to dissect them, and seeing his eyes light up, the gang members all felt a chill down their spines. Immediately, they all became furious. Just with you alone, you think you can deal with us? Wishful thinking. We now possess huge amounts of power. Get ready to die. The few of them tightly gripped their katanas and shouted loudly, raising their blades. Witness our Japanese-style Iaido. However, Su Luo's movements were even faster. After testing their strength, his hand directly reached for his waist. The dark steel barrel swept past the few people in front of him. If I were to use American-style Iaido, how would you respond? He quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle smoked. The few people in front, for the most part, were shot in the forehead and stiffened in place. Immediately, there was a loud crash as it hit the ground. Only one member of the gang remained, standing still in place, fearfully looking at the gun in Su Luo's hand. Seeing Su Luo pointing the gun at him, he trembled and quickly dropped the knife in his hand. How should he respond? Surrender directly. The gang member's lips trembled as he looked at Su Luo's gun, his eyes filled with unwillingness and grievances. We agreed to a close combat with bayonets, but you didn't play fair and pulled out a gun. Su Luo looked satisfied with the gun in his hand and said, Sometimes this thing is more convenient. He walked forward and excitedly picked up the red wooden box from the ground. Finally, he had obtained this red wooden box. It must contain some valuable treasure that the Hand Association wanted to transport. Looking at the gang member, Su Luo asked, What was that bald kid just now? And what is in the wooden box in my hand? The gang member quickly replied, I don't know. I'm just a thug in the gang. The hand association wouldn't let us know what they transport. We just follow orders and do things. Su Luo looked at the gang member and could infer from his micro-expressions and demeanor that he was indeed not lying. So Su Luo pulled the trigger in his hand. The man fell to the ground, blood gushing from his forehead. Since that's the case, then you're worthless. Su Luo looked toward the other side. The Night Devil and his apprentice were fighting hard. However, they were clearly no match for the strengthened enemies. Their bodies were accumulating injuries, and their movements were becoming sluggish. Su Luo looked at the strengthened ninjas and said, "If we can capture a strengthened ninja and interrogate them about the hand association, that would be great. If we can extract the secrets of the hand association's techniques, even better. Also, the old man with the staff should know something about the wooden box in my hand and the strange boy." And Su Luo also wanted to learn the meditation healing technique from the Night Devil and his apprentice. Through meditation, he could accelerate the healing of wounds. This would further enhance his self-healing ability. This was something he had long wanted to obtain. Definitely, if possible, he also hoped to learn the top martial arts skills from the two of them. Su Luo immediately took action. He rushed toward the other side. He raised his hand and directly fired at the easily targeted individuals. Bang, bang, bang. Several people on the periphery were directly shot dead. Seeing Su Luo, the remaining people quickly shouted, "Kill him!" The people fighting against the Night Devil and his group mostly dispersed and rushed towards Su Luo. After all, the Night Devil and his apprentice were already seriously injured and couldn't handle too many people. On the contrary, Su Luo quickly dealt with several people, making him the most troublesome presence. Several ninjas rushed towards Su Luo. Their movements were extremely agile. Even if Su Luo fired, they could dodge it. Several strengthened ninjas, along with a group of strengthened gang members, were not something Su Luo could easily ignore and deal with. In addition, the electric shock buttons were mostly depleted when dealing with those ninjas just now, so he couldn't use the same method on them. And the neurotoxin buttons might not hit the target, so he could only engage in close combat. Thinking of this, Su Luo muttered, "It seems that I can only go all out in this wave, endure some damage." Thinking of this, he burst out and rushed towards the opponents, holding the shield. He fought against those enemies with a fierce and decisive fighting style. Using the shield, he easily severed the head of a gang member and broke the arm of another gang member. At the same time, he was constantly being attacked from all directions. Blades cut across his body, blood flowing, and pain appeared. Definitely, because of the shield, Su Luo blocked most of the fierce attacks. At the same time, the wounds under his clothes were rapidly healing. So Su Luo's offensive did not diminish in the slightest due to the increasing wounds on his body, still fierce and powerful. The more he fought, the more the opponents became frightened and fearful. Damn it, is this guy a monster? Why does he have so many injuries but no impact on his condition? Yes, after being stabbed so many times, logically speaking, I shouldn't be able to hold on. At the very least, my movements should be slower. What the hell is going on here? The pain made Su Luo frown. At the same time, it also triggered his ferocity. Bang! The violent shield directly crushed the head of a ninja, just like smashing a watermelon. The shield was thrown, bouncing back and forth, instantly blasting away 3 people, cutting off one person's arm. At this moment, the enemy also seized Su Luo's opening. 2 blades directly pierced Su Luo's body. 1 blade pierced Su Luo's chest. 1 blade pierced Su Luo's abdomen. It was basically a fatal injury. Seeing this, the enemy's eyes were filled with joy. Very good, finally killed this guy. Now he won't survive. Well done. The edge of the shield in Su Luo's hand swept across. Pust, pust, instantly slitting the throats of 2 people. Warm blood splattered. Immediately, Su Luo put the shield back on his back. With a piss sound, he pulled out the 2 blades from his body and stood firmly in place. He didn't show any signs of falling down, completely unaffected. Seeing this scene, the people around all widened their eyes and looked at Su Luo. How is this possible? With such serious injuries, why is he still unharmed? Damn it, is this guy a zombie? His body has been pierced. Why can't he just collapse like an ordinary person? Daredevil and Stick in the distance also felt this scene, and their pupils contracted. They were also shocked by Sue Luo's condition. Daredevil swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is this really a human? Under such a terrifying, penetrating injury, he can still stand like this, and his breath and heartbeat are still very healthy and stable, completely like someone who hasn't been injured. How'd he do it? Stick also took a deep breath, his unseen pupils trembling. Daredevil coughed because of his serious injuries, spitting out blood, half kneeling on the ground. The enemy's attack came, and Stick barely helped to block it. On Sue Luo's side, he shot out with dual blades, slashing 3 people in a row, with no delay in his movements, flowing smoothly. In contrast, the enemy, due to continuous fighting and injuries, became slower in their movements, no longer as fierce and agile as before. The dual blades in Sue Luo's hands drew merciless and cold arcs in the air, taking away one life after another. After a few breaths, there was only one ninja left in front of Sue Luo, covered in blood and full of wounds. The opponent looked at Sue Luo, his pupils trembling. What kind of monster are you? The ninja felt a hint of fear in his heart. Facing someone who couldn't be killed, even a resolute ninja couldn't hold on. Sue Luo didn't respond. He rushed forward. The ninja wanted to resist, but Sue Luo was faster, and he didn't directly stab and kill the opponent, but dodged the opponent's attack. The hilt of the blade smashed into the back of the opponent's neck. Seeing that Sue Luo didn't kill him, the ninja was first stunned, then understood the meaning. The opponent wanted to capture him alive. Realizing this, the ninja immediately prepared to commit suicide. However, Sue Luo had already anticipated this, and his attack came first. Bang! The ninja was hit in the back of the neck and immediately fell unconscious. Sue Luo then used a nerve toxin button on the opponent's body. After finishing these tasks, he ran towards Daredevil. The gang members who were fighting Daredevil were completely terrified by Sue Luo's performance. They quickly tried to escape. Sue Luo quickly fired several shots and took down those few people. He immediately arrived in front of Daredevil and Stick. Daredevil and Stick quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Sue Luo waved his hand. It's nothing. I saved you guys because I wanted to ask something. After asking, we'll consider it even. How about it? Daredevil nodded. Stick coughed and coughed up some blood, his face slightly pale. He nodded. All right, go ahead and ask. You saved me, so I will answer truthfully. Sue Luo took out the wooden box in his hand. Do you know what this is for? Stick asked. Can you show it to me? Sue Luo handed over the wooden box. Stick took the wooden box and opened it. Suddenly, a piece of bone appeared, not knowing from what creature. But the bone was quite extraordinary, with a flowing fluorescence. Sue Luo didn't expect that the hand had actually transported a piece of bone. Stick looked at the bone. This is a piece of mysterious dragon bone, a treasure of the hand. I don't know what kind of dragon's bone it is. All I know is that the hand uses mysterious dragon bones to help people extend their lives. They use secret techniques in conjunction with the dragon bones. The ancient relics of the hand that have been living in the world have been using the dragon bones to continuously prolong their lives. Sue Luo knew that the hand had a method of prolonging life. He just didn't expect that they would use dragon bones. Sue Luo murmured, so it's a treasure for extending life. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. After all, who wouldn't want to increase their lifespan? Everyone wants to live forever, and Sue Luo is no exception. It's no wonder the hand sent so many people to take over. It is indeed a precious treasure. This harvest is quite good. He then asked, what about the little boy? I can sense a dark and cold aura from him. Stick handed the box back to Sue Luo. He nodded approvingly. Your perception is very accurate. That is an evil thing. But that is not a little boy. It is a little girl. She is a vessel for an evil demon. The hand is worshipping a demon a primitive demon called Beast, and Beast will continuously possess humans, giving them powerful evil powers. At the same time, they obtain bloody sacrifices from humans. And that vessel is called Black Void, and she will become the leader of the hand. Su Luo was taken aback. A girl? Seeing that the other party was a bald girl, he thought it was a little boy. Upon careful recollection, the figure was soft, indeed a girl. Beast! Su Luo knew that the hand was worshipping a demon, but he didn't know much about it. From Stick, he finally learned what demon the hand was worshipping. Su Luo said, "Sure enough, the girl is the most valuable in this shipment." In addition, before Black Void left, she constantly looked at him. Su Luo felt that his entanglement with the hand would not end here. Su Luo asked, "Why did Black Void suddenly open her eyes and keep watching me?" Stick said, "I don't know either. Maybe you're different from ordinary people, so she was interested in you." Su Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. "If I want to kill Beast, what should I do?" Stick shook his head. "Beast is a primitive demon, impossible to kill. But we can destroy its vessel, Black Void, and make Beast temporarily disappear from this world." Knowing that there is a way to deal with it, Su Luo nodded. As for being impossible to kill, there is nothing in this world that cannot be killed. If it can't be killed, it just means that the strength is not enough. Su Luo continued, "By the way, the movements of the Han Clan's ninjas are usually silent. Why is that? How do they manage to do it? Can you do it?" If the Stick Master also knew this technique, he would be ready to ask how the technique is used. Su Luo also really wanted this technique that could suppress sound. After all, if you want to sneak up on someone, this technique is really good, almost achieving true silence. The Stick Master shook his head and coughed. "I can't do it either. This is a technique of the Han Clan. It can even eliminate the sound of the heartbeat. Even someone with exceptional hearing, like him, can't hear the heartbeat of the opponent." Night Devil's chest heaved violently as he endured the intense pain in his body. He nodded slightly, indicating that the Stick Master was right. He indeed couldn't hear the heartbeat of those ninjas. Hearing this, Su Luo was stunned for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. He really didn't expect that this technique of the ninjas would even make the Night Devil unable to hear any sound. This was truly extraordinary. Although the Night Devil's physical abilities were not beyond that of an ordinary person, he was only at the limit of an ordinary person. But he possessed a terrifying perception ability, especially his hearing. It was his most remarkable ability. His hearing surpassed the limit, able to hear people's voices several blocks away or even farther. His hearing ability had reached an unimaginable level. Yet, such a person couldn't hear the heartbeat of a ninja just a few meters away. Su Luo spoke. "I didn't expect this technique to be so powerful." The Stick Master sighed. "Indeed, some of the Han Clan's techniques are truly extraordinary." He continued, "However, this technique has a flaw." Su Luo asked in confusion, "What flaw?" The Stick Master coughed again, coughing up some blood. Seeing the Stick Master in this state, Su Luo felt that if he kept asking without giving the other person a chance to heal, the Stick Master might not make it much longer. So he said, "Let's leave this place first and let you all recover." Both of them nodded. Su Luo turned around and walked towards the spot where he had just bled. He took out something resembling a smoke bomb from his waist. He immediately pulled the pin and threw the smoke bomb out. In an instant, a dark green gas surged out and rapidly spread in all directions. This was a special mist invented by Su Luo to contaminate the DNA in the blood outside the body. He didn't want his DNA to be obtained by others. After confirming that all the blood had been contaminated, Su Luo carried the ninja and led the two of them away. Definitely, he also took care of the hidden ninja along the way and retrieved the magnetic handcuffs from him. Soon, the three of them arrived at an abandoned old house. The Stick Master and the Night Devil began to treat their injuries. They sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, relaxed their bodies, and their breathing became even, containing a certain special frequency. Su Luo understood that both of them were using meditation to stabilize their injuries and speed up the recovery of their wounds. He carefully observed the two of them. He could clearly feel that the injuries on their bodies were quickly stabilizing. The wounds that were bleeding continuously were slowly clotting. Although it couldn't compare to his own healing speed, it was already very fast compared to their normal self-healing speed. This meditation healing method greatly improved their self-healing speed. Suluo narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing how this meditation healing method could enhance the body's self-healing speed and how it worked. But Su Luo understood that he needed to figure out this meditation healing method. After a while, the Stick Master and the Night Devil stabilized their injuries and opened their eyes. Su Luo asked, "How do you feel now?" The Stick Master replied, "Much better." "I am too," said Daredevil. Su Luo spoke up, "By the way, what is the flaw of that secret technique?" Daredevil also looked at the old man with the staff. He was very curious about this question. The old man with the staff said that flaw is breathing. Although they can almost eliminate the sound of heartbeat, making it completely inaudible, they still have extremely subtle breathing sounds. If you listen carefully, you can hear this flaw. Su Luo listened and nodded slightly. Breathing is the flaw. He muttered to himself, "If you don't breathe, would there be no flaw?" Definitely, Su Luo could not breathe. Even though he had a powerful self-healing ability, it didn't mean he didn't need to breathe fresh air. He also needed to breathe, but he was thinking about whether he could not breathe or greatly extend the way of holding his breath. The old man with the staff and Daredevil. Not breathe? Can people really not breathe? Suddenly, they felt that the mysterious person in front of them seemed to have a strange way of thinking. When others hear breathing as a flaw, they should think about how to solve the enemy through breathing. But this guy's first thought was actually to solve breathing, the basic element of human survival. Both the old man with the staff and Daredevil twitched their mouths. Hearing the words of the old man with the staff, Daredevil also fell into contemplation. After all, for him, he had been in a beaten state because he couldn't sense the presence of the ninja before. He had no way to deal with the Hand Clan ninjas at all. Now, he finally knew how to deal with these guys. Su Luo immediately asked the last question. "Can you teach me the healing method you just used?" The old man with the staff nodded. "Are you referring to the rapid self-healing through meditation?" "Definitely, you can. You saved me. And, as I said, I have no secrets from you." Su Luo suddenly felt that the old man with the staff was very pleasing to the eye. This old man was quite something. The old man with the staff asked, "Do you know meditation? Or have you tried it before?" Su Luo shook his head. He had never tried meditation before. The old man with the staff then said, "Meditation is not something that everyone can learn. Only a very small number of people can comprehend the essence of meditation and truly enter a meditative state. I'm not sure if you can learn it." Su Luo nodded. "Okay, you tell me, I'll give it a try." Immediately, the old man with the staff began to explain the self-healing method through meditation. According to the old man with the staff, the first thing to learn is a special meditation method. That is to enter a state of emptiness through a special breathing technique. And that special breathing technique is also very complex, but it has a sense of rhythm. However, it takes time to remember. It is a very wonderful state where one can feel oneself but also feel incredibly light, as if being alone in the world. In this state, one can clearly feel the pulsation of one's own cells, as if every cell is a heart, and as if every cell is breathing. After entering the meditative state, focus the attention on the wound, allowing the cells of the wound to adjust their pulsation rhythm to the same soothing and rhythmic frequency as breathing. Then, the wound will start to heal more quickly. The old man with the staff explained it seriously and demonstrated it. Su Luo also listened very attentively. Because of his strong understanding ability, Su Luo could accurately and clearly comprehend what the old man with the staff was saying. And he could accurately understand the demonstration the old man with the staff was doing. After going through it once, the old man with the staff said, "Meditation is very abstract for someone who has never been exposed to it. In general, it is difficult to understand it on the first try. This is a very normal phenomenon, even for him, who is extremely intelligent and has extraordinary abilities, it took me several explanations to barely understand the meaning. It took him a day and a half to enter the first meditative state. So, if you feel that you didn't understand, it's normal. You can ask me where you're confused, or I can explain it again. The old man with the staff wanted to say a few more words. The result revealed that the person in front of them had already sat cross-legged and started to attempt the special breathing technique, trying to enter a state of meditation. The old man with the stick was taken aback. He looked towards Daredevil beside him. Daredevil was also a bit confused. They had never seen someone start trying after listening to a simple explanation and demonstration. The old man with the stick looked at Daredevil, his mouth twitching. His eyes seemed to say, "Is this kid too impatient?" Daredevil nodded slightly, shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he would soon be frustrated and continue to seek guidance from him. Their attention was focused on Su Luo. Soon, they discovered that the other person's breathing was becoming even and quickly entered a certain special rhythm. Breathing evenly and rhythmically, extremely stable, it seemed very skilled, as if they had practiced it many times. The old man with the stick and Daredevil listened to Su Luo's rhythmic breathing. Their eyes widened. They looked at the mysterious person in front of them, wearing a hood and a mask. Both of them were almost dumbfounded. After all, such a complex breathing technique would take ordinary people a long time to master, but this person in front of them completely mastered it after just listening to the explanation once. This simply made the two of them feel terrified. The old man with the stick and Daredevil exchanged glances again. There was only one meaning in their eyes. That is, this guy must have practiced meditation. After all, who can remember such a complex breathing technique all at once? Even someone as talented as Daredevil couldn't do it. On Su Luo's side, after the old man with the stick explained it, he instantly remembered that special breathing technique. After all, the photographic memory ability was not only used for seeing, but also for listening. He vividly remembered every movement of the old man with the stick and the length of each breath interval. He was like a precise instrument, starting to simulate and replicate his breathing technique and state. With an incredibly strong focus, he began to replicate and simulate. Soon, Su Luo entered that special breathing technique. His breathing became extremely regular, and he felt a wonderful pulsation. After breathing for a while, he felt completely empty. It was a very strange feeling. In this state, he could clearly feel every cell in his body pulsating, all pulsating at the same frequency. He began to try to focus his attention on all the cells in a certain area of his body, using his attention to assimilate the pulsation of these cells. Let the pulsation rhythm of these cells follow his special breathing rhythm. Soon, the pulsation frequency of these cells was in sync with his breathing frequency. At the same time, he also discovered the activity of these cells had increased. Most importantly, the self-healing factor of the cells. It had actually increased. As he entered the special rhythm, these self-healing factors gradually increased and finally stabilized at 50%. 50%. It directly increased the effect by half. This amplification effect far exceeded Su Luo's imagination. After all, Wolverine's self-healing ability was already very amazing, and increasing it by half was even more abnormal. At this moment, Su Luo's calm and peaceful mind was shaken. He instantly exited the state of meditation. Then he saw the two men with the sticks staring at him with wide eyes. Clearly, both blind men had no light in their eyes. They were empty, but they were staring at him so intently. That appearance made Su Luo's heart skip a beat. Su Luo's eye twitched. What are you guys doing?" The old man with a stick forced a bitter smile. "You have learned meditation techniques, right? And it's this set of meditation healing methods. Just now you lied to us, saying you haven't learned it." Su Luo helplessly said, "I really haven't learned it. I just have slightly better comprehension and memory than ordinary people." Night Devil's mouth also twitched. Remembering such a complex thing in an instant, that's just slightly better than ordinary people. That's called extraordinary. The old man with a stick said, All right, all right. Since you said you haven't learned it, I'll pretend you haven't. Night Devil didn't say anything either, but his expression was similar to Fu's. Seeing this, Su Luo's eye twitched. Didn't expect it. Now, to be honest, there's no trust left. But Su Luo didn't explain much either. Whether they believed it or not didn't affect him. In addition, Su Luo also learned from the old man what he wanted to know. He immediately said, I have asked everything I wanted to ask. We're even now. Next, goodbye. Night Devil nodded. Thank you. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me. Saying that, he pointed to his ear, indicating that he could hear Su Luo's requests. For Night Devil, he had been just a bystander tonight, with the old man teaching everything. So he owed Su Luo a favor. After saying that, Night Devil left, just as Su Luo was about to leave as well. The old man with a stick called Su Luo. The old man with a stick spoke. I don't know if you're interested in learning martial arts techniques from me. I perceived your combat earlier, and I found that your close combatability is only considered good, far from top-notch. Even if we both use the same strength, or you can use twice the strength I have, I can still defeat you. Because I am proficient in various martial arts and have integrated them, almost turning combat into a bodily instinct. Su Luo was slightly stunned when he heard the old man with the stick's words. He didn't expect the other party to say such things, actually wanting to teach him close combat abilities. In fact, he was quite interested in their martial arts abilities. After all, the old man with the stick and Night Devil were few of those who had maxed out their close combat abilities, true blind martial arts masters. They could challenge those superpowered individuals with their ordinary bodies. Such powerful martial arts skills might be related to their blindness and their extraordinary control over their bodies. But Su Luo realized that he had asked inappropriate questions. Asking about learning close combat was not something that could be done overnight. He planned to find an opportunity to learn from him later. For example, using city surveillance cameras to observe Night Devil's battles. But he didn't expect the old man with a stick to make such a request. Su Luo was somewhat surprised. Had his personal charm reached this level? He asked why. The old man with a stick spoke. The beast will definitely come after you, and the beast is also my enemy. So, when the beast comes after you, I hope you won't be defeated by him. And I can feel that you and I are the same kind of person, decisive and with certain principles. You won't abuse your power. So I think I can pass on my martial arts combat skills to you. For the opportunity to enhance his strength, Su Luo naturally had no reason to refuse. Su Luo pondered for a moment. All right. The two immediately agreed on the time and place for the lessons. After finishing these matters, Su Luo carried the unconscious ninja back. As soon as he returned, he saw an anonymous email from Crow. His eyes immediately narrowed. Inside a HYDRA base, Baron Strucker sat in his office. With his hands crossed, he squinted slightly as he looked at the view outside the base, focusing on a tree. Outside a forest, this HYDRA base was still located in a remote and rarely visited place. On a large tree, a bug was crawling, completely unaware that danger was silently approaching. In the sky, a bird flapped its wings. It stared sharply at the bug. At this moment, a subordinate entered the office. Baron, we still haven't found any trace of Su Luo. Since the incident with Claw, he seems to have vanished into thin air, and we haven't found any trace of him anywhere. We even suspect that Su Luo might be dead. Upon hearing this, the Baron snorted coldly, his expression icy. All of you useless fools are dead, but Su Luo cannot be dead. He was the one who single-handedly developed the Super Soldier Serum. And he even injected himself with the serum, completely becoming a non-human. A smart and powerful person like him. And you tell me he's dead? The Baron continued. All of this is because he hid himself well. He must have changed his identity and is hiding in some corner of this vast land of America. He must still be continuing his research. In his mind, the Baron recalled the data Su Luo took from the Research Institute. By the way, have you investigated the data he took on the super ability individuals? Has anything unusual come up? The subordinate quickly said, "There's been a bit of an anomaly in one place." The Baron quickly turned his head and stared at the subordinate, asking, "Where?" The subordinate said, "Wolverine. Not long ago, there seemed to be a problem with the Essex group. It led to a conflict with Wolverine. After a conflict along the way, a man who appeared to be Captain America had a confrontation with the Essex people. That person possessed a physique like Superman and a vibranium shield like Captain America." The Baron squinted slightly. Vibranium shield? Superman's physique? All of this does indeed look like Captain America. But it's also very possible that it's Sue Luo. After all, he had contact with Claw before he disappeared. The Baron murmured, "What is this kid up to?" He then asked, "Has anything similar happened?" The subordinate shook his head. The Baron's voice grew low. "Claw was the last person to see Sue Luo. He is our only lead. And for Sue Luo to disappear so completely and smoothly, there must be someone familiar with the gray industry and with safe houses providing him assistance. Otherwise, he could have disappeared so completely, leaving no trace. And Claw clearly fits this image of someone who helped Sue Luo. So you must find him and pry Sue Luo's location out his mouth. If Claw has no connection to Sue Luo, HYDRA won't continue to spend a lot of time on him. After all, although a vibranium dealer is valuable, it is not enough to make HYDRA so concerned. So many days have passed. Investigating Claw has been a huge drain on resources for the Baron, and even he feels the pain. But the clues to Sue Luo's whereabouts have vanished into thin air. The only connection is Claw, so he can only hold on to the thread of Claw. The subordinate quickly nodded. "We understand, Baron. We are relentlessly pursuing Claw and his 2 children, but Claw is quite cunning, so it may take some effort. Lord Dow, send more people and make sure to catch Clow. If you let Clow escape again this time." Lord's tone turned cold and sinister. "Then be prepared to die." The subordinate trembled and quickly said, "We will definitely catch Clow. He won't get away." Lord said, "Once we catch Clow, we will have 10,000 ways to extract Sue Luo's location from him." The subordinate nodded. This time, besides the Winter Soldier on the mission, the other 4 Winter Soldiers have been sent out, along with a complete strategic special forces team, a special exoskeleton squad. They are a force capable of annihilating an army. Don't say Sue Luo is just a super soldier. Even if his strength doubles or triples, he won't be able to make a difference. Faced with this destructive power, he won't be able to escape. As long as we get Sue Luo's location, we will definitely hand him over to you." At this point, the subordinate showed a confident smile. Lord nodded. "By the way, have we released the reason for the high-profile capture of Clow?" The subordinate nodded. "Yes. In order to prevent people from knowing about Sue Luo's existence, we claimed that Clow broke his promise when he made a deal with us before, and he stole some important things from you. Don't worry, Lord. No one will associate this matter with an insignificant soldier. Even the other high-ranking members of HYDRA won't know about it." Upon hearing this, Lord nodded in satisfaction. He turned his body and looked outside the base without speaking. The subordinate also exited the office on his own. Lord looked at the large tree outside the window. A bird in midair swooped down, easily pecking the insect with its sharp beak and swallowing it in one gulp. Seeing this, Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice cold. "Sue Luo, this time, you won't be able to escape disaster. You will be completely under my control, firmly in my grasp." On the other side, in a small town, a tall figure and a small figure were walking quickly in the streets and alleys, wearing caps with the brims pulled low. Their bodies were dirty, and even their faces had scratches. The little girl's round face was extremely pale, making her look even more pitiful with the scratches. The man had a sturdy build, with one hand wearing a black glove. It was Clow and his daughter. Suddenly, Elizabeth felt short of breath, and her face became even paler. Seeing this, Clow quickly took out a bottle of asthma spray from his pocket and sprayed it for Elizabeth. Only then did Elizabeth recover. Clow quickly touched his daughter's face. "Are you okay, little Liz?" Elizabeth shook her head, her voice weak. "I'm fine, Dad." Clow patted her little head. Let's go. We still need to keep moving. We can't let the bad guys catch up to us. Elizabeth was puzzled. Dad, why don't we go find Big Brother? If Big Brother is here, he can definitely deal with these bad guys, and we won't have to run around. Klaus shook his head. We can't go to him, because these people are looking for us to find him through us. They are targeting him, not us. Although Big Brother is very powerful, he is still no match for HYDRA. If we go to find him, the trouble won't be solved. It will just go from 2 people to 3. It will only make one more person suffer. Elizabeth nodded, obediently saying, We can't make the situation worse, right? Klaus nodded. He held his daughter's hand, looked up at the sky, and his eyes showed some worry. We can't stay here. Let's go. The two continued walking, quickly disappearing into the alleyways. New York safe house. Su Luo carried the ninja back to his basement and removed the poison from the ninja's mouth. He looked at the still unconscious ninja and said, Soon, I will be able to extract some information about the Han clan from your mouth. For example, the abilities of the beasts, the secret techniques of the Han clan, including your mysterious hidden sound technique. But it's a pity that the enhancement state on your body has disappeared, otherwise I could study it better. After obtaining the enhancement state, the muscles and blood vessels throughout the ninja's body would slightly bulge. During the journey back with Su Luo, this bulging effect disappeared, and the ninja lost a sense of coldness. Su Luo glanced at the ninja. Su Luo immediately placed the red wooden box in the biological laboratory. He opened the red wooden box and looked at the mysterious dragon bones inside. This trip was indeed not in vain. The Han clan does have some good things. They actually transported dragon bones that can extend one's lifespan. In addition, I also obtained the meditation healing technique that I have always wanted. The effect of this meditation technique exceeds my imagination. Su Luo recalled the scene where his self-healing factor increased by 50%. Now he felt excited and joyful. He knew that the meditation healing technique could enhance his self-healing ability, but he didn't expect it to directly increase his self-healing factor, and by so much. Combined with the meditation healing technique, his self-healing ability has far surpassed Wolverine's. Now, he could almost be considered invincible. His vitality became even more tenacious. With the further improvement of his survival ability, he felt a sense of security in the midst of chaos. A smile appeared on his face. When I have time, I will carefully study how this meditation technique works. For Su Luo, science is the analysis of the essence of things, the search for the underlying logic of their operation and its application. It is a means of exploring the truth. Whether it is material or spiritual, there are underlying laws and logic in their operation, and science is about finding these things. Even mysterious powers, in Su Luo's view, can be summarized and classified, and their inner meanings can be sought. Science and the mysterious side are never in opposition. If something objectively exists and can be captured and analyzed by human consciousness, and then applied, it is science. Su Luo planned to study the operation of the meditation healing technique and see if he could find some patterns. He then said, according to the old man, there are many types of meditation techniques. Different meditation techniques have different breathing frequencies, which bring about completely different effects. For example, the old man's meditation technique is specifically for enhancing healing ability. There are also some meditation techniques that can strengthen the mind or physical strength, or even some special hidden powers. But most meditation techniques are quite secretive and only known by specific meditation sects or factions. Su Luo was very curious about other meditation techniques. If he could obtain more meditation techniques, he should be able to more easily identify the patterns of meditation techniques, and maybe even create new ones himself. So, I should pay attention to meditation techniques in my daily life. The next time the old man trains me, I can ask for more information about meditation techniques and see if there are any other places where I can find them. In addition to meditation techniques, Su Luo also gained training from the old man. Once the training is complete, his martial arts combat ability will be completely different, and he will advance to become a martial arts master. He will completely turn close combat into instinct, greatly improving his close combat ability. This harvest was indeed quite significant for Su Luo. But besides that, he also gained a trouble. That is the attention of the beasts. Su Luo murmured, I wonder what they are paying attention to. I also don't know what tricks the beasts have up their sleeves. I will find out when I ask the ninja later. In any case, I need to be more vigilant against the Han clan. After murmuring, he looked at the computer in the corner, which was flashing. It seems that there is news. The mouse moved to the flashing area, revealing an anonymous email. Su Luo understood that it should be a greeting email from Clow, sent through a secret channel. It wouldn't be intercepted or traced by anyone. As usual, he opened the greeting email. The information inside made Su Luo's eyes widen. It's me, Clow. We've been discovered by HYDRA, and Yelena and I are on the run. Immediately, Su Luo's brows furrowed. How was this possible? How could Clow be discovered by HYDRA? After all this time, HYDRA shouldn't still be focused on Clow. After all, it's not worth the effort to search for Clow, a dealer in precious metals. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a waste of money. In Su Luo and Clow's view, HYDRA wouldn't invest too much effort in Clow. That's why Clow had been hiding for a while and decided to come out with Yelena secretly. But unexpectedly, HYDRA had been searching for Clow and keeping an eye on him. However, Su Luo quickly understood the reason. He instantly realized that Clow was being targeted by HYDRA because of his connection to him. HYDRA had been searching for him all along, but couldn't find any trace of him. They must have guessed that he was able to hide so well with the help of someone rich and influential. And he didn't have many contacts, with Clow being the last person. Coincidentally, Clow fit the image of someone who could provide him with help, someone wealthy and well-connected. So HYDRA focused their attention on Clow. Su Luo murmured, HYDRA, you've gone to great lengths to find me. He looked at the email. The fact that Clow didn't seek his help indicated that he didn't intend to come to him and probably planned to escape and hide elsewhere. He didn't want to bring trouble to him. After all, in Clow's view, HYDRA was a terrifying behemoth, and even if they found Su Luo, they wouldn't be able to solve the difficulties Clow and Yelena were facing. It had to be said that Clow was indeed worth befriending. He had provided him with so much help. Even in times of danger, he still considered him. Su Luo murmured, your situation arose because of me, so it's only right for me to solve it. Besides, I have received so many benefits from you, and I should settle the score with HYDRA, at least to understand a part of it. In Su Luo's view, this was something he had to personally handle. Moreover, he was no longer the Su Luo who had just left the HYDRA base. He had undergone huge amounts of change. He now had the ability to deal with things. At the very least, Su Luo wouldn't let Clow and his daughter be captured by HYDRA because of him. He looked at the computer, where the composition of the super spider sequence genome was nearing completion. His spider ability would soon be born, even if it was just the initial spider ability. But his strength would still undergo earth-shaking changes, with his speed and strength increasing several times, even close to 10 times. Combined with Wolverine's powerful self-healing ability and some high-tech means, his strength would undergo huge amounts of change compared to before. A super soldier couldn't handle a group of winter soldiers and special forces from HYDRA. But now he was enough. He understood that his grudge with HYDRA would soon be resolved. He immediately sent a message to Clow. After sending the message, Su Luo clenched his fist and murmured, HYDRA, let's settle an old score. His fist tightened, and the bones made a crisp cracking sound. The ninja should be waking up soon. Su Luo immediately left the biological laboratory. In order to prepare for the upcoming battle, Chen Luo made some thorough preparations. After all, he would be facing a powerful elite force of HYDRA with formidable combat capabilities. This would definitely not be an easy fight. It would take some time for Claw to rush to New York, but he had enough time to prepare. He entered the room of the ninja. He planned to first extract the hidden secret techniques of the ninja. Outside the villa, The sky was extremely dark, without any stars or a bright moon, shrouded in continuous dark clouds. The air at this time was extremely stuffy. The whole world seemed to be in a suffocating atmosphere. Boom! A thunderous sound carrying a magnificent power resounded in the heavy dark clouds. In the belly of the dark clouds, some lights appeared. A strong wind blew, making the trees outside rustle. Countless leaves were blown off and drifted away. Countless households closed their windows and put away their clothes. The dark clouds are restless. Thunder is coming. A heavy rain is about to come. It's thundering. It's going to rain. This wave of rain seems to be very heavy. It will be a pouring rain. Shan Yu Lai Feng Man Lu. Hey Yinya Chung Yu Cui? New York. Inside a meeting room of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Egg, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and other agents stood there, each with a set of documents in their hands. Because of the heat, Black Widow opened her collar a little. She said, "Hawkeye, go and check the window. It's too hot today." Hawkeye said speechlessly, "If you're hot, why don't you open it yourself?" Black Widow smiled and didn't say anything. Hawkeye went to open the window. There was a rumbling sound of thunder outside. He said, "It looks like it's going to rain soon." Black Widow nodded. "Indeed, I guess it's going to be a heavy rain this time." Black Egg looked at the documents and said, "Did you see it? Strack from HYDRA has mobilized a considerable amount of power and is frantically searching for the vibranium dealer, Claw." Hill nodded. "I saw it. Claw didn't follow some secret agreements with Strack, and he also stole something from Strack. So Strack got furious and is trying to capture Claw." Hawkeye also nodded. Black Egg didn't respond to Hill's words, and there was a moment of silence in the room. Black Widow broke the silence and looked at Black Egg. "Do you think there's something fishy about this?" Black Egg nodded expressionlessly. "Yes, I don't think it's that simple. A guy who sells vibranium shouldn't cause such a big stir." Hill spoke. Maybe Strack was indeed angered, causing him to lose some rationality and ultimately leading to this situation. Black Egg said, "There's a small possibility, but it's very unlikely." Black Widow frowned slightly. "Do you think Strack's actions are for that person?" Black Egg nodded. "You should have read Su Luo's information before. You should know the situation." He paused. Previously, Strack sent out a large number of people to search, and their target was Su Luo. This time, with such a large-scale manhunt, I suspect they found Su Luo's address from Claw's mouth. In their eyes, there should be some kind of strong connection between Claw and Su Luo. Their real goal is not to capture Claw, but to find Su Luo. To find that seemingly ordinary but mysterious Su Luo. Black Egg placed the documents on the table, pressed his hands against the table, and looked at the others. He said, "I have a premonition that this hidden and elusive figure, Su Luo, whom we have been unable to track, will appear in this incident. He will likely encounter HYDRA's elite forces, so he is very likely to be captured by HYDRA, and we must prevent this from happening. We absolutely cannot let Su Luo fall into the hands of HYDRA. If HYDRA has put in so much effort to find Su Luo, it means that Su Luo must have huge amounts of value. It is enough to compensate for the long and extensive search, even far exceeding the losses. Imagine how valuable Su Luo must be. If HYDRA obtains him, their power will greatly strengthen, which is extremely disadvantageous for us." Black Widow nodded. "I understand. You want us to closely monitor HYDRA's actions. If Su Luo appears and is at a disadvantage, in a predicament, we will intervene to help him escape." Black Egg nodded. "Next, your task is to keep an eye on HYDRA's movements." Everyone nodded. Hill also nodded. "I will issue the orders and have a portion of SHIELD agents specifically monitor Strucker's elite forces." Black Egg snapped his fingers. "Very well, go and do it." The group quickly left the meeting room to accomplish their objectives. Meanwhile, the orders were also issued. A portion of SHIELD's forces also moved out to monitor the elite forces dispatched by Strucker. HYDRA and SHIELD, two massive organizations, began to take action. A storm of huge proportions began to brew. In the center of this storm was an unknown individual, someone completely unknown to the world. And all of this revolved around a person named Suluo. At this moment, the man who stirred up the storm was in the basement of his own house, looking at the materials brought back before him. At this moment, the ninja had already awakened, and Suluo had relieved the effects of the neurotoxin. However, Suluo had taken some measures. For example, he had tied the other person to the operating table. He had also taken some measures in the other person's mouth, mainly to prevent him from biting his tongue and committing suicide. After all, Suluo only had this one captive now. He couldn't let him die. At least not before he completed his mission. Suluo got straight to the point. I want to ask you some things. We can go through the procedure. I ask, you refuse. I use torture, you answer. Or I can just go straight to using torture. Suluo's expression was extremely serious, as if he was talking about something very normal and expected. The ninja looked at Suluo's appearance and inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. He felt that the person in front of him didn't seem like a normal person. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Suluo nodded slightly. Forget it, the procedure is too troublesome. Let's just go straight to it. After saying that, he raised his hand, holding a surgical knife gleaming with cold light and an extremely sharp steel needle. Just looking at them sent chills down one's spine. Suluo acted directly. He was extremely fast, and the two steel needles smashed into the upper groove of the ninja's eye sockets, directly piercing the trigeminal nerve. Immediately, a scream of extreme agony rang out. The ninja trembled in pain. I'll talk. Suluo spoke, then speak. The ninja was on the verge of collapse. Ask your questions. Suluo coughed. I didn't quite understand the procedure when I went straight to it for the first time. The ninja felt that the other party was deliberately messing with his state of mind. The other party was a madman. Suluo then asked, how do you ninjas manage to suppress your voices, even the sound of your heartbeat? We use secret techniques that can greatly suppress all body sounds, including the sound of the heartbeat. Through this secret technique, we slow down and lighten the heartbeat, making it impossible for others to hear. Immediately, the ninja, like a falling bean, revealed the secret technique of concealing sound. At the same time, Suluo also learned the name of this secret technique, the technique of concealing sound. This technique also requires a special breathing method. However, it does not require entering a meditative state. Just by using a special breathing method, it greatly enhances a person's control over their body. At the same time, in this breathing method, the body enters a special state where movements become extremely light and the sound of the heartbeat becomes almost inaudible. But there is still a slight sound of breathing. In addition to this slight flaw of having a sound of breathing, during battle, one must not exert too much force. It must be light enough. Otherwise, it will break the state of concealing sound. This move is suitable for stealth and assassin-like ambushes. Immediately, Suluo demonstrated it to the other party. After confirming that the other party had indeed entered the state of concealing sound and testing that they were not lying using an instrument, Suluo began to try it himself. He started to try that breathing method. Soon, he entered the state of concealing sound described by the ninja. He could clearly feel his heartbeat slowing down and could precisely control his body, and his movements became light and soundless. A very strange state. After obtaining this technique of concealing sound, it would be much easier for him to ambush others. This made him quite happy. The ninja felt Suluo immediately enter the state of concealing sound, causing his breathing to pause and his body to tremble slightly. What kind of monster is this person in front of him? He had never seen someone learn the technique of concealing sound so quickly. Even in the history of the Hand Association, there had never been someone who learned the complex breathing method of concealing sound in one breath. The ninja's voice trembled. Who are you? Suluo exited the state of concealing sound and said, just a normal person. Suluo's words directly silenced the ninja. He swore that if this person in front of him was a normal person, then there were no abnormal people in the world. Su Luo continued to ask, "Do you know any other secret techniques, similar to the technique of concealing sound?" The ninja shook his head. "I don't know any others. The secret techniques of the hand association are generally held by the higher-ups or the leader. We ninjas only need to learn the technique of concealing sound and master combat skills. Of course, there are trusted ninjas among the higher-ups who may know a bit of secret techniques, but ordinary ninjas like us do not know them." Hearing this, Su Luo felt a little regretful. After all, he wanted to take advantage of the hand association. Su Luo nodded. "I want to know what abilities the demons and beasts you worship possess." Upon hearing this, the ninjas said, "Actually, we don't know much either. We only know that it can give us more powerful strength. Furthermore, if it possesses a person, it will make them exceptionally strong. In terms of strength, it far surpasses ordinary people, even those superheroes. However, the person possessed does not initially have such powerful strength. There's an integration process between them. During this process, the possessed person is not very strong. At most, they enhance their strength a bit and learn some secret techniques." The ninja explained everything he knew in detail. Su Luo continued to ask, "How long does this integration process take?" "Shortest is a few months, longest is a year." After learning this, Su Luo nodded. Su Luo asked more questions about the hand association. After asking the question, Su Luo tested the ninja. After examining the other person's body, it had completely returned to normal, without any traces of enhancement detected. "It seems that the examination has been enhanced. All right, then you could just be an ordinary material." After saying that, Su Luo left. He had to go and complete the remaining engineering of the extraordinary spider sequence genome. Upon hearing that Su Luo wanted him to be a material, the ninja did not understand the meaning behind it. He didn't know what Su Luo was talking about. But this guy in front of him was a madman, and what he said was definitely not something good. At this moment, the ninja only felt a slight chill down his spine, a trace of fear of the unknown enveloping his soul. If possible, he would prefer to die immediately. But the other party restricted all his self-destructive actions. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. At this moment, he suddenly envied those comrades who had died. He envied that they had all died and didn't need to face this madman. Fear grew stronger and stronger, and the ninja began to struggle desperately, trying to escape from this situation, but the restraints were too strong. In the room, struggling sounds could be heard. Su Luo returned to his own biological laboratory. He began his research again, continuing to screen and match the sequence genome suitable for his extraordinary spider. His brain started spinning wildly. His hands were also moving rapidly, performing the final operations. He quickly carried out the screening and recombination. Under great pressure, Su Luo was almost fully unleashed. The progress of the project further accelerated. Based on the current speed of progress, by tomorrow morning, he would be able to develop his own spider ability. On a country road, a black sedan was speeding along, and inside the car were Claude and his daughter. Perhaps because her father was a super criminal involved in selling valuable items, Claude's daughter also inherited his fearless personality. So Elizabeth remained very calm, not showing any signs of fear even during their escape. Although her face was pale and lacking color, her eyes were still bright, looking at the road receding behind them. Just at this moment, ding! Claude's phone received a message. At this time, who would send a message? Claude murmured. He opened the message. It was an anonymous email. "Come to New York. I will help you deal with the HYDRA chasing you." The sender did not leave a name, but Claude understood that it was from Su Luo. Looking at the message, Claude's body trembled slightly. He didn't expect Su Luo to actually intervene for them and confront the formidable HYDRA. In addition, from a short sentence, Claude sensed a feeling of calmness and stability. He seemed to see Su Luo saying this sentence with great composure and strength. Claude understood Su Luo, knowing that he was not someone who spoke without thinking. On the contrary, he was extremely meticulous. If the other party said there was someone who could deal with the HYDRA chasing them, then the other party could definitely do it. If someone else said such a thing, he would just laugh it off and ignore it. But if it was Su Luo, he firmly believed that the other party could do it. Just because his name was Su Luo, the promise made by Su Luo would definitely be fulfilled. The reason Claude had been investing in Su Luo was because Su Luo gave him a different feeling, as if there was a strange magic about him. It was a kind of magic that made people believe he could do anything. The reason Claude trembled was because he saw a turning point. Immediately, Claude quickly turned the car around and headed towards New York. At this moment, a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. At this moment, Elizabeth, who was beside him, asked, "Dad, what's wrong? Why did we suddenly change direction?" Claude replied, "Because someone is coming to rescue us. We're going to meet him now." Elizabeth's eyes widened slightly, her voice crisp. "Really?" Claude smirked. "Your big brother, Su Luo." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth widened her eyes. "Didn't you say that big brother couldn't solve our big problem?" Claude replied, "I used to think that, but now it seems that your big brother has become even more powerful." Elizabeth's eyes sparkled. "So, can we see Big Brother again?" Elizabeth really misses him. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Claude's mouth twitched. Shouldn't we be happier that the trouble might be resolved? Why focus on other things? Claude was speechless. His daughter was truly a devoted fan of Su Luo. He smiled and said, "Yes, I believe we will be able to see him soon." Just as he said these words, a car rushed out from a diagonal road and headed straight towards Claude. Seeing this, Claude's eyes suddenly sharpened. He understood that it must be people from HYDRA. These guys were tracking him relentlessly, making it impossible for him to escape. He quickly stepped on the gas pedal and shifted gears to the maximum. Boom! The car sped away. But then the passenger window of the car was rolled down and a head popped out, holding a gun. The person aimed at the car's tires in front and launched an attack directly. Claude quickly maneuvered the car, constantly evading the opponent's powerful attacks. Bang! 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 Bullets hit the ground. Sparks splattered everywhere. With his excellent driving skills, Claude dodged bullet after bullet, just as he was preparing to take out his gun and fight back. Bang! The opponent's bullet hit, directly blowing up one of Claude's car tires. The car immediately lost control and crashed into a nearby tree. The car's airbags also deployed. Because Claude was hit, he suffered more serious injuries. There was a large wound on his forehead, and blood kept flowing out. At the same time, he felt like his whole body was falling apart. Elizabeth was luckier, with almost no injuries. However, she had a slight scrape on her forehead, and her whole body was in pain. Elizabeth was very sensible and didn't scream at all. She just covered her slightly buzzing head with her small hand. Then she spoke, "Dad, are you okay?" Claude shook his dizzy head and said, "I'm fine, just a minor problem." At this moment, the HYDRA car quickly stopped by the roadside, and the person holding the gun slowly approached Claude. Seeing this, Claude quickly pressed down on Elizabeth's body and said, "Get down. I'll deal with them." Then, enduring the pain all over his body, he opened the car door and got out, reaching for the back of the car. Inside the car, Elizabeth hunched over and muttered to herself, "Big Brother said that Dad and I will be fine. We'll be fine. Dad won't be in danger." Claude quickly drew his gun from his waist and loaded it. He then extended the gun out and fired several shots at the enemy. Finally, he killed one person on the spot. The other person quickly retaliated with gunfire. Claude quickly pulled back his hand, and the bullets hit the spot where his hand had just been, sparking. After the opponent fired a burst of shots, he quickly went out again and fired several shots at the enemy, killing the enemy. My car is no longer usable. So, Clara took little E and got on the enemy's car, enduring the pain, and continued to flee towards New York. This scene of being constantly chased and injured has been playing out on this road of escape. Elizabeth sat in the driver's seat, her face pale, her eyes looking into the distance, shining brightly. "Big Brother, you'll definitely save Dad and Elizabeth, right?" Her tightly held little hand also indicated that the little girl was actually afraid. The next morning, after staying up all night, Su Luo pressed the final button. Suddenly, inside the computer screen, groups of information began to rapidly combine and turn green, while unlocking symbols appeared one by one. Groups of sequenced genomes were successfully matched. The data kept refreshing and unlocking. Finally, all the information was combined. The entire screen was filled with green, without a hint of red indicating failure. A box popped up. Ding! Your extraordinary spider sequence genome has completed the final match. Successfully unlock your extraordinary spider sequence genome. Seeing this, Su Luo shouted excitedly, clenched his fists, his eyes filled with joy. I finally completed it. Matching over 10,000 kinds, countless spider genomes. I finally found the one that matches me the most. I finally completed my own extraordinary spider sequence genome. Su Luo stood up excitedly. Next, I will edit the sequenced genome into the extraordinary spider. The reason for editing it into the extraordinary spider is because it's the simplest way. Because Richard has already set the extraordinary spider as a biological gene editing device. There is no need for anything else. Just need to edit the genes into it, and the extraordinary spider can directly package the special sequence genome into a person's body. He immediately looked at the extraordinary spider beside him. He quickly began his actions. Once again, he started his gene editing. Because the extraordinary spider already has many genomes, he only needs to make some adjustments. He constantly used molecular scissors to reset the genes of the extraordinary spider, performing new targeted mutations. Su Luo was fully focused, carefully carrying out the targeted mutations. As time passed, targeted mutations constantly succeeded. The difficulty of this gene editing was much lower than the previous one with Wolverine. Finally, Su Luo completed all the targeted mutations, and his extraordinary spider sequence genome was completed. Looking at the extraordinary spider in front of him, he took a deep breath. He finally created his spider ability. Next, he will inject it into his own body. At this moment, Su Luo felt a mixture of anxiety, excitement, and anticipation. He swallowed his saliva and held his breath. Then he reached out his hand towards the extraordinary spider. Immediately, the extraordinary spider crawled onto Su Luo's hand. Su Luo could clearly feel the spider crawling on his hand, fuzzy and slightly ticklish, but he quickly got used to it. After all, it's just a spider. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now, the spider can't pose any threat to him at all. In the past, he was afraid of venomous snakes and spiders because he feared death and their toxicity. When they couldn't harm him, Su Luo no longer felt fear. He treated them as ordinary animals. He nervously stared at the spider, observing its every move. Su Luo murmured, "Bite." As a result, the spider just stayed on Su Luo's hand without moving. After a while, it even started spinning silk. Seeing this, Su Luo's eye twitched. This spider is crazy. He immediately shook his hand, throwing the spider off, and then he used his hand to hit the spider a few times. As a result, the spider seemed to enjoy it and rubbed its head against Su Luo's hand. Su Luo saw this scene, widened his eyes, and gritted his teeth. This guy is really crazy. If the extraordinary spider didn't bite him, he wouldn't be able to inject the sequenced genome into his body. Then he wouldn't be able to obtain spider strength. If he were to create a new serum containing the sequenced genome, it would require a lot of effort, far more than putting the genes into a spider, because he would need to edit more genetic information. Looking at the strange little Spider-Man in front of him, Su Luo smirked. He lowered his head slightly and, through the glass, fiercely threatened the extraordinary spider. "Bite me quickly. If you don't bite me, I'll cook and eat you." The little Spider-Man seemed to be frightened by Su Luo's appearance or tone, trembling all over. Seeing this scene, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh. The creature he created this time was quite intelligent. Just as Su Luo was feeling a bit troubled, the little Spider-Man cautiously approached Su Luo and opened its mouth. But instead of biting directly, it observed Su Luo's reaction. Su Luo saw this, and his eyes lit up. "Yes, quickly bite me." It seemed to understand Su Luo's words. The little Spider-Man bit Su Luo's hand. In an instant, the packaged sequence genome entered Su Luo's body and quickly integrated into his cells, starting to compatibly integrate. In an instant, Su Luo felt a bit dizzy and his body started to feel hot and cold. Su Luo understood that his body was starting to integrate spider ability. His body was adapting to this change. He pulled back his hand, sat on the chair, closed his eyes tightly, and began to adapt to the changes in his body. Inside the glass box, the little Spider-Man lay on the glass, curiously observing Su Luo outside, with a hint of concern and doubt in its eyes. For the little Spider-Man, Su Luo made it feel an inexplicable sense of closeness. Perhaps it was because it originally had strong physical qualities and resistance. Su Luo felt his head becoming increasingly dizzy and heavy, and soon fell asleep. During Su Luo's sleep, his body began to undergo rapid changes, evolving rapidly, constantly strengthening, its strength and resistance constantly rising, undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, a special ability was also gestating within its body, the ability to climb walls, spider telepathy. While Su Luo was sleeping, the little Spider-Man in the glass box kept staring at him. Eventually, it became too tired and curled up in a corner and fell into a deep sleep. Several hours later, on the chair, Su Luo suddenly opened his eyes, asking for flowers. I fell asleep, Su Luo muttered to himself. He recalled and realized that he had indeed fallen into a deep sleep. At the same time, his attention turned to his own body. At this moment, he felt a powerful force surging through his entire body. Incredibly strong, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. Su Luo was delighted. Wow, this power is too strong. Su Luo knew that the spider ability would bring him tremendous strength. But it was only when he truly experienced this power that he felt the impact it brought. It was too strong. Su Luo clenched his fist. Indeed, it's the spider ability. Just obtaining the spider ability without any development already far surpasses the strength brought by the Super Soldier Serum. Indeed, these two are completely different levels. This spider strength is worth all the effort I put into creating it. It's really amazing. Su Luo paused. Next, I need to test how much tonnage my initial spider ability has brought me. After saying that, he stood up. With a crack, the floor tiles were instantly crushed under his feet. Upon seeing this, Su Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Because he had just gained too much power, he hadn't fully familiarized himself with its strength yet. With a casual step, he directly cracked the basement tiles. The sound of the tiles being crushed instantly woke up the sleeping little Spider-Man. It woke up abruptly, quickly raising its head and looking around vigilantly. Soon, it saw Su Luo, who had awakened, as well as the broken glass tiles on the ground. Seeing this, little Spider-Man tilted its head slightly in confusion, looking at Su Luo. Su Luo took a deep breath, then carefully restrained his power. This was a power tester specifically made by Su Luo for Spider-Man's abilities. It could test strength up to 30 tons. Su Luo clenched his fist. Based on his observation of Gwen Spider's abilities, Spider-Man's initial strength was only a little over 10 tons. He should be within this range as well. He looked at the alloy iron wall and tightened his fists. Then he took a deep breath and threw a punch. Bang! A loud noise. The basement was specially soundproofed by Su Luo, so this loud noise couldn't penetrate the equipment room at all. He immediately looked at the screen. 15 tons. He threw another punch. Boom! Another loud noise. The numbers on the screen jumped from 0 again and finally stopped at the same number. 150. Seeing this, Su Luo's eyes were filled with joy. The initial strength of my spider ability is 15 tons. With my current strength, I have surpassed most superheroes on Earth. After injecting the Super Soldier Serum, my strength was probably around 2 to 3 tons. After obtaining spider strength, it increased by 6 or 7 times. Su Luo squeezed his fist. With my current strength, I can easily suppress several Winter Soldiers working together. Furthermore, I can now feel a huge amount of improvement in my reaction ability and speed. Now, I have truly undergone a tremendous change. As long as I don't do anything stupid, it will be very difficult to kill me now. Next, I just need to familiarize myself with my power. Otherwise, when it comes to fighting, I might stumble and fall. Next, I can face HYDRA's elite forces, the Army, and the Winter Soldier. Even with my current strength, I still need to be very cautious, or I might end up in a disaster. Although he now possessed Wolverine's abilities and was not easily killed, if he fought endlessly and constantly got injured, he would eventually lose consciousness. Moreover, constant injuries would also deplete his self-healing factor, and the cultivation of the self-healing factor also required process. If he depleted his self-healing factor, then he would also die. Just like the old Wolverine, eventually dying because his self-healing factor dried up and he couldn't heal himself. Su Luo said, after dealing with HYDRA's affairs, I still need to find a way to quickly develop my spider ability. To develop it to the limit as soon as possible, to reach the 500 tons that the early Hulk despises. So Su Luo began to familiarize himself with his ability. Once he was familiar with it, it would be the time for him to step out of the laboratory, leave New York, and meet the Klaus father and daughter. At the same time, it would also be the time for him to resolve some conflicts with HYDRA. Boom! Su Luo punched a specific alloy sandbag. Chapter 3 is here. 15,000 words. Also, before it is published, although it is the 6th chapter, each chapter is 2,000 words, so it's only 12,000 words. Therefore, there will be more updates after it is published. I didn't slack off. I will continue to work on the last chapter, but it will probably be updated later. I should be able to update it tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The space in the basement under the safe house is extremely large, even larger than the space upstairs. The space in the upstairs villa is already very large, but compared to the space under the safe house, is still small. It seems like a bomb shelter has been dug underneath. It can only be said that Clow must have put in a lot of effort to create this basement, even though it has been divided into many rooms by Su Luo. Each room is very large. For example, the equipment room is almost the size of a basketball court. Su Luo quickly familiarizes himself with his powers inside the equipment room. There are many obstacles placed in the equipment room. He constantly runs back and forth, quickly avoiding those obstacles. At the same time, his spider telepathy is also in effect, constantly warning him of the appearance of obstacles, constantly reminding him to avoid them. But because he is not yet familiar with his powers, his reaction ability, there is no way, when strength grows too fast, this kind of situation will occur. At the beginning, even if he can predict the appearance of obstacles, he still cannot avoid them in time. So, bang, bang, bang. The entire equipment room constantly resounds with intense sounds. Su Luo constantly collides with those obstacles. Because his speed is fast, it hurts a lot when he hits them. Su Luo also grimaces in pain. On the wall at the entrance of the equipment room, a little Spider-Man is lying there, watching Su Luo's actions with a look of confusion in its big eyes. It tilts its head, watching Su Luo constantly collide. This guy is naturally the extraordinary spider created by Su Luo. After waking up, it saw that Su Luo was not in the biological laboratory, so it crawled out of the glass box on its own and finally crawled into the equipment room where Su Luo was. Then it crouched on the wall, watching Su Luo's movements. Su Luo naturally also noticed this guy. At first, he was surprised. After all, the glass box was closed. 253. He specifically called up the camera and saw this guy, who opened the lid of the glass box on its own and crawled out. What surprised Su Luo the most was that the lid was quite heavy, and with the size of the little Spider-Man, it shouldn't have been able to open it. But it easily opened it. This indicates one thing. That is, the little Spider-Man has powers beyond an ordinary spider. Su Luo immediately thought of the appearance of the other person. He suddenly understood that he had accidentally created a truly extraordinary spider, an extraordinary experimental spider. It is estimated that the set of spider sequence genomes he used had an effect on this guy, making it different from others. Moreover, Su Luo could clearly feel the other person's fondness for him. Because he was busy, he temporarily ignored the other person. After all, his current task is to quickly familiarize himself with his abilities. Under the constant collisions, Su Luo's control over his strength is also rapidly improving. After more than 10 minutes, a very fast figure moves through the tight obstacles, smooth and without any contact. Even very compact obstacles cannot completely block that figure, not even a slight touch. The little Spider-Man next to it, seeing this scene, widened its eyes, looking somewhat shocked. Perhaps it didn't expect that Su Luo, who was constantly colliding just now, would become so smooth. Soon, Su Luo stopped in his tracks. He stood still, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, finally completely adapted to this speed and reaction ability. He immediately began to familiarize himself with his powers. First, he controlled not to destroy ordinary things. He didn't want to go out and accidentally tear the house apart with a little more strength. He also didn't want to drive a car and pull off the steering wheel. As Su Luo constantly trained, his control over his strength became more and more proficient. Soon, he became completely familiar with the strength. No more breaking things. Su Luo said, "Next, I will turn the precise control of strength into my instinct. But this will require some time and effort." He twisted his neck, his bones cracking. "Now, I am completely familiar with my new powers. Clean up and we'll be done." Also, Clow and the others should have entered New York State by now, and they should be approaching the canyon area. Su Luo immediately moved and walked to the side, picked up his phone, and began to inquire about the whereabouts of Correo and the others. After sending the message, he started to pack things. He took out a multifunctional tactical backpack and put some of his weapons in it. There were even some specially customized mini-bombs. Definitely, although they were mini-bombs, their power was no less than that of ordinary bombs, and even stronger. In addition, he also packed some firearms and even a dagger. This knife was a ninja's knife, made of special alloy and very hard. Ordinary weapons and bullets could not damage it at all, so Su Luo accepted it. With a clang, Su Luo drew out the katana. The cold light bloomed, extremely sharp. Not bad. Maybe I should also make myself a hard sword. Su Luo put the knife back in. After preparing everything, Correo also sent the address. After Su Luo put on the backpack, he hung the shield and sword on the backpack. The sword was placed diagonally under the shield. After doing all this, Su Luo was ready to go out. Su Luo looked at the little Spider-Man on the wall. The other party was staring at him kindly. Su Luo said, "I'm going out for a while. Stay at home, stay in the glass box, wait for me to come back." Upon hearing this, the little Spider-Man immediately crawled out of the tool room and ran towards the biological laboratory. Finally, he opened a gap in the glass cover and obediently crawled in. Then he stayed in the glass box, obediently staring at Su Luo. Seeing this, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. After speaking, he left. The little Spider-Man lay on the glass, eagerly watching Su Luo's disappearing figure. Su Luo walked out of his room. He directly drove his car and rushed towards the address given by Correo. Definitely, Correo's location was constantly changing. So Su Luo locked onto the location of his phone based on a special signal channel. Therefore, he was able to know the real-time location of the other party. Su Luo looked ahead and murmured, "I'm comingly." He stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared. Powerful horsepower erupted. The car raced on the highway outside New York City. At the same time, the sky was also covered with dark clouds. Strong winds blew. The trees on both sides of the road rustled, as if they were about to be uprooted by this demonic wind. The continuous dark clouds seemed to have finally gathered enough power. Boom! Thunder flashed, illuminating the world. The first thunder struck, as if a horn had been blown. Boom! 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 The violent and loud thunder continuously struck this oppressive world. Boom! Even a lightning struck a tree not far from Su Luo, igniting a raging fire. The sound was deafening, and Su Luo felt his ears ringing. A series of lightning strikes followed. Then came the violent downpour. Without warning, it poured down from the sky, a real torrential rain. Crash! It hit the ground hard. In an instant, the whole world was enveloped in a torrential rain. The strong wind still howled. The sky and earth were dim, with the violent storm, as if the end of the world had come. Su Luo's eyes were cold, as if colder than the rain outside. His car cut through the rain curtain and raced towards a farther place. Inside a HYDRA base. Intelligence room. HYDRA members sat in front of computers with headphones on, constantly contacting distant troops, communicating information, issuing orders. The whole room was rather noisy. And in the back of the intelligence room, Strucker closed his eyes tightly, lying on a chair with his feet on the table, a hat draped over his chest. At this moment, an intelligence officer took off his headphones and said loudly with joy, "Baron, our men have forced the Klaus father and daughter off the car and into the jungle. The Klaus father and daughter have lost their means of transportation. They are now fleeing on foot. Their movement speed has greatly decreased. Coupled with their ammunition running low, they are like turtles in a jar. They have no way to retreat. Our special forces are closely following them, surrounding them from all sides. We will soon capture them." Upon hearing the intelligence officer's response, Strucker opened his eyes and finally showed a smile on his face. "After so long, finally some good news. We will finally capture Klaus. At least you haven't been raised in vain. You have finally proven your worth." Strucker stared at the ceiling. Once Klaus is captured, will Su Luo be far behind? Soon, Su Luo will return to HYDRA, back into my hands, becoming my further ace. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Strucker's face. He clenched the hat in front of his chest tightly. The momentum caused by Baron Strucker would inevitably attract the attention of other high-level and core members of HYDRA. In a dark alley, a seductive woman easily slit a man's throat, causing him to fall to the ground in a pool of blood. She turned and walked out of the darkness, revealing a charming face. Madame Viper, one of the high-level members of HYDRA. Viper murmured, "Strucker, what are you doing with such great effort?" She nodded and put on her earpiece. "Track Strucker's army for me. Keep a close eye on them. I want to see what Strucker is up to." The response in the earpiece was only, "Yes, madam." In a dark corner of the world, a robot opened its eyes. This person is Dr. Zola. He did not truly die at the hands of Captain America, because he had already copied his consciousness and injected it into the body of a robot, becoming one of the deeper, hidden high-level members of HYDRA. Dr. Zola opened his mechanical mouth. "Strucker, you have gathered so many people, it can't be just for Klaus. What are you hiding?" In his eyes, streams of data flew by rapidly. Instructions spread through the network. Through a special backdoor, they infiltrated the electronic devices of Strucker's army and entered Strucker's base, eavesdropping on every move of Strucker. In a hidden place not far from the mountains and forests, Black Widow and Hawkeye stood there. In Black Widow's hand was a waterproof tablet and several mini-flight devices. Black Widow said, "According to the intelligence, the Klaus father and daughter have been forced into this jungle. I will release the flight devices to search for them." After speaking, she activated the flight devices. The mini-flight devices entered the jungle and flew forward. It has to be said, SHIELD's flight devices are quite powerful. Even in heavy rain, they can still move steadily. At the same time, the tablet also displayed the perspective of the flight devices. The distant black egg also saw the perspective inside the flight devices through the connection. Strong winds and heavy rain. The treetops in the high jungle were rustling and swaying in the wind. At the same time, the heavy rain poured onto the treetops, continuously battering the leaves. At the same time, the treetops also acted as a buffer, slightly blocking the violent wind and rain outside. Underneath the jungle, the light becomes even dimmer. At the same time, a large amount of rainwater falls from the treetops with a rushing sound. The ground is all wet, muddy everywhere. Snap, snap, snap. A pair of feet quickly stepping and splashing countless mud and water. Is Clow and his daughter. Clow is holding his daughter tightly as they run frantically. Both of them are completely soaked by the rain like wet chickens. In this environment, Elizabeth's face becomes even paler, her lips lacking color. Clow is not much better, his face pale, his lips also lacking color. The wounds all over his body have been washed by the rain, almost dyeing his whole body red, making him look like a bloody figure. At this moment, Clow feels his head heavy and his whole body constantly alternating between hot and cold, his eyelids becoming heavy, making him want to sleep. But Clow clenches his teeth and continues to run forward. He understands that he absolutely cannot fall asleep. Suluo is already on the way. He has hope with his daughter, so he absolutely cannot fall asleep at a time like this. He bites his tongue, using the pain to stimulate himself, trying to open his eyes wide and continue running frantically. Clow holds his daughter tightly and says, "Soon, soon, Big Brother will be here soon, and we will be safe. Hold on, little E, you must hold on. We will soon escape this misery." Elizabeth nods laboriously, her voice hoarse. "I know, Dad." Elizabeth is trying hard to hold on. She absolutely won't fall asleep. Hearing his daughter's voice, Clow feels a pang in his heart. He clenches his teeth. He must hold on. He absolutely cannot let his daughter die here. Just at this moment, there is a series of hurried footsteps behind them. Clow's face changes slightly. He understands that it's the people from HYDRA catching up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Anesthetic bullets fly out from the darkness and hit the trees beside Clow. In addition, rubber bullets are also shot out. HYDRA is preparing to capture Clow and his daughter alive. Clow quickly dodges, no longer running in a straight line, but zigzagging, using the surrounding trees to avoid HYDRA's attacks. Anesthetic bullets are slower, larger in size, and easier to dodge. Coupled with constantly changing ammunition, their firing speed is slower. They have not hit Clow all this time, but rubber bullets with faster speed and firing rate. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of rubber bullets hitting Clow. Pain fills Clow's body. Clow lets out a muffled groan. He wants to fight back, but he has run out of bullets. At this moment, the HYDRA team surrounds them. A punch lands on Clow's body. Clow grits his teeth and lets out a muffled groan. He raises his iron fist and strikes. Bang! Directly knocking the person down to the ground. But at this moment, other HYDRA members also approach. Bang! Bang! Clow is hit again, and he kneels on the ground. Clow feels his vision becoming blurry. In the end, do I still need to explain? In the distance, Black Widow's aircraft finally arrives and sees this scene. Hawkeye frowns and says, "It's over. Clow is going to be captured by HYDRA." Just at this moment, a crisp sound. A cold light blooms from the darkness not far away. Like lightning, it quickly arrives at the scene. The cold light flies through the air like a beam of light, swiftly cutting the throats of the HYDRA agents. Mild blood splattered, mixing with the cold rain and sprinkling all around. The cold light was sharp and swift, like a ghost, twisting and turning. Damn it! What is it? There's an attack. Defend. Too fast to resist, retreat. No! As soon as the members of HYDRA saw the cold light, a chilling feeling instantly rose in their hearts. An inexplicable fear emerged. They continued to resist, raising their guns one after another, trying to aim at Suluo. But Suluo was faster. In an instant, he cut the throats of almost all the HYDRA squads. The words of the HYDRA team came to a sudden halt. Bang! 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 The members of the HYDRA team fell, landing in the cold mud, splashing countless mud. Fresh blood gushed from their throats, blending with the rainwater, flowing into the muddy ground, staining it red. Each and every member of HYDRA widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. The enemy was just too fast, faster than they could imagine. At the same time, the light in their eyes slowly disappeared. Clang! The cold blade pierced through the water flow, stopping at the throat of the last HYDRA member, but it didn't strike. At the same time, the newcomer finally stopped. A tall figure stood in front of everyone, carrying a backpack and wearing a shield on his back. His arms straightened, tightly gripping a long knife, pointing it at the enemy's throat. The person wore a specially made black fiber mask. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Clow and Elizabeth widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Clow's voice was weak and trembling. "You've come." At the same time, he was astonished to find that Su Luo's speed had undergone a tremendous change. He had been watching Su Luo train all along, so he had a clear understanding of Su Luo's speed. It surpassed that of an ordinary person, but still remained within the realm of humans. But the speed displayed by the opponent just now had completely exceeded the realm of humans. The speed was so fast that even ordinary people couldn't react in time. In just a blink of an eye, the opponent had arrived at the scene from a distance, harvesting almost all the enemies in an instant. Now Su Luo's speed completely surpassed Clow's imagination. How long had it been since then? The opponent's speed had undergone such a terrifying change. Clow felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. His brother was even more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. In Elizabeth's eyes, there were tears mixed with rainwater. She sniffled. "Big brother, Elizabeth knew that you would definitely save us." Su Luo's calm and clear voice came. "I said I would take care of the pursuers for you. Now it's time to fulfill that promise." Not far away, Black Widow and the others also saw this scene through the camera. They saw the cold light emerge from the darkness. In the blink of an eye, it slaughtered a group of HYDRA members. The speed was too fast, so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Everyone at SHILD who saw this scene took a sharp breath. "My God, it's too fast." Black Widow swallowed her saliva. Hawkeye's voice trembled. "What kind of speed is this? It's beyond my imagination. I can hardly see that figure. I can only see a blurry shadow mixed with a cold light. The cold light cuts through the neck of each HYDRA member, and they fall one by one. It's just too fast." Hawkeye swallowed his saliva. Who is this guy? Such amazing skills. The cold light came to a stop. Black Widow saw that figure, and her pupils contracted. Black Widow spoke into her earpiece. "It's him. He finally showed up. Su Luo." Hawkeye next to him trembled. "Is this Su Luo? He's actually this strong? I thought he was just at the peak of human limits. But now this speed, it's completely inhuman. Too fast." Hawkeye looked at that tall figure. This is the man, causing HYDRA to go to such lengths, stirring up this huge storm. Looking at that calm figure, Hawkeye found it hard to imagine that such a calm person could cause such a massive storm, involving both HYDRA and SHILD, using a large amount of history. In this moment, Hawkeye could only feel that figure becoming even more mysterious and unfathomable. In a room in S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow and the others also saw this scene. At the same time, they heard Black Widow's words, and their pupils contracted. Everyone stared fixedly at the tall figure on the screen. He finally appeared, the rumored Su Luo. Black Widow looked at that figure from behind and murmured. Black Widow murmured, "Why did you make HYDRA go to such great lengths? What secret are you hiding? Is this Su Luo?" Hill looked at that figure. She was somewhat astonished. "He's too fast. He has surpassed the limits of humans." Natasha Romanoff, "He's much faster than you described before. You previously described him as being at the level of Captain America at most, but now he has completely surpassed that." In the pouring rain, Black Widow looked at the figure on the screen and felt a huge wave surging in her heart. "He has become even faster, far surpassing the last time I saw him. It hasn't been that long, and his speed has undergone earth-shattering changes. Either he was hiding most of his power in the previous battle, or he has made progress and undergone a qualitative leap during this time. If it's the former, it's fine. But if it's the latter, his progress is too terrifying." Black Widow swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Su Luo, looking at this person full of mysteries. They seemed to want to uncover the secrets within this person. In the jungle, Claude spoke. Let's go, brother. Kill him, and then we quickly leave this dangerous place. There's a large HYDRA force behind us. They will catch up soon. We'll be in trouble then. We must leave while they haven't caught up yet. Leaning against a nearby tree, Claude slowly stood up, rainwater continuously flowing down his body. Suluo didn't immediately respond, but said to the HYDRA personnel, "Quickly relay the message, saying that you found the traces of Claude and his daughter in the nearby canyon. But Claude is extremely cunning and needs help." Saying that, his hand extended a bit longer, the tip of the knife pressed against the HYDRA personnel's throat, slightly breaking the skin and causing some blood to seep out. Feeling the danger of death, the person quickly picked up the pager in their hand. "I've found Claude and his daughter here. We've been closely following them into the nearby canyon. But this guy Claude is too cunning. Our team has been unable to catch him. Requesting support." After finishing speaking, the pager emitted a burst of static. After the static, a voice sounded from the other end of the pager. "Request received. The main force is rushing towards the canyon. The main force is coming. He can't escape." After saying that, the sound stopped. The pager emitted another burst of static. On the other side, the HYDRA personnel were extremely excited, because they would soon capture Claude. In their eyes, they didn't believe that Claude and his daughter could cause any trouble. After all, one injured adult and one injured little girl were just like fish in a barrel. Claude next to them heard this and revealed a smile. "You want to lure the tiger out of the mountain, mislead them to another direction, so that we can escape smoothly. Very good. After this, no one will chase after us, and we can escape well." Suluo shook his head. "No, I'm not misleading them again. I led them to the canyon because I want to get rid of them. I said I would help you deal with the pursuers, and I will keep my word." Suluo's tone was calm, but it carried a sense of unwavering power. Suluo arrived here, but he didn't just want to kill one or two members of the pursuing HYDRA. He came here today to unleash a massacre. Since he wants to settle the score, this debt must be settled with satisfaction. Today, all the HYDRA personnel who came here will stay. Not a single one will leave alive. He will give HYDRA a little taste of his own Suluo shock. He wants to bury an entire army with his own hands. He wants to make this land red with blood. Thinking of this, Suluo's eyes turned cold. Hearing this, Coulson trembled, his pupils shrinking. "You want to face the HYDRA frog's large army? That's not just a few dozen people. That's a well-equipped army. And there are exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier inside. It's a terrifying force that can destroy everything. If you really face them, you will be captured by them." The HYDRA members beside him widened their eyes in shock. They looked at the man in front of them in disbelief. He actually wanted to eliminate an entire HYDRA army. This guy is simply a madman who doesn't care about his life. One person against a huge, well-trained elite force, including individuals far beyond ordinary people. This is like hitting a rock with an egg. It's simply going to die. In HYDRA's eyes, Suluo is a complete lunatic. Not far away, Black Widow and the others heard Suluo's words and were taken aback, their eyes wide open. Black Widow couldn't believe it. What is he doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Although he has superhuman speed, he can't possibly be a match for so many soldiers, so many exoskeleton soldiers and Winter Soldiers. Such a huge army. One punch from each person would be enough to take his life. Hawkeye frowned. He actually wants to face an entire HYDRA army. How is that possible? What is he thinking? Even if HYDRA uses a human wave tactic, they can still overwhelm him. At this moment, Suluo in the screen suddenly raised his hand. A series of tearing air sounds rang out. Approaching, all the monitors lost contact and broke down. Black Widow's face turned ugly. He found the drones and destroyed them. Black Widow heard the voice in her ear. "Stop him. Don't let him act so recklessly. He's too arrogant. Even a powerful superhero wouldn't dare to face such a powerful elite force from HYDRA." Black Widow nodded quickly. "Yes, we'll go and stop him. We won't let him do something foolish." After speaking, she put away her tablet and ran towards Su Luo with Hawkeye. Da, da, da. Mud was trampled everywhere by their footsteps. After lifting their feet, there were indentations, and the muddy water flowed in, covering the indentations. The two quickly disappeared into the dim jungle. On Su Luo's side, he dealt with the drones. Elizabeth nodded beside him. Big brother, go and avenge us. Kill them all. She certainly didn't doubt Su Luo's words. Since Su Luo said he could kill them all, then there will definitely be no survivors. Her big brother is someone who keeps his promises and does what he says. Su Luo touched Elizabeth's head and nodded in satisfaction, not a little sister's illness. Elizabeth smiled, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, showing a bright smile. Even with rainwater all over her head, even looking like a drowned rat, it couldn't hide the beauty and cuteness of the little girl. Coulson twitched his mouth a few times as he looked at the daughter who unconditionally believed in Su Luo. He looked at Su Luo. Su Luo's pitch-black eyes were incredibly calm and steady, giving people an involuntary sense of trust. Seeing this, Coulson nodded. Okay, since you say you can get rid of them, then you can. I believe in you. In the end, Clow followed his daughter and chose to blindly trust Su Luo. There's no other way. After all, in just 10 days, Su Luo had mastered shooting and combat to a level that would take others more than 10 years to achieve. And not long after, his strength underwent another earth-shattering change. His speed reached an unimaginable level. In Clow's eyes, Su Luo wasn't creating miracles. He was originally a miracle himself. Su Luo nodded slightly. With a light stab, he directly pierced through the last member of the HYDRA team. He threw the key to Clow and pointed in a direction, saying, "Keep going, there will be a car. Both of you are in very bad condition. Go back to the safe house and rest, otherwise you'll collapse soon." Clow didn't say much either. He took the key and said solemnly, "You stay." Elizabeth's voice was hoarse, but her tone was full of energy. "Big brother, you should come back quickly too. My dad has prepared a lot of delicious food for you." Su Luo patted little Elizabeth's head and said, "Very well. Tonight we'll make braised Elizabeth." Elizabeth's face turned red. "Let's go," Clow said. Su Luo nodded. Immediately, Clow rushed into the darkness while carrying little Elizabeth. They disappeared from Su Luo's sight. Pissed, Su Luo drew out the knife from the opponent's throat. Then he burst out, like a terrifying cheetah, racing at an unimaginable speed, breaking through the raindrops one by one. The cold light in Su Luo's hand flickered, the sword blossomed, and then the knife was sheathed behind his back. Incredibly precise. The canyon was right next to him, very close. Soon, Su Luo arrived here. On both sides were long mountains with steep slopes, forming a spacious long road. Su Luo stood in front of the canyon and looked ahead, saying, "This is where the HYDRA troops will be buried. No one will leave from here today." At this moment, the majority of the HYDRA forces had not yet arrived. He immediately rushed into the canyon. At one end of the canyon, he took out many bombs from his backpack and shot them out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One mini bomb after another was shot into the cliffs on both sides. After nearly half of the bombs were shot into the soil, Su Luo quickly buried some bombs on the ground. After finishing all this, Su Luo quickly rushed to the other end, imitating what he had done before, shooting them into the cliffs. Then, he had used up all the bombs on his body. After finishing all this, he came to the center of the canyon, leaped up, and his hands and feet adhered to the wall. He climbed up the 70 to 80-degree cliff directly, arriving at the top, sitting on the cliff, overlooking the long canyon below. Like a deity sitting high up, the pouring rain washed over the canyon, also washing away the fallen. He drew out his long knife, cutting through the rain curtain. He took off his shield and tightly gripped it in his hand. Su Luo's cold voice mixed with the sound of rain resounded in the heavy rain. "Next, it's your turn to enter the stage, HYDRA." Soon, the HYDRA troops arrived. A large number of off-road vehicles, off-road motorcycles, and fully armed soldiers poured into the canyon like a river. Seeing that all the HYDRA personnel had arrived, Su Luo pressed the button in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying roar resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the other side, notify HYDRA on Su Luo's side when Coulson is in the canyon. HYDRA also relayed the message to Baron Strucker on their side. After hearing this news, Baron Strucker's face instantly showed a confident smile. Now, Coulson, how will you escape? Finally, we will catch this guy. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Soon, we will know Su Luo's whereabouts. I'm quite excited. He eagerly rubbed his hands together. On the other side, Dr. Zola murmured, "So, this guy, Strucker, is going to such lengths to capture Coulson just to catch that guy named Su Luo? What does Su Luo have that requires Strucker to put in so much effort? I'm curious to see what he's capable of." He immediately began searching for Su Luo in the database. Soon, he found Su Luo from the Research Institute. However, the description of Su Luo in the database was very ordinary. This kind of person, HYDRA can catch plenty of them. Just an ordinary researcher. Dr. Zola couldn't see anything outstanding about Su Luo. Furthermore, Dr. Zola discovered something else. That is, this Research Institute number 71 has been cleared. Originally, Research Institute number 71 would be cleared due to poor performance. But usually, only researchers would be cleared, not the leaders and soldiers. But this time they were cleared. It is obvious that clearing these people is to conceal some information. Dr. Zola spoke up. Research Institute number 71 has been cleared. It seems that Strucker is hiding something. It seems that this Su Luo has some secrets. Dr. Zola murmured. What exactly happened in Research Institute number 71? At the canyon. HYDRA's people had just entered the canyon. Boom. Huge amounts of explosions occurred at both ends of the canyon. The cliffs crumbled and turned into huge rocks, crashing down below. Countless boulders fell from above, like a bursting river or an avalanche. The terrifying momentum carried the breath of death and doomsday. It directly shocked a large area nearby. The HYDRA members below saw this scene and exclaimed in fear. After all, for them, this scene was too terrifying. It was like the end of the world had come. They frantically fled forward. The people behind didn't have time to escape. The boulders fell. Cars were smashed. Off-road motorcycles were flattened. People were crushed into minced meat and blood. Screams of agony resounded. Like hell itself, one after another, HYDRA soldiers died. Those who were a little further away from the edge of the canyon were not affected by the falling boulders. But underground, there were also bombs exploding. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks bloomed. Cars and motorcycles were thrown into the air. People were directly torn into pieces. Blood and flesh flew. The scene was extremely cruel. Some people had their limbs severed but didn't die, only groaning in pain. Cries of agony and pain echoed one after another. Countless blood flowed, mixing with the pouring rain. The blood-red water flooded the land. Burning flames ignited in the rain. The smell of gunpowder and blood filled the air, incredibly strong. Both ends of the canyon were blocked by countless rocks due to the bombs. In an instant, the inside of the canyon turned into a hellish scene, incredibly terrifying. In the distance, Black Widow and the others were searching for Su Luo's trail, running towards the canyon. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the earth shook. The terrifying sound frightened Black Widow and Hawkeye. The two of them stood still. Black Widow's heart was pounding. What's going on? What happened? Hawkeye spoke up. What's happening? That sound came from the canyon. What's happening over there? Is Su Luo over there? Did he encounter HYDRA's people? Are they engaged in battle? Did HYDRA use artillery? Are they trying to kill Su Luo? The terrifying sound in front of them made them hesitate. Black Widow quickly took out a miniature flight device from her backpack. Let's see what's happening over there. Hawkeye nodded quickly, agreeing with Black Widow's suggestion. Black Widow released the flight device to investigate the situation. On the side of the canyon, a scene of hellish devastation. However, not all of HYDRA's people died. Because Su Luo's bombs were mainly distributed at both ends, the falling boulders only killed or injured a portion of HYDRA's forces. and those mechanical exoskeletons and Winter Soldier soldiers faced these boulders. The larger ones dodged with their agile movements. The smaller ones shattered them with a single punch. The bombs on the ground were not placed densely enough, so they only killed or injured a portion of the enemy. About 1/3 of the people survived, and none of the exoskeleton soldiers or Winter Soldiers died. In the middle of the canyon, the remaining HYDRA members looked at their dead and injured comrades, their eyes turning red. In an instant, 2/3 of their forces were gone. In an instant, chaos erupted on the scene. Why is this happening? Why are there so many bombs here? Weren't we just chasing 2 injured people? And there clearly weren't any other large forces around. Why such a terrifying ambush? Damn it. Is this what Claw planned from the beginning, to lure us here? Could there be another force behind Claw? So, there's always been a large force lurking around? So we've been surrounded. Damn it. Could it be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people? Who the hell did this? Show yourselves. I'll kill all of you. Just at that moment, at the top of the canyon, a thunderous voice rang out. HYDRA, you are surrounded by me. Today, this will be your burial ground. All eyes moved upwards. The heavy rain blurred their vision, but they strained to see. They saw a small figure standing on the cliff with a glint of cold light in their hand, likely a blade. Seeing this, there was an uproar below. One person. He's saying that one person has surrounded us. Who is this guy? What conspiracy is he planning? Could all of this be done by him alone? How is that possible? Is it Claw? No, absolutely not Claw. At this moment, a Winter Soldier spoke up. That voice, it's Su Luo. Most of the HYDRA soldiers had never heard this name, but the exoskeleton soldiers who came out this time mostly knew. This person was the one they were also trying to capture, and the core target. Su Luo actually appeared. He's alone. Did he do all of this? What does he want to do? Does he want to take us on alone? It's just a pipe dream. We must capture him. But climbing up this cliff to catch him is difficult, said one exoskeleton soldier. Regular people couldn't possibly climb up, but exoskeleton soldiers and Winter Soldiers could. But it was still quite difficult. After all, it was pouring rain, the ground was muddy, and the cliff was slippery. It would take some effort to climb up. At the same time, the shocking news of Su Luo's appearance reached Strucker's ears. He stood up in shock, feeling incredulous. Strucker muttered to himself, "What's going on?" Su Luo actually appeared by himself. Strucker never expected that Su Luo would dare to appear alone, and he even dared to appear in front of his army. This guy even used bombs to send away 2/3 of my forces. But at this moment, Strack felt no nervousness, no sense of urgency. He only had one emotion at this moment, excitement. He burst into laughter. "I searched for you tirelessly, but I never expected you to come to me in person. Do you really think a few bombs can stop my Winter Soldier and exoskeleton soldier? Even if you found some help, it still wouldn't be a match for my team. Very well, since you've come to me, I'll accept it." He gave the command to his front. "Take down Su Luo at all costs. Remember, I want him alive. As long as he's alive, we can find a way to keep him from dying, even if he's severely injured." The command reached the front lines. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, their eyes becoming eager. At the same time, they were preparing to find a way to go up and capture Su Luo. But then at this moment, that figure swiftly slid down from the cliff and fell into the gorge. There were no other comrades, only that figure. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this situation to occur. The other party really came alone. The other party actually came to face them alone. Damn, this guy really intends to face all of us alone. Oh my God, what is he thinking? He's planning to fight against our army alone. He doesn't really think he has surrounded us, does he? Is this Su Luo crazy? Never mind if he's crazy. Today we will take him down. Su Luo was sliding down the cliff at high speed. He coldly looked at the HYDRA members below, the blade in his hand, the shield tightly gripped. Today was a good day for Su Luo. Under this kind of weather, it would affect the vision of ordinary people, but it wouldn't affect him at all. Today, he was going to wipe out the elite forces of HYDRA. He was going to deal a heavy blow to Strack and HYDRA. This was the first account he settled with HYDRA. First, he would take out their elite force. When he was about 2/3 down the slide, when he was about 20 to 30 meters from the ground, boom! Su Luo's legs burst with terrifying power, stopping his slide, and he shot down towards the ground like a cannonball. He raised the blade in his hand. Die! A cold voice came from Su Luo's mouth. Psst! He directly cut a person in half. Get him! Take him down! Even if we cripple him today, we will take him down. As long as we don't kill him, it doesn't matter if we cut off his limbs. Get him! The HYDRA members were not afraid because of the blood. Instead, it triggered their ferocity. Their eyes turned red, and they roared to take down Su Luo. The battle erupted completely. In the pouring rain, Su Luo was like a fierce beast. The blade rose and fell. One head after another was chopped off. The blade pierced through, penetrating the chest and heart with incredible accuracy. He threw the shield in his hand. The shield kept bouncing among the crowd. With its formidable power, it directly smashed the chests of people, leaving no chance of survival. With Su Luo's current strength, using the shield, as long as he controlled it well, he could continuously kill. The efficiency greatly increased, far surpassing Captain America's use of the shield. Someone rushed up, wanting to stab Su Luo with a knife. Spider telepathy was activated. Perceiving the danger behind him, he suddenly turned around. A cold gleam slashed out, cutting through the rain curtain, revealing Su Luo's cold pupils behind the rain curtain. Psst! Cut that person in half directly. Filthy things fall out. Blood spurts. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets shoot towards Su Luo's body. Most of them hit his chest. Su Luo quickly blocks with his shield or hides behind someone. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks bloom in the rain. Boom, boom, boom. Two exoskeleton warriors charge towards Su Luo. Fist pound towards Su Luo. Spider telepathy activates, along with powerful reaction ability. He dodges the attack. A slash directly cuts through steel, cuts off the operator's head inside. At the same time, another shield smashes out, directly flattens the exoskeleton, smashing the opponent's head to pieces. Yellow and white matter flies. When did this happen? Su Luo faces several exoskeleton warriors and is suppressed, finding it difficult to catch his breath. Now, under a large number of attacks, he easily kills 2 exoskeleton warriors. Definitely. Although Su Luo has spider telepathy and a strong physique, but that doesn't mean he won't get injured. Facing a dense barrage of attacks, even with spider telepathy and exceptional reaction ability, there are still times when he can't keep up. Psst! The alloy blade pierces through Su Luo's clothes and into his body. He swings his shield to strike, directly dents the opponent. With Su Luo's battle, wounds constantly appear on his body, some even revealing bone. His body is covered in blood. He looks like a bloodied figure. There are his own wounds, as well as others. This place is like a slaughterhouse, only filled with madness. And Su Luo is the center of this slaughterhouse. He is the butcher. Su Luo's terrifying combat power makes the HYDRA personnel on the scene shocked, and a hint of fear emerges in their hearts. They have hardly seen anyone with such terrifying combat power, except for that green monster, who is already inhuman, and a few other freaks in the Avengers Alliance. The man in front of them has reached an unimaginable level. Seeing Su Luo constantly being attacked and wounds appearing on him, the HYDRA personnel breathe a sigh of relief. This guy can still get injured, that's good. Attack. The wounds on his body are increasing. He won't last long. Good, he's about to collapse soon. Keep attacking him. We need to keep attacking him. Make him completely fall. Everyone's hearts tremble. The HYDRA soldiers roar. They all rush towards Su Luo, but as time passes, they realize that Su Luo doesn't feel the slightest bit weak. He is still full of vitality, slaughtering madly, like a meat grinder. What's going on? Why does he seem completely unaffected? He's already been injured so much. What's going on? Why hasn't he fallen yet? Even if he's a monster, after being stabbed so many times, he should be seriously injured. What kind of thing is this Su Luo? Someone grits their teeth. The Winter Soldier has not made a move, hiding among the crowd, wanting to use the tactic of overwhelming numbers to exhaust Su Luo's vitality. But seeing this scene, they immediately understand that the tactic of overwhelming numbers won't work. One Winter Soldier shouts, "The four of us, together with the remaining exoskeleton warriors, attack him, cut off his limbs, and take him down." They shout loudly. Strax's most elite forces join in, thinking that with their overwhelming force, they charge towards Su Luo. Attacks come from all directions, surrounding Su Luo, heavy rain pouring down, washing Su Luo's face, blurring his vision slightly. The cold rain soaked his clothes. But none of this affected Su Luo, his body still burning hot. Looking at the crowd rushing towards him, Su Luo's gaze remained unchanged, bursting out. That seemingly slender hand erupted with terrifying power, infused into the blade. The sharp blade in his hand turned into a deadly arc, tearing through the rain curtain, aiming at the three mechanical exoskeleton warriors in front. The cold and sharp blade easily sliced through the tough alloy of the three mechanical exoskeletons, splitting the people inside in half. Pust, pust, blood gushed out like a fountain. At the same time, spider telepathy activated. Danger emerged from more than a dozen places, coming from all directions. Su Luo instantly used the dead three exoskeleton warriors as a breakthrough, charging out, grabbing a nearby living exoskeleton warrior as a shield. Bang, bang, bang. Fists rained down on the person, instantly turning him into minced meat. At the same time, some attacks landed on Su Luo. Pust, pust. Two swords directly pierced his abdomen and arm muscles. A group of exoskeleton warriors and winter warriors simultaneously exerted their strength, displaying astonishing combat power. The pain made Su Luo's eye twitch, gritting his teeth. But his gaze remained unchanged, ice cold. "Today, none of you will leave here alive. Everyone must die." The words burst out from between Su Luo's teeth, filled with a sense of power. He immediately took out a mechanical button. These were all electromagnetic pulse mechanical buttons. He didn't want to take out the neurotoxin button because it was difficult to hit the enemy accurately. These guys had highly sensitive combat awareness and could easily dodge it. He took out the electric shock button because it was raining and the enemies around him were close, making it easy to accidentally injure himself. So the electromagnetic pulse mechanical button was the most suitable for him now. Su Luo waved. Those mechanical buttons instantly turned into beams, rushing in all directions. The enemy saw this scene and became alert, although they didn't know what these things were. But they understood. They knew that those things must be extremely dangerous. They quickly dodged, trying not to be hit by those things. In the end, they successfully avoided those mechanical buttons. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. Invisible shockwaves spread out. Suddenly, a part of the affected mechanical exoskeletons instantly stopped moving, unable to budge. At the same time, the people inside were also imprisoned and unable to move by this steel prison. A wave of panic immediately swept through. Damn it! What's going on? Why can't I move? F***K. Damn it! This guy's hidden weapon is actually an electromagnetic pulse weapon. It disrupted the operation of our exoskeletons. It's over. The exoskeleton has locked me tightly. I can't escape from it at all. Shit. If I can't get out, I'll be unemployed in front of Su Luo. It's over. It's over. I can't move in front of this monster. I'm definitely going to die in his hands. At this moment, these immobilized people were filled with fear of being controlled by Su Luo, especially when they thought of the terrifying scenes of him killing ruthlessly. Their fear intensified, and the reality was just as they wished. After shooting out those mechanical buttons, Su Luo erupted again, pouring out terrifying power, acting on the shield. Whoosh! The terrifying shield has turned into the most efficient killing tool. It charges towards the motionless live targets in front. Bang, bang, bang. The shield bounces around like a marble, colliding with the heads of the mechanical exoskeleton warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sound one after another. One head after another is directly blown up. This scene is incredibly bloody and cruel. Upon seeing this, Su Luo doesn't hesitate at all. He bursts out as well, charging towards the enemy. In an instant, a group of enemies engage in battle. His body instantly gains deep wounds, blood flowing profusely, and pain assaulting him. Su Luo's face contorts slightly, the long knife in his hand turning into a weapon of death, instantly reaping several lives. 3 exoskeleton warriors and a winter soldier. Su Luo pierces the head of the winter soldier with his long knife, not allowing the opponent to die with their eyes closed. Pissed, he swiftly pulls out the long knife and continues fighting with the people in front. Wounds constantly appear on his body, constantly healing. Pain also constantly assaults his nerves. In the midst of pain, Su Luo transforms into the cruelest executioner, greedily harvesting lives. Suddenly, Su Luo grunts, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Under the fierce attack of the enemy, a winter soldier successfully ambushes him, successfully severing one of Su Luo's hands, and the shield falls to the ground as well. Intense pain fills Su Luo's nerves. His other hand angrily stabs downward, piercing through the opponent's eye, directly piercing through their head. He swings, decapitating half of the opponent's head, seeing Su Luo's severed arm. The remaining HYDRA members are all filled with excitement. Finally, they have severed one of his arms. With this one strike, the opponent will instantly lose a great deal of combat power. This allows the people of HYDRA to finally see a glimmer of hope for success. Very good. Finally severed one of his hands. With only one hand left, his combat power will be greatly reduced. Not bad. Soon, we will be able to sever his other hand. Cut off his legs. Very good. Keep it up. We will soon be able to completely conquer him. Everyone's eyes are shining. And at this moment, Su Luo steps on a shield on the ground. The shield leaps up, and the severed arm holding the shield falls into Su Luo's hand. He reattaches the severed arm. At the same time, he leaps up and instantly jumps out of the encirclement. At the same time, he quickly dodges left and right, avoiding the enemy's attacks. When the people of HYDRA see Su Luo reattaching the severed arm, they are all stunned. Their gazes are somewhat astonished. What? What does this guy want to do? Does he want to reattach this severed arm? Is he going to weld it back on the spot? What is he doing? Does he think his arm is a building block? It broke, so he can just put it back together? What is this guy doing? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? At the moment of HYDRA's astonishment, the self-healing factors in many of the severed arm areas begin to exert their power. At the sites of the wounds, buds of flesh begin to grow, connecting and merging with each other. The original injuries heal extremely rapidly. Soon, the sites of the wounds are completely connected. Under the powerful force of the self-healing factors, even the bones begin to heal, and in the end, there is not a single scar fully restored. The entire arm instantly returns to its original state. If it weren't for the slow speed of his severed arm's regeneration, he might have already picked it up. Instead, he directly lets it grow a new arm. If he had a brand new one-time lizard self-healing potion, he could do that, but unfortunately, he doesn't have one right now. He waves his just healed hand. Everything is back to normal, as if there was never a break. He pinches his fingers and still feels full of strength, as well as control. As Su Luo read this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The surrounding members of HYDRA watched as Su Luo waved his severed arm and clenched his fingers. Each person widened their eyes, their pupils trembling and their scalps tingling. Everyone felt that something was very wrong. Damn it, what's going on with this guy? Why did his hand grow back? His arm healed. F***K Is this guy even human? F asterisk asterisk K. Is he a robot or a doll? Is this even possible? He lost his arm, but now it's back and he can use it freely. What is this really? Just a monster in human skin. So we worked so hard and killed someone for nothing. How can a person be so terrifying? At this moment, the remaining members of HYDRA began to doubt their lives. They looked at Su Luo in front of them and felt a strong sense of defeat and a hint of fear, the fear dominated by Su Luo. Su Luo didn't give these people a chance to think. There weren't many people left. Su Luo shot out again and killed the remaining group of people. At this moment, many of HYDRA's members had lost confidence and the will to fight, and they began to scatter and flee. A Winter Soldier saw this and became furious. Running away is a dead end. He won't spare anyone. Only by burning the bridges can we fight for a chance to survive. The words abruptly stopped, because Su Luo pounced like a demon and cut off the opponent's head with a single slash. Too talkative. Die. Seeing this scene, seeing the Winter Soldier who had just motivated everyone being beheaded, everyone's fighting spirit was instantly crushed. Damn it, he's just a monster. We can't defeat him at all. Run, run. This guy is not human. In an instant, the remaining people started to flee frantically. Only a few people resisted stubbornly. Among them was a Winter Soldier who was blasted into a bloody mess by Su Luo with a shield. The others were also killed with a single sword. Seeing the fleeing people, Su Luo sneered. Can you escape? The entire canyon had long been blocked by Su Luo, with cliffs on both sides. This place had long become a dead end by Su Luo. He was here to leave no one behind from HYDRA who came. He had said that not a single one would be spared. He, Su Luo, promised to keep his word. Boom! Su Luo shot out again. His speed was too fast. Flowers, please. To the point where, under the rain curtain, a temporary rain-free passage was torn open. The cold light flew from his hand. The shield shot out, chasing after the last person. After a moment, psst, he pulled out a long knife from the last person. The rain washed away the blood on the knife. In the vast canyon, at this moment, only Su Luo stood alone, his face cold, wet hair flying in the strong wind, and his wet and heavy clothes billowing in the wind. The ground was covered with bodies, densely packed, a battlefield of corpses and blood. The blood stained the earth red, and the strong smell of blood permeated the air. Clusters of oil fires were burning fiercely. The smell of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, filling the air and the rain. Su Luo's figure appeared small on the vast battlefield, but that figure was destined to be full of infinite deterrence at this moment. This deterrence enveloped the entire canyon, and it was destined to radiate out, enveloping countless people, just because, in the entire battlefield, he alone, single-handedly, cut through this sea of corpses and mountains of blood. This terrifying battlefield, it was created by this man. At this moment, he, with the body of a human, has achieved godlike feats. Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he appears not as a person, but as a true god of slaughter. The strong smell of blood in the air seems to be his essence of killing. The storm rages on. The wind blows Su Luo's black hair, and his clothes rustle. The long knife in his hand is clean and bright, without a trace of blood. He looks up, gazing at the battlefield, his eyes calm but still filled with a chilling feeling. He swings his long knife, splashing countless raindrops, calmly saying, "Not a single one left. I've done it." At this moment, above the sky, a miniature flight device just arrived not long ago. Witnessed Su Luo's final slaughter of a group of HYDRA. Finally, they saw Su Luo pulling out the long knife from the last person, standing alone amidst an infinite number of corpses, a spectacular and shocking scene. The scene was filled with bodies, countless bodies. All were caused by blades and blunt force. It was intentional, and they were all HYDRA's people. Only one person survived. That person is Su Luo, the one who has always been shrouded in mystery. Su Luo. They originally thought that Su Luo would definitely be taken down by HYDRA's people. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be like this, completely subverting their expectations. With just one person, one sword, and one shield, Su Luo slaughtered the entire army of HYDRA in this canyon. With his own strength, he overturned HYDRA's elite forces. What kind of power is this? Black Widow and Hawkeye looked at the brutal scene in the canyon, looked at the man standing on the sea of corpses, and felt a huge impact. They both took a deep breath, looking at the man on the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. From above, the figure standing on the sea of blood seemed so frail and small. But Black Widow and Hawkeye felt an infinite sense of oppression. For the first time, just by looking at the screen, they could feel the terrifying intimidation carried by the person in the screen. That intimidation seemed to seep out from the screen, pressing down on them. Standing amidst the infinite mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he was not just a person, but a god of war descending upon the world. An invincible god of slaughter. The storm and rain seemed to be impacting not his body, but their souls, causing a raging storm in their hearts. Not only Black Widow and Hawkeye, but also everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this scene, their minds were greatly impacted. Everyone was shocked into silence, forgetting how to speak. A dead silence. In everyone's eyes, there was only shock, because tonight, that person created a legend. One person, leaving behind a super army of HYDRA. Hawkeye swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Is this Su Luo? He is actually so terrifying, possessing such unimaginable strength. Is he really a human? Such power. It's like a god descending upon the world. Black Widow's scalp tingled, her hair standing on end. When I learned that he was going to face HYDRA's team alone, I was a bit dismissive. I thought he was crazy. I thought he was too arrogant, underestimating the power of HYDRA. But I was wrong. He is not arrogant. He is just confident. He just knows very well that he can truly annihilate a super army of HYDRA. Black Widow's body trembled in the cold rain, her eyes fixed on the terrifying figure on the screen. Is this Su Luo's true strength? The reason why HYDRA wanted to find Su Luo is because he possesses such terrifying power. Black Widow murmured, so Su Luo is actually a super weapon created by HYDRA. Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Hawkeye's pupils contracted. He spoke, has HYDRA really obtained such terrifying technology? To be able to create such a terrifying super weapon like Su Luo? Black Widow fell silent for a moment, then said, after all, this is HYDRA, a massive organization that has spread its tentacles all over the world. And they have been hiding behind SHIELD, gaining a lot of resources and knowledge. They're constantly conducting various research. Think about it. The base we previously conquered, Baron Strucker's base, created powerful superhumans like Scarlet, Witch, and Quicksilver. They even wanted to create an electronic life similar to Ultron through the Mind Scepter. If we hadn't broken through, we wouldn't have known all this. Just a base we conquered could produce such powerful beings. Not to mention, HYDRA still has many hidden bases that we haven't discovered. So they really might be hiding powerful technology from us and have successfully created a super weapon like Su Luo. So terrifying. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's face changed slightly, even looking a bit grim. If HYDRA really possesses such terrifying technology, that would be extremely dangerous. The rest of SHIELD heard Black Widow's words and furrowed their brows. Then, Black Widow paused for a moment. Definitely, although HYDRA has such technology, it may be very immature, and even the creation of Su Luo could be a coincidence. Just like Hulk, who was accidentally created in a time experiment and possesses godlike power. After Su Luo gained his power, he escaped just like Hulk. Her thoughts raced, recalling Hulk's experiences. She instinctively connected him with Su Luo. She pondered, it is precisely because the technology of 233 is immature or coincidentally created that HYDRA cannot replicate a new Su Luo. So they started looking for Hulk, just like General Ross did in the past. But because they couldn't replicate a new Suluo, they could only use outdated power to deal with this new force. But in the end, they failed because this force was too strong. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Thinking of this, Black Widow's eyes brightened slightly, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth, as if she had found the truth and felt a hint of joy. A sense of having the upper hand appeared on her face. Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Hawkeye, who was initially nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they can't replicate it. If HYDRA could replicate it, that would be truly terrifying. Black Widow's words were logical, and with Hulk as a precedent. Hawkeye found it very reasonable and said seriously, "If what you say is true, then everything can indeed be explained. It seems that Suluo might really be a completely new weapon accidentally created by HYDRA." Meanwhile, at SHILD, they also heard Black Widow's words. Each of them furrowed their brows. Black Dumpling remained silent for a moment before saying, "I didn't expect HYDRA, this damn mother of to be able to create such a powerful super weapon. Indeed, the strength of the HYDRA is still deep. We need to be more prepared and vigilant against HYDRA. At the same time, we need to use more firepower to destroy them." Black Dumpling nodded, his eyes gleaming coldly. "You're right. We need to continue to strike them and strike them fiercely. We must completely eliminate this damn mother of ing HYDRA. Our previous actions were too gentle, and our investigation was not thorough enough. Previously, we thought Hydra had suffered heavy damage and was weakened, but now it seems that we were mistaken. Perhaps HYDRA hasn't been seriously injured. So now we need to deploy more forces specifically to target Hydra and strike and destroy them." At this moment, Black Dumpling's voice became extremely cold. Hill's expression became serious as she nodded. "Yes, we should do that." Hydra, on the other hand, was unaware. Because of Suluo's actions, SHILD had developed a great misunderstanding about them. At the same time, SHILD became even more wary of them and prepared to launch a more fierce attack on them, thinking that they were already weakened. At this moment, when Black Dumpling made up his mind, the high-ranking members of HYDRA, scattered in different places, inexplicably felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being watched by something filthy. Inside the canyon, Suluo looked at the corpses and blood on the ground. He looked up at the sky and threw a DNA contamination bomb. He took out a gun from his waist and fired a shot at the contamination bomb. Bang! A large amount of gas sprayed out, blending into the rainwater and dripping onto the ground. Mixing with the abundant blood, it contaminated the DNA. After finishing all this, he climbed up the steep cliff and immediately headed towards New York. Moving in extremely fast speed, he shuttled through the jungle and disappeared into the darkness. At the same moment, outside of Earth, a spacecraft returning from space had an accident and crashed into a forest. And this spacecraft was launched by the Life Foundation. During the return, something went wrong, causing it to deviate from its orbit and ultimately crash. Soon after, personnel from the Life Foundation arrived at the crash site. They took out several containers from inside. Inside the containers was a liquid that was constantly shape-shifting, as if it had life. However, one of the containers was broken during the crash and was empty. The staff quickly dialed a phone number. Dr. Drake, one of the containers broke, and it seems that the extraterrestrial life inside escaped. A deep voice came from the other end. "I know. Quickly bring back all the remaining containers." Yes. So, these containers were quickly loaded onto a plane and flew towards New York. Hydra Base, somewhere, where Baron Strucker was located. Inside the intelligence room, Baron was lying on a chair, extremely excited, because he was about to capture Suluo. But soon, things changed. At the same time, on the computer screen, the life signatures of the exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier also began to disappear continuously. Reports from the front line kept coming back. and it was getting worse and worse. Report to Baron. Su Luo is crazily killing our special forces. Report to Baron. 4 exoskeleton soldiers dead. 32 more. Report to Baron. We only have 1/5 of our regular soldiers left. Report to Baron. 10 exoskeleton soldiers died at once. Only 9 left. Report to Baron. 1 winter soldier dead. Only 3 left. The situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided. And it was their side that was completely one-sided. Su Luo was suppressing his forces with terrifying power. Baron Strucker's face became increasingly worse, paler. He stood up, hands on the desk, murmuring, "How could this happen? For a small Su Luo, a super soldier, how can he achieve such a level?" His arms were trembling. Finally, on the screen, everything turned gray. The avatars of the exoskeleton soldiers and the winter soldier dimmed, losing their life signatures. Report to Baron. On the battlefield, none of our people survived. 4,000 ordinary mercenaries, 1,000 elite special forces, 36 exoskeleton soldiers, 4 winter soldiers, all killed. As the last report came in, the large intelligence room became chaotic. Everyone was shocked. Waves of turmoil surged in their hearts. All killed. How could this happen? A single person actually annihilated an elite HYDRA army. Who is this guy? Is he a monster? Like a monster similar to the Hulk? When did such a terrifying figure emerge in the world? To annihilate a super army, what kind of power is this? Is it a god in disguise? Just as everyone was in an uproar, bang, a loud gunshot rang out. That unlucky guy who was reading the report, his head exploded from a gunshot. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The people around were pale and trembling. Suddenly, the chaotic intelligence room fell silent. Only the sound of people's breathing. Sweat dripped from everyone's forehead. And the one who fired the gun was the furious and extremely fearful Baron. He held the gun, smoke still rising from the barrel. The Baron's face was extremely pale, his eyes filled with fear, anger, and disbelief. Extreme emotions overwhelmed his brain. Suddenly, his mind went blank, his vision darkened, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The gun and the book fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. He immediately stabilized himself by placing both hands on the table. After a moment, he raised his head again. He looked at the dark screen, his jaw trembling uncontrollably. This was his most elite force, his right-hand man. And now, they were all wiped out. It was equivalent to rendering his martial arts useless. Not disabled, but almost disabled. At this moment, he really couldn't understand. How did things come to this point? Meanwhile, not long after Su Luo left, a fully armed team arrived outside the canyon and reached the cliffs of the canyon. The leader said into the earpiece, "Report to Madam. We are about to reach the canyon. I will immediately go and investigate the loud noise we heard earlier. Also, based on what we overheard from Starkside, they seem to be capturing someone named Su Luo, and this time they happen to encounter each other. Both sides engaged in battle. I estimate that Su Luo should have. These people are the ones arranged by Madam Viper of HYDRA to monitor the Baron's troops. After hearing the loud noise from this side earlier, worried about the possibility of geological disasters, for safety reasons, they waited outside for a while, and then continued to come. On the other side, Madam Viper stood quietly on top of a building in the city, overlooking the sleeping city. Her enchanting figure formed seductive curves in the dim light. Hearing her subordinate's words, she said, "Very well. Be careful when you go over. Don't be discovered." Madam Viper's team arrived at the edge of the cliff, and immediately there were gasps of astonishment. They saw the horrifying scene in the canyon. A large number of corpses, blood flowing like a river, and the flames of war still burning. It was obvious that the battle had just ended. There was not a single survivor at the scene. Looking at the equipment and vehicles, the dead people below were all HYDRA's men. They were all elite forces of Stark. The terrifying smell of blood filled the entire canyon. Even in heavy rain, the strong smell of blood couldn't be washed away. The entire canyon resembled a true hell. The members of the team trembled as they spoke. How? How is this possible? What exactly happened here? Why did this situation occur? The cold voice of Madam HYDRA rang out. What happened? A team member quickly said, Madam, they're all dead. Stark's super army, all buried in this canyon. They were all slaughtered. The scene is like hell itself, filled with bodies and blood. Hearing this, Madam Hydra's breath hitched, her pupils shrinking. How was that possible? They're all dead? That was Stark's super army. There are not only a considerable number of special forces, but also a significant number of exoskeleton soldiers and Winter soldiers. This is an extremely powerful force. How'd they all die? She quickly asked. Were there traces of other large teams at the scene? The team members looked around with binoculars, surveying the surroundings and the area below. In the end, they gave an answer that left Madam HYDRA incredulous. Report, Madam, there are no traces of other large teams. Furthermore, based on our investigation of the scene, there is only one person's trace going down from the cliff and then coming back up. No other traces of people were found. And based on the majority of the injuries on the bodies we saw at the scene, they were all consistent. They were either caused by a sharp blade or a blunt weapon, with very few other signs of injury. It can be said that the cause of death for this unit mostly points to one person. As the team members reasoned, they themselves felt a sense of horror about their own deduction. All of this was done by one person. A sound of inhalation came through the earpiece. One person? Are you saying that a person named Su Luo single-handedly wiped out Stark's super army? The team member swallowed and said, based on the traces at the scene and the information we captured, yes. Send me the photos of the scene. Yes, madam. 1.5 team members quickly took out a special camera, took a picture, and sent it to Madam HYDRA. Madam HYDRA remained silent for a long time after seeing the hellish scene in the canyon. She immediately pulled up Su Luo's file. It was the same as the information obtained from Zola and S.H.I.E.L.D. Then she looked up at the city and murmured, So, Stark, Su Luo is your hidden secret? You destroyed the Super Serum 71 research facility to hide Su Luo, didn't you? You deceived us and secretly researched a new secret weapon, ultimately creating Su Luo. And then you let him escape. To cover up his information, you destroyed the 71 research facility. At the same time, you didn't produce a second Su Luo, indicating that Su Luo's success was accidental. You went through so much trouble to find Claw, just to capture Su Luo and continue the research, right? You actually hid such important research from us. You really deserve to die. On Zola's side, he had been monitoring Stark through a hidden network portal and also learned about Su Luo's destruction of the army. He had the same suspicion as Madam HYDRA. In the end, the high-ranking members of HYDRA pressured Stark to hand over the research data related to Su Luo. However, Stark didn't have any research data. In the end, he confessed to the fact that Su Luo had developed the Super Serum. But everyone scoffed at it. After all, a super soldier couldn't possibly cause such terrifying destruction. Everyone believed that Stark was trying to hide something and had no intention of contributing the data. So they fell out with Stark. At the same time, some covert plans against Stark began. Su Luo ran swiftly. Not long after, he returned to New York. When Su Luo returned to New York, it was still stormy and rainy, coupled with the night. The whole city seemed to be completely asleep. This sleepless city finally fell asleep. On top of the building, Su Luo was running towards his safe house. At this moment, he had already changed out of the torn and blood-stained clothes he had on when he returned to the city and put on a new set of clothes. The strong winds and rain couldn't stop Su Luo's steady pace. He was running against the wind at an astonishing speed. Having dealt with HYDRA's army, Su Luo's mood became much happier. His thoughts now returned to himself. Now, he had obtained spider abilities. However, his spider abilities were still undeveloped and in the initial stage. His strength was only 15 tons, far from the peak strength of hundreds of tons, and there was still a lot of potential to be tapped. In the coming time, he would need to constantly develop his spider abilities and explore their potential. To make himself stronger, this would require intense training, constantly stimulating muscle cells, constantly squeezing the muscles, making them grow rapidly, becoming stronger and more explosive. To make muscles grow quickly, first, one must do heavy load strength training, which means making the muscles bear the maximum load. Performing resistance training under maximum load can make the muscles grow quickly. The human body's muscles are composed of muscle fibers, and the number of muscle fibers is determined by genetics. To make the muscles stronger, one must make the existing muscle fibers thicker and stronger through weight training. In heavyweight training, the muscles will become congested and even cause partial ruptures in muscle cells. Afterwards, by replenishing a large amount of nutrients, especially protein, the damaged muscles will be repaired. When these damaged muscle fibers are completely healed, the muscles will become thicker and stronger. Therefore, he now needed to constantly engage in powerful weight training, making the muscles contract continuously, making the muscles constantly rupture, regenerate, and strengthen. His muscles were different from ordinary people's, able to accommodate more explosive power, able to withstand more intense training. This led to his muscles having a high potential limit. Through continuous rupture, regeneration, and strengthening, he could eventually reach an unimaginable level. At the same time, after strengthening his muscle fibers, they would not infinitely expand in size, but would simply increase in mass, increasing unit strength and unit explosive power. Now, the dimensions of his muscles had reached their limit. They would not continue to grow, only continue to become stronger. This was also what set him apart from ordinary people. Su Luo immediately made arrangements for his upcoming days. That is to constantly engage in overload training and constantly replenish a large amount of nutrients and protein in order to constantly enhance his strength. Ordinary exercise equipment and tools would definitely have no effect on him. So, he needed more powerful exercise tools and equipment. In addition, Su Luo thought of the strange little Spider-Man he unintentionally created. Clearly, his little Spider-Man had undergone a huge metamorphosis, possessing powerful strength beyond that of an ordinary spider, and also having a certain level of intelligence. Su Luo was ready to examine the little Spider-Man, to see what exactly caused it, which combination of genes caused such a mutation. In addition, he also wanted to test how strong the little Spider-Man's strength was, and whether it had any other abilities. Furthermore, he had obtained Wolverine's abilities along with the spider abilities. Now he could be considered to have a certain level of self-defense ability. Next, he could start his Superman plan. Thinking of this, Su Luo's eyes flashed with excitement. In this world, there is no Superman, so he cannot find a template for himself to reference, nor can he find Superman's DNA for research. Therefore, he can only start from scratch and gradually build himself into a true Superman, a true Silver Superman, to make the god of the mortal world appear in the Marvel world, to gradually become invincible. Definitely, this process will not be easy. It will definitely require a lot of research. The first step is to shape his body into the prototype of Superman. That is to study different super ability holders to understand their similarities with Superman. Ultimately, he wants to possess various abilities similar to Superman, but these powers will all be obtained from others, so they will mostly be isolated. They will not form an organic whole, nor will there be an organic cycle. So, what he needs to do next is to thoroughly integrate and upgrade these isolated abilities, to fuse all his abilities into one, to become an organic whole, to become a cycle. The various abilities will establish organic connections. These abilities will combine in a certain order, forming a new system or a new whole. Within this system or new framework, the elements of each ability will interact and influence each other, forming a more powerful force and constantly undergoing unified strengthening upgrades. When he reaches this step, the true Superman will have appeared. Definitely, during this process, he can modify Superman's weakness in magic resistance. He will search for corresponding methods to strengthen his magic resistance and even improve his magical abilities. In the end, he will create a Superman without weaknesses and who can undergo infinite upgrades. This is his future main work route, as well as his main mission. Definitely, while doing the main mission, if he encounters other things of interest, he will study them and enhance his own strength. And to create a template for Superman, it is necessary to find super abilities similar to Superman's various abilities. His first goal is to obtain a strong and indestructible physique. He has already identified a target, a superhero. His super ability is to have an incredibly strong physique, and his body will not change color or shapeshift. That is Luke Cage. He is friends with superheroes like Daredevil and Iron Fist. Digging into Spider-Man's abilities, he begins the Superman creation plan, which is what he will do next. Whoosh! Sue Luo's feet burst with powerful force as he races towards a certain location in Hell's Kitchen. Using his powerful leg strength, he leaps and bounds on the rooftops of tall buildings. After intense and continuous exertion, Sue Luo is starting to feel tired. In addition, some buildings are too far apart for him to jump over, so he has to take detours, which is a bit troublesome. Sue Luo murmurs, "Indeed, in the city, using cobwebs to swing is quite a convenient way. As long as there is something to support it, you can reach anywhere. And Spider-Man's cobwebs have many other effects. Whether it's against enemies or restraining others, it's a good choice. I can indeed create one." Inside the safe house, Claude and Xiao Yi have already taken a hot shower and treated their injuries. The entire safe house has been reinforced and modified by Sue Luo. Even Claude can only move around upstairs. Claude no longer has access to the downstairs area. Sue Luo is the only one who currently has access to the entire basement. After all, Sue Luo has a lot of research in the basement, and he won't let others get close. So he set it up to allow only himself to enter and exit. When Claude enters the house, he becomes aware of his permissions. He doesn't mind this. After all, he understood that in the basement, it must be Sue Luo's own experimental achievements. Although he lent the house to the other party, it did not mean that everything inside the house belonged to him. The things created by Sue Luo inside the house still belonged to the other party. So it was natural for Sue Luo to protect his privacy. When he lent the house to Sue Luo, he allowed Sue Luo to do whatever he wanted. At the moment, Xiao Yi was huddled next to a small electric stove, wrapped in a blanket to keep herself warm. Claude brought a cup of steaming medicine and handed it to Xiao. "Xiao Yi, drink it. Your whole body is soaked in the cold rain. You need to drink some medicine to prevent catching a cold." Xiao Yi took the medicine and drank it, feeling much warmer all over her body. However, her face was still pale, and her lips were white. Her voice hoarse, she asked, "Big brother, when will you come back?" Claude looked at the pouring rain outside the window, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He should be back soon, right? However, at this moment, Claude's heart was also uncertain. After all, this HYDRA battle was huge, with a strong force that was almost impossible to resist with human power. He really didn't know how Sue Luo should confront this force, or even eliminate it. He couldn't think of a way, so he was worried at this moment. Just then, with a crack, the window was opened, and the sound of the raging storm grew louder. Claude and his daughter quickly looked over. They saw a figure flipping in from outside the window. Seeing the unfamiliar clothes, Claude instantly reached for his gun at his waist and coldly asked, "Who are you?" But then he felt that the figure seemed familiar. Following the joyful shout of his daughter next to him, "Big brother, you're back," he realized that it was Sue Luo who had changed into a different outfit. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up when she saw Sue Luo, and she hurriedly ran up to give him a hug. But Sue Luo pressed his finger against her forehead. "I'm all wet, don't hug me." Xiao Yi looked aggrieved. "Okay." Claude also walked up happily, ignoring the fact that Sue Luo was soaked, and gave him a big hug. Claude laughed heartily. "You're finally back. That's great." He quickly looked at Sue Luo's body. "Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" He looked left and right. Sue Luo shrugged. "No wounds anywhere on my body." Sue Luo told the truth. He really didn't have any wounds on his body. Seeing Sue Luo being hugged by her father, Xiao Yi pouted and felt a bit unhappy. Immediately, she also ran up and hugged Su Luo, instantly showing a happy smile. She giggled, "I want to hug Big Brother too." Su Luo helplessly rubbed the little girl's head. Xiao Yi couldn't smell the scent on Su Luo's body because her nose was blocked. Claude nodded when he saw this, a genuine happiness showing on his face. It's good as long as you're not injured. That's the most important thing. We don't need to confront them head-on. After all, they have so many people. Strategic retreat is the best option. He then asked, "As for those HYDRA members, is it okay if we don't deal with them? But we need to be more careful in the future. They will definitely continue to intensify their efforts to find us." Claude thought that Su Luo chose to strategically retreat because he saw too many enemies and their equipment was too advanced. For Claude, it didn't matter if HYDRA wasn't dealt with, as long as everyone was safe. That was the most important thing. When Su Luo heard his words, he shook his head calmly and said, "They probably don't have time to look for you for now, because I have taken care of their large forces that came this time." For Strucker, it's a serious blow, and it will take him a lot of energy and time to recover. Claude's expression froze, and his mind couldn't react for a moment. He spoke up, saying, "Are you really saying you have dealt with HYDRA's people?" Su Luo nodded and then gently pulled Xiao Yi away from himself, replacing the blanket with a clean one, allowing her to continue warming herself by the small stove. After doing all this, Su Luo said, "I'm going to take a shower." With that, he went upstairs to his master bedroom, preparing to take a bath. After all, even though he had changed his clothes, his whole body was still dirty and there was a strong smell of blood, leaving behind a stunned and somewhat dazed Clow. He stood still, muttering, "He has completely eliminated HYDRA's main forces." In Clow's eyes, Su Luo had no reason to lie about this matter, and Su Luo was not someone who lied about such things. So since the other party said that they had eliminated HYDRA's main forces, they must have really done so. However, this matter was shocking. After all, HYDRA's main forces were extremely powerful, with many mechanical exoskeleton soldiers and the Winter Soldier among them. To eliminate such a large force, one must possess terrifying power. He remembered the terrifying speed that Su Luo had shown when he saw him earlier. To improve his speed to such a level in such a short time was already a miracle. This miraculous progress seemed to explain how he could eliminate the main forces. Clow was somewhat absent-minded, muttering, "Too fierce, it's really too fierce. Simply a godlike person." At the same time, Clow was somewhat pleased, saying, "I really have a good eye for people. I recognize that my brother is extraordinary at first sight and invested in him early." He smiled smugly, saying, "I seem to have some ability in judging people." He closed the window and returned to the small stove. Soon, Su Luo finished washing up, and the smell of blood on his body had greatly diminished. He went downstairs. Clow was still watching cartoons with Xiao Yi, but at this moment, Xiao Yi had fallen asleep in her father's arms due to exhaustion. Su Luo whispered, "Let's go upstairs." Clow nodded with a smile, saying, "This little girl has fallen asleep. I was just about to take her upstairs." Su Luo continued, "Tomorrow I will perform surgery on Xiao Yi to cure her congenital heart disease and asthma." Hearing this, Clow suddenly stiffened, his pupils shrinking, staring blankly at Su Luo. He couldn't help but doubt his own ears. After all, these two diseases were incurable. Even the world's top doctors had no way to cure them. Su Luo nodded affirmatively, saying, "I already have a mature plan. I will heal her. Go to sleep now." Seeing Su Luo's promise, this strong man's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. He choked up slightly, saying, "Thank you, brother." For Clow, his daughter was everything to him, and his daughter's illness had always weighed heavily on his heart. He had already given up hope, but he didn't expect. Su Luo waved his hand, saying, "I just happen to like Xiao Yi." Then, he went downstairs. Clow wiped his eyes and looked at Xiao Yi, a smile appearing on his face. Under the warm light of the small stove, the smile seemed incredibly warm. Su Luo arrived downstairs. He turned on the computer, opened a file. Speculation and production of web shooters. This was something he had worked on during his spare time while tinkering with his cobweb ability. To create web shooters, first, he needed to create a subatomic cobweb solution, a man-made nanomaterial that appeared as a liquid and was directly compressed into subatomic form through high-energy compression. After this nanomaterial is condensed into subatomic form, it can be placed in a specially designed cobweb container. The cobweb container is activated by a variable frequency electric current. The subatomic cobweb solution can be instantly released from the container and undergo continuous changes, eventually transforming into cobweb. First, it instantly transforms from subatomic to atomic, and then from atomic to gas. The gas undergoes intense friction with the atmosphere at high speeds, and the heat causes the spiderweb material to rapidly transition from gas to liquid. The liquid quickly solidifies into a solid, resulting in the final cobweb. Although the process seems complex, the transformations actually occur in an instant. Spiderweb is in a liquid state at normal temperatures and only becomes cobweb when the spiderweb material generates heat through intense friction with the atmosphere at high speeds. This makes it easy to store in small containers, allowing for a large quantity of pure cobweb. Additionally, after a period of time, the spiderweb will melt and disappear on its own, without causing any environmental impact. Looking at the general direction on his document, Su Luo spoke up. Next, we need to find the corresponding materials. Inside the glass box beside him, little Spider-Man obediently stayed inside, watching Su Luo like this. Su Luo planned to take little Spider-Man to Osborn tomorrow for a more detailed examination and testing. His equipment here was ultimately not as complete as Osborn's, especially the testing equipment. Su Luo said, "You can play in this room, but you can't go out, understand?" Upon hearing Su Luo's words, little Spider-Man nodded. But it didn't move, just quietly stayed there, watching Su Luo. Regarding this, Luo didn't say anything either. Instead, he began his own research. He started by researching the properties of a large number of materials and quickly screening them to find materials that met the criteria, and then conducting experiments and matching them. His brain worked rapidly, and his hands were busy, tapping the keyboard. Using instruments, his speed was so fast that one could almost see after images. After a few hours, Su Luo successfully produced version 1.0 of the initial cobweb solution. It could be compressed to a subatomic state and, when shot out, instantly transform into cobweb, sticking to the target. The stickiness was extremely strong, and it had great toughness. The only drawback was that after transforming into cobweb, it was extremely afraid of flames, which could easily burn through the cobweb. However, Su Luo was already very satisfied. After all, this was just the initial version of the cobweb solution he had spent a few hours creating. Su Luo held a special test tube. Inside the special test tube lay a silver liquid, resembling mercury. He gently shook the test tube and looked quite satisfied, saying, "Very good. I've made version 1.0 of the cobweb solution. Next, I'll make the web shooters and then compress this solution to a subatomic level and inject it into the web shooters. In that case, the web shooters will also need special materials." Su Luo murmured. To compress a large amount of solution to a subatomic level and store it in a container, the compressive strength of this container also had to be exceptionally high. Su Luo needed to find a special material with such high compressive strength. But this kind of thing was relatively easy to find in the Marvel world, with various alloys and superfibers. In the end, Su Luo chose an alloy material specifically used to make exoskeleton armor from HYDRA's data. It was more than enough to serve as a container for the cobweb solution. The container material is easy to solve, and the button for the shooter is relatively easy to solve as well. The shooter button is not a switch of some kind, but a power switch. The power switch connects to the shooter's mainboard CPU, which changes the frequency and power output of the electric current through electronic frequency conversion and transfers the electric current to the cobweb container. Different electric currents can produce different webbing forms. The slightly more difficult part to solve is how to shoot things out. I need to create a powerful pushing device to shoot the solution out at high speed. I need to create a gas pulse, similar to the principle of an air cannon. The air cannon shoots out like a smoke ring, and it rotates similar to the spider principle. By using a gas pulse, the cobweb liquid can be released at high speed, and in the high-speed friction, it transforms into cobweb. Then, using high-energy materials to generate extremely high electricity, creating a pulse force that allows the spider web to be shot out at a speed surpassing that of a normal bullet. I need to make a gas pulse device. But this thing is a bit difficult to make. I estimate it will take some effort. The gas pulse device utilizes the principle of air power. The working medium is air, consisting of a differential pressure device and a fast exhaust valve that can achieve automatic control, instantly converting air pressure into air jet kinetic energy, thereby generating a powerful impact force. Su Luo immediately immersed himself in the development of the gas pulse generator. He began designing various components of the gas pulse generator, including the gas pulse body, including the jet component, three-way solenoid valves, gas pulse controller, and blowing pipe. Time passed quickly. Soon enough, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Su Luo was also tired and decided to take a rest. After all, he had been staying up late for a while, and even with his extraordinary physique, he couldn't bear it. It seems that I still need to put some effort into this gas pulse generator to complete it. I'll work on it tomorrow when I have time. Inside the glass box next to him, little Spider-Man had already fallen asleep. Su Luo went upstairs and took a nap. The next morning, Su Luo woke up refreshed, as if he had regained a new lease on life. He yawned. Feels great. Although I only slept for a few hours, I feel completely restored. He stretched his muscles and bones, making crisp cracking sounds. Next, it's time to perform surgery on Xiao. He immediately went downstairs. Claude had already prepared breakfast because he knew Su Luo had a big appetite and needed high-nutrient food. It was a breakfast specially made for Su Luo. Claude looked at Su Luo coming downstairs and smiled. "You're up." Su Luo nodded. Xiao, he was lying on the sofa, still yawning, looking completely unawake. "Good morning, big brother." Even her greeting seemed lackluster. She yawned again, with tears in her eyes. Xiao, he touched her belly. "Daddy, Elizabeth is a little hungry." Claude spoke. "Your big brother will treat you later. Don't eat for now." Xiao, he drooped her head. "Okay." Then, Xiao, he asked, "What illness are you going to treat me for?" "To cure your congenital heart disease and asthma. After that, you will be comfortable and be able to play and jump around like a normal child." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up, instantly becoming spirited. She looked at Su Luo with anticipation. "Big brother, can you really cure my illness?" Su Luo sat at the dining table and nodded. "Don't worry. Soon you will be just like everyone else." Xiao Yi continued. "Then can I practice fighting like you and Dad? Can I use a gun? I want to become as powerful as my big brother and Dad." Su Luo nodded. "Definitely. As long as you're willing. You can do whatever you want in the future." Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled, raising her hands high. "That's great. Elizabeth is so happy." Su Luo finished his food and took Xiao Yi to a surgery room in the basement. At this moment, little Spider-Man sneaked along and hid behind the door, secretly watching. Su Luo naturally noticed the presence of the little Spider-Man. In addition, he discovered something. He had a strange connection with little Spider-Man. Whenever he saw it or was in close proximity, he could sense it. Su Luo suspected that this was a unique ability among Spider-Men, called spider telepathy. Spider-Men could sense other Spider-Men. Although little Spider-Man wasn't exactly a Spider-Man, in a certain sense, it might possess the abilities and intelligence of a Spider-Man, as well as great strength. So, even if the other party had spider telepathy, Su Luo wasn't particularly curious. What Su Luo was curious about was at what point little Spider-Man became different from the others. Feeling little Spider-Man sneaking around, Su Luo helplessly said, "All right, stop peeking and come out to watch. From now on, you can move around the entire basement." Little Spider-Man heard this and quickly ran out, sticking to the wall, watching Su Luo and Xiao Yi. Elizabeth saw that little Spider-Man wasn't afraid at all, but rather curious, and widened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Yi's expression, Su Luo's eyes twitched. This girl is truly fearless and bold. Xiao Yi spoke up. It seems like I can understand what you're saying too. Can I be friends with it? Su Luo said, it's my experiment. It's a very clever little Spider-Man. As long as it's willing, you can be friends. All right, Xiao Yi, we're going to start now. Xiao Yi quickly lay down obediently. Soon, Su Luo began to treat Xiao Yi. The surgery lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours of precise treatment, Su Luo's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. Finally, Su Luo completed the surgery. Xiao Yi's complexion also became rosy. The effect was immediate. Xiao Yi woke up from anesthesia. When she woke up, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Big brother, I no longer have the feeling of palpitations." Her eyes sparkled. Su Luo nodded. Because your illness has been cured. Xiao Yi asked, what about my asthma? Su Luo nodded. It's also cured. Xiao Yi quickly hugged Su Luo and kissed him on the face, saying, thank you, big brother. She waved her fists and exclaimed, from now on, I will become as amazing as big brother and dad. Su Luo couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yi looked at the little Spider-Man beside her and asked, little Spider-Man, do you want to be friends with Elizabeth? Dad can make a lot of delicious food for you. She looked at little Spider-Man expectantly and raised her hand in the air. As a result, little Spider-Man was startled and took several steps back. Elizabeth saw this and felt disappointed. Don't you want to be friends with Elizabeth? Su Luo patted Elizabeth's head. It looks like it's just timid. Just spend more time together in the future. All right, I'll take you up now to make your dad happy. After saying that, Su Luo took Elizabeth upstairs. Seeing his daughter with a healthier complexion, Cloud became extremely happy and excited. He hugged Su Luo excitedly and expressed his gratitude. Seeing Cloud and Xiao Yi in such a happy state, Su Luo also felt warm in his heart. Su Luo said, all right, you and Xiao Yi go and have fun. I won't go down to work. Cloud quickly said, you're busy. You don't need to worry about us. Immediately, Cloud took Xiao Yi to play games in the yard, jumping and bouncing happily. This was the first time Cloud had played like this with his daughter. After all, his daughter couldn't engage in vigorous activities before due to her heart disease and asthma. Seeing the two outside, Su Luo finally had a smile on his face. He watched for a while, then went downstairs. Next, I'll make my spider launcher in one go. Su Luo went to the basement. He continued his work. One component after another was completed. Submerging pulse valve, a diaphragm-type submerging pulse valve used to automatically start the gas pulse generator. Completed. Gas pulse controller, a microcontroller with timing setting and multiple function cobweb release, used to control the pulse generator's action interval or control the corresponding program for releasing multiple cobwebs. Completed. Gas pulse pipeline fittings, including air filters, pressure regulators, oil misters, etc. Production completed. Pipeline check valve to prevent a decrease in air pressure due to inflation pipeline issues. Production completed. 1 hour. A small and delicate wristband-style web shooters is complete. Like a beautiful bracelet with a pure metallic texture, as black as ink. Seeing this, Su Luo is very happy. A sense of accomplishment arises. Conquering and creating something new is so joyful. Finally completed. Next, let's try it. He uses a subatomic compressor to compress the cobweb solution to a subatomic level, then injects it into the web shooters. He puts on the launcher, immediately activates the controller. Whoosh! A strand of white silk shoots towards the ceiling, instantly sticking to it. Su Luo pulls on it and instantly rushes towards the ceiling. Both hands stick to the ceiling, and he is stuck to it. Su Luo looks at the launcher, feeling excited. Not bad. Worthy of something I developed. Let's try again. He constantly shoots cobweb in different directions, constantly spreading throughout the room, shooting here and there. Finally, Su Luo lands on the ground, with a satisfied expression on his face. In the future, when I'm in a hurry, I can save more effort and be more versatile. Afterwards, I can further adjust the formula of the spider solution, making it more fireproof, acid-proof, and insulating, making it more resilient. At the same time, he shoots again. Instantly, what shoots out is not just a strand of cobweb, but a spider web that can be used to capture others. Web shooters can shoot cobwebs with different functions. It can also shoot thicker rope-like cobwebs, or cobwebs that can automatically bend to bind others, and so on. After testing is complete, Sue Luo's gaze falls on little Spider-Man. Next, I'll take you to Osborne Corporation for testing. At the same time, I'll have some custom exercise equipment made for myself at Osborne Corporation for overload training. Let's go. The spider immediately jumps onto Sue Luo and crawls into his shirt pocket. So Sue Luo sets off. With his standard accessories, a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, he drives towards Osborne Corporation. 1. Sue Luo arrives at Osborne Corporation. He walks towards the laboratory with little Spider-Man, walking in the hallway of a laboratory. Little Spider-Man even pops out a little head, curiously looking around. At this moment, at the corner of the hallway, the door opens and Kurt rushes out, excitedly saying, "Boss, boss, we've figured out the formula for the healing medicine." Suddenly appearing Kurt startles little Spider-Man. Then, in the shocked eyes of Sue Luo and Kurt, little Spider-Man emits an electric current and charges straight towards Kurt. A scream, Kurt is sent flying, crashing into the door. Sue Luo widens his eyes. Wow, did he unintentionally create a Pikachu? The startled little Spider-Man unleashed an astonishing electric current. The high voltage directly pierced the air between little Spider-Man and the human body, causing the air to rapidly expand and explode, ultimately sending Kurt flying. Sue Luo was completely stunned by this scene. He never expected that little Spider-Man could unleash an electric current. Although he knew that some parallel universe Spider-Man indeed possessed the ability to release an electric current, but he never expected that his own little Spider-Man could also do this. Sue Luo felt like his jaw was about to drop. Wow, what on earth did Sue Luo create? It seems that the extraordinary sequence genome has produced a very strange chemical reaction with little Spider-Man's own genome, making little Spider-Man so special. After releasing the electric current, little Spider-Man quickly hid in the depths of Sue Luo's shirt pocket. At the same time, the edge of Sue Luo's shirt pocket had a burnt hole from the electric current. Sue Luo's eyes twitched slightly. His clothes were ruined. In front, Kurt fell to the ground. A cry of pain. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. Originally just a weak researcher, with this happening, Kurt felt like he couldn't bear it. He had only seen the scene in the corridor through the camera and knew that the boss was coming. So he came up to surprise the boss, but unexpectedly, he was the one who got scared first. Kurt quickly took out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside was a pale green liquid. He drank it in one gulp. Instantly, the pain in his whole body eased a lot, warm and comforting. Sue Luo looked at Kurt, whose face quickly improved, and asked in confusion, "What did you drink?" "An oral wound medicine." Seeing Kurt's face getting better, Sue Luo understood that the other party must have taken a medicine to stabilize and treat the injuries. Combined with what Kurt said about the wound medicine being developed, Sue Luo guessed that it was probably an oral wound medicine. Kurt's eyes lit up. "Impressive, boss, you guessed it right away." He got up from the ground. His body still hurt a bit. He took a slight breath and grimaced. Then a smile appeared on his face. "Not bad. We developed two types of wound medicine. One is an external wound medicine that can be made into adhesive bandages, or directly sold as powder. The second is an internal wound medicine, which may not have as good healing effects for specific wounds, but can stabilize the injuries and accelerate the recovery speed. With these two medicines, I believe our Osborne will soon make a comeback." Sue Luo heard this and showed a satisfied expression in his eyes. Finally, the first flagship product of his company was about to be released. At the same time, his company would also start operating. Sue Luo continued, "Have you applied for a patent?" Kurt nodded quickly. "Yes, I have applied for it. I paid more money to expedite the process, and it will be approved soon." Speaking of this, Kurt was quite excited. After all, this was the first flagship product he led the development of. It was also the best and most effective commercial product he had developed so far. At this moment, Kurt was filled with a sense of accomplishment, and his whole demeanor was completely different from before. The previous Kurt, due to the long period of being armless and focusing on developing the medicine to treat his arm, was introverted and melancholic, like an aging willow tree. Now Kurt became more confident, filled with a new vitality. Suluo was very satisfied with this. He took a step forward, wanting to pat Kurt's shoulder to encourage him. But it scared Kurt, who quickly took 3 steps back. "Boss, don't come near me. I have a psychological shadow now." Feeling the pain all over his body, Kurt was at a loss for words. Who did he provoke? At the same time, Kurt also swallowed his saliva and looked into the pocket on Su Luo's chest. He spoke up, saying, Sir, if I didn't see wrong just now, there was a spider hidden in your pocket. And it was that thing." He paused, swallowed his saliva. It released an electric current that exploded the air in front of me. It sent me flying. As he said this, Kurt's eyes showed a hint of fear and disbelief. His eyes widened so much that they almost popped out. Hearing this, Su Luo nodded slightly. "This is a mutated spider I recently developed. I didn't expect this little Spider-Man to be able to release electricity. There are too many strange things in this world. A little Spider-Man that can release electric current doesn't seem so unique anymore." Su Luo didn't hide anything. Hearing Su Luo's answer, Kurt's jaw dropped, and he stuttered, "Oh my, sir, actually created a spider that can release electric current. I thought it was a spider robot, a spider-shaped electric shock tool that can release electric current. Oh my, sir, you are truly amazing. You have given an animal such a super ability. You truly are the most genius person in my mind. You are at the forefront of the times. Can I take another look at this spider?" Kurt asked eagerly, yet uncertain. Su Luo patted his pocket and said, "Be brave, it's fine." Immediately, the little Spider-Man crawled out of Su Luo's pocket. Its eyes curiously observed Kurt. Kurt looked at the little Spider-Man in front of him and took a deep breath, feeling extremely shocked. Such a small spider can actually release such a high voltage of electric current that it explodes the air. It's truly incredible. Kurt carefully examined the little Spider-Man in front of him as if he was visiting a sacred object. "Sir, you are truly amazing. You're like a creator. I have no doubt that you will create even more amazing things in the future. Even if one day you blow up a planet, I won't be shocked. You are definitely the smartest person on this planet." After examining it for a while, the little Spider-Man crawled back into Su Luo's pocket. Su Luo said, "It seems like it doesn't like being stared all the time. I'm going to use the laboratory now." Kurt nodded quickly, understood. At the same time, Su Luo handed him a document. "According to these design drawings, build a batch of specialized training equipment for me. Also, this matter must be kept confidential. Let different people build different parts. Then let people who haven't been involved in the manufacturing process assemble them." Kurt nodded, "No problem. Training equipment is easy. I will have the equipment department make it for you in no time. I will definitely deliver it to you within half a day." He muttered to himself, "But it's just training equipment. Is it necessary to keep it so confidential?" Su Luo nodded, satisfied. "Very well." He was about to pat Kurt's shoulder, but Kurt instinctively took 2 steps back, then smiled awkwardly. "Sir, don't blame me. The hit just now really gave me a bit of a psychological shadow." Su Luo's eye twitched. Then he looked serious. "Don't worry. There will be more psychological shadows with me in the future. I believe it will strengthen your will and make you stronger." After saying that, he walked into the experimental department and headed towards one of the testing laboratories, leaving Kurt, who swallowed his saliva. Kurt's eyes froze. More psychological shadows, sir? Are you serious?" Then Kurt looked at the document in his hand, somewhat puzzled. "And why do we have to build the training equipment ourselves? Isn't it better to just buy top brands training equipment?" He opened the documents, looking at the training equipment inside. As he looked, Kurt's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. His whole person was shocked once again. His mouth twitched, and his voice trembled slightly. Special magnetic barbell. Adjustable strength range from 10 tons to 30 tons. Super gravity squat rack. Adjustable strength range from 10 tons to 30 tons. Looking at those terrifyingly powerful training devices, Kurt was in a bad state. What kind of exercise equipment is this? Other people's fitness equipment is measured in kilograms, 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms. The boss wants fitness equipment measured in tons. Kurt grabbed his messy hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Is this exercise equipment even usable by humans? 1 ton could crush a person to death, let alone 10 tons, 20 tons. Kurt finally understood why the boss wanted to keep it a secret. After all, these exercise equipment were astonishing. But then, Kurt's face turned bitter. This is not your ordinary fitness equipment. I just made a promise to the boss, and now I have to figure it out in half a day. It's quite difficult. Immediately, Kurt grabbed his hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After all, who knew that fitness equipment could be measured in tons? Is this fitness equipment for Hulk to use? Kurt laughed bitterly. Indeed, boss, you're right. Being by your side does indeed create more psychological shadows. It hasn't even been a few minutes, and I'm already surprised again. Kurt took a deep breath and slapped his face. It seems like I have to make the equipment department work overtime, call everyone in, and have them work together. Kurt looked at the design drawings. I need to optimize the production process and allocate the personnel. In addition, I need to have them sign a confidentiality agreement. I'll try to have them produce everything within half a day. After finishing this, I'll continue to tackle the final challenge of developing the super healing potion. Since he promised the boss, no matter how difficult it is, Kurt will find a way to do it. Because the boss showed him kindness and helped him out of a difficult situation. So for Kurt, the boss's words are like his guiding principle. Whatever the boss asks him to do, he will do it and work hard to complete it. Immediately, Kurt set off and went to the equipment department. On Su Luo's side, he went directly into the testing laboratory. He said, once Kurt finishes making the exercise equipment, I can start training. With this kind of overload training, my strength will skyrocket and reach the level of hundreds of tons in no time. Developing spider physique to the extreme. Thinking of this, Su Luo felt quite happy. Standing inside the laboratory, Su Luo was ready to start the corresponding test for little Spider-Man. Su Luo turned off the surveillance system of the entire laboratory. Then he said, "All right, come out. Let me test you. Let's see what you're capable of." Upon hearing Su Luo's words, little Spider-Man crawled out of his pocket and jumped to the ground. Su Luo said, "All right, next we'll test your power zone. Go and strike the alloy sandbag wrapped in super fibers in front. Give it your all. Let me see your ability." Little Spider-Man looked up at Su Luo, listening attentively to his words. After listening, it nodded quickly, as if pounding garlic. Then it looked at the iron wall in front with a serious expression. Immediately, little Spider-Man shot out. Its legs moved so fast like a spinning wheel that it was almost impossible to see. Then little Spider-Man leaped up and crashed into the soft-looking alloy sandbag wrapped in super fibers. Bang! A loud noise. Immediately after, on the screen beside them, suddenly, a row of numbers appeared. 1,002 kilograms. 1 ton. Seeing this, Su Luo took a deep breath and looked at the little Spider-Man with some surprise. He didn't expect that the little Spider-Man could unleash such a powerful force. Asterisk the strength of 1 ton. Such a small guy actually unleashed the strength of a fierce tiger. Su Luo clicked his tongue in amazement. Not bad. Seemingly hearing Su Luo's praise, the little Spider-Man ran over, shaking its butt proudly. Seeing this, Su Luo raised his chin and pointed to the machine testing speed nearby. Go test your own speed. Run hard. The little Spider-Man quickly ran towards the machine. It was actually a short track. Next to it was a speed testing device stand. Su Luo had the little Spider-Man go to the starting point. Then he shouted, "Start!" Whoosh! The little Spider-Man shot out like an arrow, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the entire short track. Su Luo looked at the speed and said, 70 kilometers per hour. Not bad. Comparable to the speed of a regular car. With this physical fitness, it's almost on par with a superhero's physical fitness. Very good. Immediately, Su Luo adjusted his sunglasses and said, Next, we need to test your ability to release electric current. He took out a conductive iron rod and connected it to a specialized testing device. At the same time, he set up special cell scanners around. He brought the little Spider-Man to the side of the conductive rod. Next, you will release your own electric current to attack the conductive pole. Understand? Release your powerful electric current, the one you used just now to repel others' abilities. The little Spider-Man nodded. It stood still for a moment. Then, tiny arcs of electricity emerged from its body, accompanied by crackling sounds. Getting closer. Boom! A powerful electric current was released and rushed towards the conductive rod. The strong electric current flowed into the specialized detection device through the conductive rod. A series of numbers appeared. 50,000 volts. Seeing this, Su Luo's mouth twitched. Okay, it's like half the power of a Pikachu. Such a small body, releasing such a powerful electric current. Indeed impressive. He looked into the computer and observed through the scanner. He could clearly see that deep within the little Spider-Man cells, there was an astonishing special bioelectricity. These special high-voltage bioelectricity were hidden deep within the little Spider-Man cells. When released, these bioelectricity would conduct to the little Spider-Man's mouth, gather together, and establish a strong electric field intensity. Then, the aggregated electric current would be released, forming an electric current attack. Seeing this, Su Luo said, so within the little Spider-Man's body, there was originally the presence of electricity, the discharge core element of the special bioelectricity within the cells. The mutations that the little Spider-Man undergoes are related to the extraordinary sequence genome I edited. This set of genomes, combined with the little Spider-Man's genes, caused the transformation of the little Spider-Man. I also have this set of genomes in my body. After combining with my genes, will it give me similar abilities? He looked at his own body cells. Do they contain the same bioelectricity? A scan will reveal. After all, there's a Spider-Man who can release electricity. Among the Spider-Men in parallel worlds, there are also those who have the ability to discharge electricity. The other party did not initially possess the ability to discharge electricity, but after a certain amount of exploration and development, they discovered their own ability to discharge electricity. Su Luo remembered Spider-Man Miles, who could discharge electricity. Perhaps I also possess the same ability, but it has not been developed yet. Just by examining the depths of my cells, I will know if there is a special bioelectricity similar to little Spider-Man. Thinking of this, Su Luo became excited. He began to use a scanning device to scan himself comprehensively. Soon, relevant data and microscopic cell images came out. Through the screen, it could be clearly seen. Deep within Su Luo's cells, there was also a special bioelectricity. It was the same as the bioelectricity inside little Spider-Man. Seeing this, Su Luo's eyes lit up instantly. He actually possessed the ability to release electricity. I didn't expect that this set of extraordinary spider sequence genomes I put together really contains the ability to release electricity. He carefully looked at the images and data on the screen. However, the special bioelectricity in my cells is less than that of little Spider-Man, Su Luo. Because there is less electrical energy, it is more dull, as if it is deeply hidden in my cells like stagnant water. I can't even sense it at all. So, I can't use this electric current at all right now. Su Luo pondered for a moment. If I want to use the special bioelectricity deep within my cells, I have to increase its quantity and make it more active. Only then can I perceive it and release it. Su Luo quickly tapped on the keyboard of the computer next to him. Why is the electrical energy in my cell units lower than that of little Spider-Man? Soon, the image of little Spider-Man's cells and related data popped up on the computer screen, forming a comparison with Su Luo's own data. Su Luo quickly dragged the mouse to view the information of both. His eyes swiftly scanned the two sets of data. His brain was also working at an incredibly fast pace, constantly comparing the data on the two sets of information. Soon, his hand movement stopped. He looked at the data above, enlightened. Although little Spider-Man cannot match me in overall strength, its unit cell mass is slightly stronger than mine, and this special bioelectricity is born from the unit cells. The stronger the unit cells, the stronger the bioelectricity they give birth to. Little Spider-Man only developed the ability to release electricity because its unit cells reached a certain threshold. Seeing this, a gleam of light flashed in Su Luo's eyes. So, as long as my unit cells reach a certain threshold, I will also be able to generate the ability to release electric current. So what is this threshold for me? I need to calculate it. He took out pen and paper from the side. His hand quickly moved on it. Rows of formulas were written out rapidly and constantly solved. Soon, just as the blank paper was about to be filled with formulas, Su Luo calculated the result. 30 tons. Su Luo picked up the paper and looked at the result. I need to reach a strength of 30 tons in order to allow my cells to accumulate enough special bioelectricity. When this special bioelectricity reaches this threshold, it will become more active. At this point, I will be able to perceive this electrical energy and release it. Seeing this, Su Luo let out a sigh of relief. Burn that piece of paper. So if I want to discharge electricity now, I need to strengthen my training and increase my strength to 30 tons. In other words, just enough to double my own strength. My fitness equipment will be completed soon. Soon, I will start training with overload and strive to tap into my body's potential and improve. I believe that soon, I will be able to meet the standards for releasing electric current. Thinking about being able to release electricity in the future, Su Luo was quite excited. I wonder how far my ability to discharge electricity will reach. I wonder how it will compare to Thor's power. Su Luo murmured, feeling curious. However, currently, Su Luo has no intention of challenging Thor. Not to mention that Thor has gone through several major trials, and his strength is already strong enough. Even if Thor has weaknesses in his strength, he cannot withstand someone backing him up. King of the gods, Odin. His strength has been honed through countless wars and is terrifying. And the older the gods, the stronger they become. The current king of the gods, Odin, has reached the peak of his divine power in his twilight years. With such a background, it allows Thor to grow happily and safely. Su Luo clicked the keyboard and deleted the data inside. Then he looked at little Spider-Man beside him. Little Spider-Man also looked at the data on the computer screen with him, but his big eyes were full of confusion. It looked at the screen, then at Su Luo, then back at the screen. In its small head, there was great confusion. Su Luo touched little Spider-Man's head and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Without you, I wouldn't have known that I could release electricity. Feeling Su Luo's touch, little Spider-Man half closed its eyes comfortably, enjoying the moment. Su Luo continued. Next, we will continue to test all aspects of you. Immediately, Su Luo began to test little Spider-Man in various aspects. Various tests, including little Spider-Man's physical fitness, self-healing ability, reaction ability, intelligence, and so on. A comprehensive test was conducted. In the end, Su Luo was amazed to find that little Spider-Man was simply a mini version of Spider-Man. His physical fitness was also extremely strong. He could continue to move at high intensity constantly. And little Spider-Man's self-healing ability was also fast, similar to that of an ordinary Spider-Man. Definitely not as fast as his self-healing speed. After all, he possesses Wolverine's self-healing ability. In addition, little Spider-Man even had spider telepathy. He could anticipate the imminent danger. In the tests, with spider telepathy, little Spider-Man almost evaded attacks from various blind spots. Yes, little Spider-Man had blind spots. Because little Spider-Man is different from most spiders, it doesn't have 8 eyes, only 2. Most spiders have 8 eyes of different sizes. Some spiders have 6 eyes. And a small number of spiders have no eyes, or have 2, 4, or 12 eyes. Hunting spiders need to actively capture prey, so they have 8 eyes to provide vision. Web-building spiders hunt by building webs, usually with 2 to 8 eyes providing vision. High-legged spiders live in dark caves without eyes. Little Spider-Man belongs to the web-building type of spider. Definitely, although spiders have many eyes, its vision is quite average, and what it sees is always blurry. Little Spider-Man was able to skillfully evade various attacks, even continuous attacks outside its line of sight. It is because it has spider telepathy. This is also why Su Luo was able to sense Little Spider-Man before. It is because it also possesses spider telepathy. Finally, Su Luo conducted an intelligence test on Little Spider-Man. He found that Little Spider-Man currently has the intelligence of a 10-year-old child. Most importantly, Little Spider-Man has a strong learning ability. It learns things very quickly. This means that Little Spider-Man will have wisdom. It'll be able to think, learn, and communicate like a human. Su Luo looked at Little Spider-Man in front of him and said, "Very good. You look like a promising learner." When Little Spider-Man heard Su Luo's praise, it became very happy, jumping and bouncing with joy. Su Luo then said, "From today onwards, get ready for class. Start learning various knowledge. Officially begin your student life." Upon hearing Su Luo's words, Little Spider-Man didn't fully understand, but it was still happy. It jumped and bounced, full of joy, unaware that it would soon lead a busy student life. Su Luo saw this and was very satisfied. "Not bad. Quite similar to me, and both love learning. That's good. We'll increase the amount of coursework and study hard in the future. When I'm not at home, you take care of the house." Little Spider-Man obediently nodded upon hearing Su Luo's words, then jumped a few times with a determined look, showing that it will definitely work hard to complete the task. After testing Little Spider-Man's abilities, Su Luo checked Little Spider-Man's genes and planned to study them further when he had time. After completing these tasks, Su Luo looked at the time, finished testing Little Spider-Man. It took most of the day. At this time, Kurt should have finished my training equipment. Next, I will try out my training equipment. I wonder how much my strength will increase under intense training. Thinking of this, Su Luo felt quite excited. Once I reach a certain level of training, I will be able to release electric current. I'm really looking forward to the moment of discharge. Su Luo instantly thought of reconnecting his hands when he fights. That is to say, if his recovery ability is fast enough, he needs to retrieve his hands and reattach them. After all, sometimes in battle, others won't give you the opportunity to retrieve your hands. Fighting with one hand will greatly reduce combat effectiveness. So in this case, it's best to quickly grow out the arm. As for obtaining such a terrifying self-healing ability, it is the super enhanced self-healing serum optimized from Lizard Serum. As long as Su Luo has such a powerful self-healing serum, he will have a higher chance of survival in battle. Thinking of this, Su Luo said, "The trauma medicine has been successfully developed. I wonder how far the research on the self-healing serum has progressed." He then looked at Little Spider-Man. "Let's go." Little Spider-Man quickly jumped onto Su Luo's body and entered the pocket of his shirt. Su Luo then walked towards the laboratory door, requesting flowers. Inside a laboratory in the experimental area, a group of researchers in white coats gathered together, each one frowning as they looked at the difficult problem on the whiteboard in front of them. And Kurt was in the center of this group of researchers. The difficult problem on the whiteboard is the final crucial problem of the self-healing serum. That is, how to calculate the number of amino acids in the protein and the number of mRNA bases in the double-stranded DNA gene in the self-healing serum. Kurt has been studying the specific formula for optimizing the Lizard Serum. He occasionally brings up some difficult problems in biological equations to encourage everyone to brainstorm and research how to solve these problems. These biological equations are quite fragmented and there is no release of key data, so no one knows the whole picture. We only know that Minister Kurt is working on a more powerful self-healing potion, far surpassing the effectiveness of trauma medicine. Trauma medicine is already considered a very powerful treatment drug in their minds, and they can hardly imagine. What kind of effect will a more powerful self-healing potion have? As everyone continues to brainstorm together, the problems are constantly being overcome. The specific formula optimization is constantly taking shape. The efficiency far exceeds when Kurt was researching alone. So, every time a problem is continuously overcome, Kurt feels a trace of gratitude towards Su Luo. If the boss gives him the position of research department head and gives him a research team, he would never have achieved such success in such a short time. As the problems continue to be solved, in the end, only the problem on the whiteboard remains. But this problem has been plaguing everyone in the research institute. 0. So many days have passed. The other problems have all been solved. Only this problem has remained unsolved, as if there is no correct answer at all. People in the laboratory are all feeling anxious. Some people even calculate on the walls of the restroom, covering several panels with calculations. Some people are so deep in thought and too engrossed that they even calculate these two values in their dreams. In the end, the result of their calculations turns into a word, Shao Tian. In the end, the dream turned into a nightmare, causing people to wake up in a cold sweat. Among them, Kurt is the most dedicated. During this time, he has been thinking about this problem every day. Eating, walking, going to the restroom, sleeping, he has been tirelessly trying to solve this problem. He has tried countless times, but has not found a successful answer. Now, his mind is filled with number of amino acids and proteins and number of RNA bases in double-stranded DNA genes. At this moment, everyone is sitting in a laboratory trying to solve the problem. Some are discussing, some are constantly trying to establish new equations to find the answer, and some are scratching their heads. Some people are starting to doubt themselves. Can we really find the required number of amino acids and mRNA bases? I have tried so many times, but I can't find the correct solution. Maybe there is no answer. I try to find a number of peptide bonds, loss of water, and a number of peptide chains, but I couldn't find them at all. What I have solved is simply wrong and cannot be put together. I have also tried countless times, but I can't find the number of peptide chains. I calculated the total molecular weight of nucleotides and the total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA to calculate the molecular weight of DNA, but I can't calculate further. My brain is about to explode. I try to solve the total number of nucleotides, but it's impossible. It's too difficult. Or maybe the problem itself is wrong. Everyone is feeling frustrated, feeling that their mindset is about to collapse. Kurt looked at the whiteboard and also started to doubt. Is it really impossible to solve? Is it really impossible to synthesize the self-healing potion? He shook his head. No, it must be solvable. The previous equations are correct, which means there must be a solution. But how can we find the solution? Kurt grabbed his hair with his remaining hand. He must find a solution because he doesn't want to live with only one hand anymore. While everyone was struggling with headaches, Su Luo walked in. He looked at the numerous formulas on the whiteboards around him. He immediately recognized that these were the formulas related to the super powerful self-healing potion. Looking at those densely packed formulas, Su Luo nodded slightly. If he were to calculate them, it would also take a lot of time, but he simply didn't have that much time for these calculations. He looked at the central whiteboard. Calculate the number of amino acids and proteins and the number of mRNA bases in double-stranded DNA genes. Su Luo murmured. His brain started to calculate rapidly. He softly recited, number of bases in DNA genes, number of bases in mRNA, number of amino acids and proteins equals 6, 3, 1. Number of peptide bonds plus number of peptide chains equals number of amino acids equals number of mRNA bases /3 equals number of DNA gene bases /6. He walked towards a whiteboard and started to calculate. Su Luo started calculating directly on a whiteboard. As he muttered to himself, he wrote at the same time, DNA molecular weight equals total molecular weight of nucleotides. Total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA equals 6 and D, 18, minus 2. So I should calculate the total molecular weight of dehydrated DNA. mRNA molecular weight equals total molecular weight of nucleotides. Total molecular weight of dehydrated mRNA equals 3 in D 18 minus 1. I've calculated the total molecular weight of nucleotides. Now I'll continue calculating. His hands moved swiftly on the whiteboard. A large number of equations were written, continuously solved, and performed. There was only Sue Luo's murmuring and the sound of the brush on the blackboard. Inside the pocket of his jacket, little Spider-Man crawled out a bit, curious as it observed the equations Sue Luo kept writing. But it couldn't understand them at all. As it watched, little Spider-Man started feeling dizzy and weak, and it fell back into the pocket from the edge of the jacket. For little Spider-Man, those were not equations, but rather incomprehensible scriptures that made one's head spin. Sue Luo's actions here quickly attracted the people around. Some people also recognized Sue Luo's appearance. They recognized him as their new boss, Li Luo, although no one had ever seen Sue Luo's face. But that hat, those big sunglasses, that stubble all indicated the identity of the person in front of them. Watching Sue Luo's actions, everyone started discussing. Isn't this our boss, Li Luo? What is he doing? Solving equations. He's actually solving equations. Is he completing some university task? He seems to be solving our problem. Someone uncertainly said when they saw those familiar data and formulas. Hearing this, everyone in this 760 field was stunned. After all, no one had ever heard of a well-known biologist or rising star named Li Luo. Everyone was an elite in the field of biology, so they naturally knew the people in their field very well. Our boss is trying to solve our problem. I feel strange. Our boss looks like he has studied biology, the formulas, and everything. It's quite professional. But can our boss challenge our entire research department? Is the boss trying to relax us, playing with us? When they saw Sue Luo solving the problem, everyone felt strange. They didn't really believe that Sue Luo could solve the problem. After all, he wasn't a top biologist, so why would he be able to solve a problem that they couldn't solve? Did they really think that something like Good Will Hunting would happen in real life? A top university math professor released a difficult math problem that no one could solve, only to be solved by a young janitor. Did they really think that there would be those kinds of unknown geniuses who would emerge after many years? How could that be possible? If someone was a genius, they would have already made a name for themselves and be known by everyone. But after carefully looking at what Sue Luo wrote, everyone was stunned once again. However, this time it was because they saw that Sue Luo's equations seemed to have something to them. Why do I feel like the boss's approach seems correct? It seems like it should be solved this way. A bald, middle-aged researcher started doubting his life. Oh my God, so this is how you solve the total number of nucleotides. This way we can obtain the number of dehydrated DNA. A researcher with a horse face suddenly realized, I can't believe it. This equation should be written like this. This way, we can solve the number of peptide chains, and then we can obtain the number of amino acids equals mRNA base pairs, /3 equals gene base pairs, /6. A dark-skinned female researcher widened her eyes as they watched Sue Luo constantly write the process of solving two values. Everyone's initial doubts disappeared in an instant, and their eyes became brighter and brighter. Someone held their breath and said, Oh my God, our boss, is he going to solve this difficult problem? I can't believe it. This top-level problem that has puzzled so many of us is going to be solved like this. Our boss's knowledge of biology is so terrifying. He has surpassed all of us, the top figures in the field of biology. They looked at Sue Luo's back in disbelief. They looked at his stubble and big sunglasses. At this moment, they felt like they finally saw the true face of Sue Luo beneath this disguise. What does this man, who can write down so many correct ideas, actually look like? No one had any idea at all. Scenes that only appear in movies unexpectedly appeared in reality at this moment. So, in the world, there really are those kinds of unknown geniuses, those kinds of hidden talents. He doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's astonishing. At this moment, everyone subconsciously held their breath, staring intently at Sue Luo's writing. Inside the spacious laboratory, instantly, silence fell. Only the murmuring sound of Sue Luo's voice. and the sound of his pen scratching on the whiteboard. The whole room became extremely quiet. Kurt, who was next to him, looked at Su Luo's problem-solving process and train of thought, and suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. The problem that had been lingering in his mind was instantly solved at this moment. The most crucial problem was solved. After watching half of it, Kurt, who understood the train of thought, instantly knew how to arrive at the correct answer. At this moment of knowing there was a correct answer, Kurt's mind went blank in an instant, because the appearance of the correct answer meant that the optimization results of his lizard serum were out, and the formula for his lizard's super strong self-healing potion was out. It also meant that the method he had been longing for to heal his injured arm was out. He would be able to restore his damaged arm immediately. Thinking of this, Kurt instantly felt his head rush, enveloped in huge amounts of happiness. After the excitement and joy, he looked at Su Luo's back and cast a gaze of admiration and respect. His boss's ability in biology was truly terrifying, far surpassing Kurt's imagination. He couldn't imagine why there would be such a world-shaking talent in this world. The problem that had besieged their entire research department for such a long time was easily solved by the other party. At this moment, Su Luo's writing also reached the final step. With a few strokes, the last few steps were completed. Finally, 2 key values were written down. Seeing the final result, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Su Luo's eyes. It's solved. On the latest data researched by the laboratory researchers, he calculated the final result. This also meant that the formula for the lizard's self-healing potion had been successfully deduced. It also meant that he could carry the lizard's self-healing potion with him in the future, as if he had an extra life. With the problem solved, Su Luo felt a sense of accomplishment and happiness. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. I truly am amazing. The people around him, who were silent, twitched their mouths when they heard Su Luo's self-praise. They didn't expect that their boss would have such an interesting personality. It made everyone feel a bit amused and helpless. Su Luo put down his pen. At this moment, he just emerged from his concentration. At the same time, he noticed that the entire laboratory was unusually quiet, so quiet that even the sound of breathing was absent, as if there was no one there. This was completely different from when he first entered. He turned around and saw that all eyes were focused on him. In those eyes, there was disbelief, eagerness, and admiration. Each face was flushed with excitement. Before Su Luo could say anything, the room exploded in an instant. Oh my God, boss, you actually solved this problem. Boss, you're actually a biology genius. Why have I never heard of your name or your academic papers? Oh my God, I never expected you to hide your talents so well. Turns out you're the most talented biologist in our company. I always thought you were just someone who cared about money, but I never expected you to be a technical person, and one of the best. Boss, how did you come up with this solution? How did you find your approach to solving it? Seeing everyone's praises, Su Luo calmly accepted them. Then he answered some of the researchers' questions. Some of the questions were very difficult, ones that had been puzzling these researchers for a long time, but he answered them all. After all, he now had a broader and deeper understanding of biology than the researchers. His words enlightened the researchers. At the same time, it made them admire him even more. After answering some questions, he pulled Kurt aside and said something. Su Luo left. The researchers' eyes were still on Su Luo. After all, to them, Su Luo was simply the leader in the field of biology. For these researchers, nothing attracted their attention and admiration more than a peer in their industry who was an expert and a master. I never expected our boss to be so amazing. I heard our boss is very young, not even 30 yet. Upon hearing this, the people around them all gasped. So young? Wow. To have such deep knowledge at such a young age. Our boss is like a second Tony Stark. If they knew that Su Luo was only in his early 20s, not even 25 yet, they would probably be even more amazed. At this moment, almost all the researchers present became fans of Su Luo, solely because of his academic achievements. While the researchers were discussing excitedly, inside the closed meeting room of the laboratory, There were only Su Luo and Kurt. Su Luo looked at Kurt and said, "The crucial data is out. There shouldn't be any difficulties in making the lizard's self-healing potion." Kurt nodded quickly. "Don't worry, boss. With the addition of these last two values, I have completely figured out the formula. Next, we just need to start production. With our current production line, we have the capacity to produce this lizard self-healing potion." Upon hearing Kurt's words, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. Kurt continued, "However, compared to ordinary wound medicine, this self-healing potion will be much more expensive. Because it involves extraction and purification, and the production process is quite complex. So the cost of one vial of the potion will be around 100,000 USD. Su Luo murmured. "Only 100,000 USD? It seems that the cost of this potion is not high." Kurt nodded. "Indeed, compared to ordinary wound medicine, it is considered expensive, but considering its terrifying self-healing ability, it is actually quite cheap." Su Luo said, "Currently, this potion will not be sold to the public. We will only produce it in small quantities and provide it exclusively to me. Definitely, after it is produced, I will give you a bottle to help you recover. Also, give me a copy of the formula later." Upon hearing this, Kurt nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, boss. I will write down the formula for you later." He looked at his empty, severed arm and smiled slightly. After so many years, these days of hardship have finally come to an end. Su Luo continued, "By the way, is my fitness equipment ready?" Upon hearing this, Kurt quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely fulfill the promise I made. An hour ago, the fitness equipment you requested has been completely built. Furthermore, the production was done in batches and a confidentiality agreement was signed. The technology of these fitness equipment will not be leaked." Su Luo was very satisfied with Kurt's cautious attitude. He said, "Take me there." Kurt nodded and said, "All right." Immediately, Kurt led the way. Kurt walked beside Su Luo and said, "Because your equipment is relatively large in size and requires a lot of energy, I place them in a large laboratory. In this way, it ensures privacy and security. Furthermore, I had the unnecessary equipment in the large laboratory moved to another place, turning the laboratory into a fitness room. And only you have the permission to enter, others are not allowed. In the future, you can use it here with peace of mind." Su Luo was very satisfied with Kurt's work. He thought that Kurt had indeed considered everything thoroughly. At the same time, Su Luo was also looking forward to his own training. Soon, Su Luo arrived at his specially made fitness room. The door recognized Su Luo's identity and opened. Immediately, Su Luo walked in. Kurt did not enter. After all, the equipment inside was built according to Su Luo's requirements, and he didn't know how to use them. As soon as Su Luo entered, he saw a large number of massive equipment, each piece taking up the space of an ordinary room. They looked like small mountains made of steel, giving off a sense of weightiness. Su Luo looked at these equipment with a satisfied expression. At this moment, little Spider-Man also jumped out and curiously looked around at the massive equipment. For little Spider-Man, they were like mountains. Su Luo's eyes flashed with excitement as he said, "Next, it's time for my spider ability to rapidly improve." He then approached a barbell machine. The bar of the barbell was made of super alloy and was extremely hard. On both sides of the alloy bar were two huge amounts of alloy plates, originally with a heavy weight. The entire barbell was placed on a massive machine. This machine could generate powerful electromagnetic force to exert a terrifying weight on the barbell. It could reach up to 30 tons. The force exerted on the barbell could be adjusted by adjusting the electrical energy, ranging from 10 to 30 tons. Su Luo adjusted it to 15 tons, took a deep breath, lay on the solid alloy bench, and grabbed the magnetic barbell. Start! Veins bulged on Su Luo's hands. Boom! Boom! Su Luo slowly pushed up the steel, weighing 15 tons.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.